Goodluck go, we miss him. Buhari go, we miss him. If Tinubu go, we miss him. Our own don't finish.
I swear!
If person wan buy data now, e go use like 15 minutes look option. That time, when I say Tinubu dey shake, now who dey shake?
Me and you!
To buy crates of egg for this era will be like careless spending.
With 300, we fit buy mineral and egg roll. But now, 300 no fit buy egg, talk less of roll. To chop single sausage shawarma now, person go dey do 2 weeks of planning.
God abeg!
Country dey spoil dey go. One person dey one side dey shout, my father is the best president.
Better shut up!
Garri wey be poor man food don turn gold.
No be lie!
President Tinubu, abeg, do something before something do us, abeg.
I have for you, and it's about: do you, Neil, believe? Because I asked.
I don't believe. That's not a believe thing. I don't. That's not.
I'm gonna put you on the spot, Neil.
Fine.
I'm still gonna do it because that's what I ask a lot of my guests. It's important.
Okay, go.
It's our African. This is gonna be mostly for an African audience, right?
Fine.
So, do you believe that Africans can become more prosperous in this century?
Oh, but definitely. When I look over the history of, before 1910, the United States was kind of a backwoods farmland country. We had a couple of big cities, but they were kind of smelly and dirty, and they were not very sophisticated, not like London or Paris, for example. And the country was built within a century to become a leader in the world in science and technology, because there was values placed on research and engineering and math at the STEM fields. Okay. So, and that happened within a century. Before then, Europe basically led the world. All right. They embraced science and technology early. All right. The Industrial Revolution hit them first. And that fueled their power over the rest of the world. Okay. A lot of it was worked towards health and security and wealth, but the rest was like hegemony Okay, that's how they chose to use their power of influence and wealth. You go back 1,000 years, the golden age of Islam out of Baghdad, with major advances in science and engineering, astronomy and medicine. 2/3 of all and navigation. 2/3 of all stars in the night sky that have names have Arabic names, traceable from that period. You go back thousands of years before that, you have Egypt as one of the greatest cultures civilizations has ever seen. The pyramids were the tallest structures, stable structures, to exist in this world until the Eiffel Tower. Okay? So all I'm declaring here is no one country, no one region has eternal rights to leading the world. It's a combination of how enlightened is your leadership, what are the motivations for doing so, and they can easily happen within a century. Africa, with the resources that are built in just to the land and the people and the diversity, I don't see why Africa wouldn't lead the world for millennia to come. And so, yeah.
Yeah, I have to acknowledge this video from the TED people and copyright fair use policy. So let me acknowledge it, and so we are going to be reacting to this as part of the topic of discussion. So I'll play it for now, so we can watch it.
The earliest time measurements were observations of cycles of the natural world, using patterns of changes from day to night and season to season to build calendars. More precise timekeeping, like sundials and mechanical clocks, eventually came along to put time in more convenient boxes. But what exactly is it that we're measuring? Is time something that physically exists? Or is it just in our heads? At first, the answer seems obvious. Of course time exists. It constantly unfolds all around us, and it's hard to imagine the universe without it. But our understanding of time started getting complicated thanks to Einstein. His theory of relativity tells us that time passes for everyone, but doesn't always pass at the same rate for people in different situations, like those traveling close to the speed of light, or orbiting a supermassive black hole. Einstein resolved the malleability of time by combining it with space to define space-time, which can bend but behaves in consistent, predictable ways. Einstein's theory seemed to confirm that time is woven into the very fabric of the universe. But there's a big question it didn't fully resolve. Why is it we can move through space in any direction, but through time in only one? No matter what we do, the past is always stubbornly behind us. This is called the arrow of time. When a drop of food coloring is dropped into a glass of water, we instinctively know that the coloring will drift out from the drop, eventually filling the glass. Imagine watching the opposite happen. Here, we'd recognize time as unfolding backwards. We live in a universe where the food coloring spreads out in the water, not a universe where it collects together. In physics, this is described by the second law of thermodynamics, which says that systems will gain disorder or entropy over time. Systems in our universe move from order to disorder, and it is that property of the universe that defines the direction of time's arrow. So if time is such a fundamental property, it should be in our most fundamental equations describing the universe, right? We currently have two sets of equations that govern physics. General relativity describes the behavior of very large things, while quantum physics explains the very small. One of the biggest goals in theoretical physics over the last half-century has been reconciling the two into one fundamental theory of everything. There have been many attempts, none yet proven, and they treat time in different ways. Oddly enough, one contender, called the Wheeler-DeWitt equation, doesn't include time at all. Like all current theories of everything, that equation is speculative. But as a thought experiment, if it or a similarly time-starved equation turned out to be true, would that mean that time doesn't exist at the most fundamental level? Could time just be some sort of illusion generated by the limitations of the way we perceive the universe? We don't yet know. But maybe that's the wrong way of thinking about it. Instead of asking if time exists as a fundamental property, maybe it could exist as an emergent one. Emergent properties are things that don't exist in individual pieces of a system, but do exist for the system as a whole. Each individual water molecule doesn't have a tide, but the whole ocean does. A movie creates change through time by using a series of still images that appear to have a fluid, continuous change between them. Flipping through the images fast enough, our brains perceive the passage of time from the sequence of still images. No individual frame of the movie changes or contains the passage of time, but it's a property that comes out of how the pieces are strung together. The movement is real, yet also an illusion. Could the physics of time somehow be a similar illusion? Physicists are still exploring these and other questions, so we're far from a complete explanation, at least for the moment. If time does exist, you'll probably want a brief history of it. Explore more of the fundamental questions of our.
So yeah, thank you, gentlemen, for joining me today. This is going to be quite more of a different topic instead of talking about all the problems that plague us. But maybe it's good to be talking about other things that can enrich our ability to solve the problems, which is our perception of reality. If you don't have a good perception of reality, chances are that you are not going to be able to resolve those problems. The basic difference between human beings and animals that we like to describe, like lions, chimpanzees, fishes, is because of our ability to perceive reality differently, and that could decide the fate of any people. Like deGrasse Tyson said, we as a people can actually create advanced societies. It's just a matter of doing the right things, and he mentioned the key things: security, technology that they use to dominate the world. It's just basic stuff, and we marry that with our ability to perceive reality in a more accurate way. Nobody can say they know everything precisely, but the better you can perceive reality, the better you can stand a chance of surviving the world as it is. So that is why I thought we should discuss some of all these topics, like whether time is real or an illusion. Because I myself have often wondered, what would it be like without time? Can you even imagine it? Is that even possible to imagine a situation without time? How does that even make sense? Like that video said, maybe time is an emergent property. Maybe we are all single photographs or frames, but our minds are the video recorder or player that tries to make sense of the maze of photographs and tries to play them as a kind of movie that we perceive as time. Like this talk that I'm having right now is just an illusion to an extent. That is what they are trying to describe by time being an emergent property. It may not be true. We don't necessarily know which is which, but it's a very good question to ask. Why is it that we can travel in one direction in time, but we can travel in any direction in space? That is a question. But the one that really exercises me is to imagine a kind of existence without time. That is the one that really gets me going, because it's like an existence without space. If you don't have time, what is that like even? Because you can't measure anything. Can you do anything without time? Is that possible? If you can figure out if that is possible, maybe you can be able to pierce this question about time. So I will leave it there for now. Let me bring in the panelists, and I don't know how Ovie, whether Ovie is in this arena, but it seems he's a general generalist that likes that talks
I
about.
think I would like to start off with due respect.
Are you trying to say that Ovie is not qualified to
I
talk
don't
about?
know.
Yeah,
I'm not
yeah,
trying
go ahead.
Look at that. Ovie has surrendered in the
It's
first
a
already.
very
Let him go.
delicate,
Let him go.
it's very
Oh,
pertaining.
I
All
copy
okay
right.
paste.
then.
Yeah. So,
You copy peace.
all
Jefferson,
right.
yeah, please go ahead.
So,
So, what do you make of it? What you've just heard.
okay, let's start from somewhere. Time. You have seen the definition, right? They have told you what time is. Event. I can also say time is a construct, you know, and it can be seen as a lens from different people. It's not so. I'll put it this way: the way you observe an event it determines the length or duration of what is happening within that space. So as you are now, you're observing me, I'm observing you within a set time. So if someone else observes us, he's observing us from another set time, you know. So if you look at it, it's not, time is actually relative. So in time, historically, when during classical science, they did things so linear in a linear scale. So they use linear sciences to explain the physical, the macroscopic and the microscopic. And when they were doing that, they weren't getting as much accuracy in measurements, be it in length, be it in time, be it in weight. So it was when Einstein now introduced this concept and some other scientists were able to now realize that, look, we need to separate the classical from the macroscopic science from the microscopic. That's the reason why when you're observing microscopic organisms, right, it's the activity is different from when you observe macroscopic. For instance, I can throw this thing into the air. It doesn't mean that it's going to be the same trajectory that will happen on the macroscopic level. You understand?
Yes.
In mechanical, you use force to do things, but in the microscopic, everything is not about force. You have to use logic. So, and there's one science that they have at the time when it came to observing a cat in a box. I don't want to go much into that.
That is the uncertainty principle.
Yes.
The
Yeah,
Schrodinger's cat, isn't it?
yes.
Yeah.
So it was two line of thoughts. Did the cat survive? Did it not survive? But I mean, I don't want to complicate the house. But what I'm trying to say that time is a serious construct. It cannot be seen from one lens. It has to be
Yeah,
seen from
but
multiple
okay, let
lenses.
me ask you the question that gives me nightmares actually. Can you imagine any existence without time? Like, when they talk about eternity, it's supposed to be living forever and eternity. But
Yeah. So
could it exist without time?
so if you think about it, eternity has to do with something that does not have a beginning and something that does not have an end. Let that sink
Yes.
in. So in other words, for it to be in eternity, it means, of course, it means that you have been in existence from the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
So that thing, it never had any beginning. So if something has beginning, it has been there. That's always been there. So what's going on now is that in our reality, what is happening is that our reality is the world we are living in now. We are living in a trapped, so-called pseudo reality, where we have to experience transient moments.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You understand? So that's what we are all doing
Time-based
right now.
this thing
Exactly.
moments. Yeah.
So humanity will come in and come out. Wildlife, all manner of things, they come in and come out.
So
You
are you
know,
saying that like when the Bible or religion say that somebody when they die, if they are going to heaven, they will live for eternity? Does that mean that they've been around from the beginning, or they start
uh,
from that time to live forever?
so you see, in that context, I think it's subject to our Creator to decide, because our Creator actually knows who actually who is eternal, who is not. And unfortunately, it's not. Yes, everything is from eternal creation, but everything will not end up eternal. That's sad
That is
reality.
interesting point.
Hey, hold on. Quick question, sir, please. I don't
Mm.
want Jefferson to escape this. Jefferson, you were saying that at mechanical level, use force to do things, correct?
Yes.
And you were also saying that at microscopic level, you use logic to do things. What do you mean? You're not talking.
I will tell you what I mean by use logic.
Well, you don't use logic, man.
No. You use them. No, calm down. This is calm down, please. Let me explain this to you. What I mean, use logic. It's not about how much force you use. Logic, there's a different. You have to use a different approach to handle macroscopic activity. Everything is not force. It's not force. Look at imagine your GSM now. Okay, compare hammering a metallic plate or something into form and all that. Of course, those people that worked as smiths, when they are making different what they call it, cast or whatever, they use all manner of force. They hit bam.
But what do you mean by logic when you say logic?
So here is the problem. Maybe
you don't use. It's not about excessive force. It's about using a different methodology.
No, sorry. The reason why I'm bringing that to you, right? So if you are saying you use logic, you're not talking as a scientist, man. So
as a scientist.
Okay. At microscopic level, you still use fundamental forces, but it's basically on that's the quantum mechanics.
Exactly.
So you measure things in this.
About using excessive force. The kind of force you use on the microscopic level is not the same used in the microscopic.
Yeah, I think it's the term you use. Yeah, I think you worry about the term using logic I was a bit concerned.
I think the term you should be looking for is more high precision. This in application of
exactly.
high precision. This in movement and stuff.
Macroscopic. Are you aware that as we are, if you are accelerated literally at the speed of light, as we are, you will disintegrate. But the same light, if you accelerate it at the same speed of light, it will not disintegrate. Have you asked yourself why?
Why do you? What is the answer in your opinion?
Because the energy which is operating is different from the energy which you are operating. So
yeah, but the time you use a careful term that you said accelerate to the speed of light. But if you change it to if you arrive at the speed of light based on velocity growing, because you can accelerate slowly towards the speed of light, and you'll be fine as long as you don't get hit by any particle that's going to destroy you. So that's that. Can you imagine travel at 100 miles per hour? If somebody throws a stone in front of the car, it's going to destroy the windshield, wouldn't it? Imagine traveling up to the velocity of the speed of light. If any particle hits you, it's going to hit you like a bomb. So that is so velocity is different from acceleration. You use a careful term. That's why when you said accelerate to the speed of light, you're accurate. Nobody can stand that. I'm not even sure how many things can stand that apart from light.
Basically, changing velocity. That's basically what it is.
Yeah, and that is terrible. When somebody falls from a building, what is killing them is changing speed, acceleration, not necessarily the height, because they stop very quickly.
Yes, it's acceleration because
that's correct.
That's acceleration. You can say that. Yes.
So imagine accelerating to the speed of light. That's even worse. so go ahead. You want to say something?
You will shut up.
The way it was explaining that stuff, right? So because even at microscopic level, you still need force. So you have like quantum effect. You use even dislocation in mechanical. There are some form of mechanical terms going on the reaction, right? like dislocation effect. If you, the effect of dislocation, it's a combination of stuff. It's just that you should be talking of precision, and you measure things at a very, very smaller level scale.
And it also doesn't necessarily mean you don't apply a lot of energy into
You,
it.
you,
You
Because some of
apply
all
a
these
lot of
machines that
energy.
you used to,
There is
you
a
apply a
lot
lot of
of
energy to get to that point.
there is a lot of there is a lot of interatomic bonding. So there's a lot of energy also coming on. You actually use a lot of energy too.
To move your items.
yeah,
So
but
no, because if you look at those hadron colliders, the idea is to control very tiny particles, and to
For
do
father,
that, you
father,
apply
I
a
don't
lot
know
of
say
energy.
you understand science. So while I
Oh,
do,
look at this one. Look at this one.
father is speaking science. I need part. Father is blowing science. Yeah.
Oh my God! You think I'm a knuckle dragger and I don't do
Father
anything
is
at all?
everywhere, Sha. Father is quite broad, Sha.
So
Only say you know they submit to anybody.
I do. When you give me reason to. The point is, those hadron colliders, you require a lot of energy to even accelerate tiny particles. You see what I mean? So even people that manufacture microchips, the machines are very powerful machines, even if they have to operate at very high,
Oh
high
yeah.
precision
Oh
levels.
yeah.
So
Oh yeah.
yeah, you could still apply a lot of energy
but what
to
you need to
manipulate
understand
tiny
is,
particles.
for instance, I want to ask you a question. I know we need some level of energy. Like for instance, our phones and all these things that are using today. If you notice the level of energy being used to produce those things, it might say it's high, but I mean, maybe the devices are high energy. I don't really want to go into more of the dynamics of that, but when you produce all those chips, you will not use all those excessive energy that you are using to in the microscopic world to produce those things. For
True.
instance, now putting one, if you put it where you are supposed to use millivolts, you gotta put, let's say, like 5 volts, you will damage the whole circuitry.
Yeah.
Do you understand?
Yeah.
So that's why I said it's different. So in the microscopic world, you have the ideology, the methodology is different, very, very different. You know, even your thumb, even this our finger. In fact, if you notice, you have what they call clean rooms for chips. For instance, now the way we do behave in our kitchen, in our office, you don't need that in the clean room. Once you're entering a clean room, you must be extremely clean. The air surroundings will be full. The humidity, I don't want to go into much of it, but there won't be any of these dust particles, water molecules. The place will be airtight. Very, very airtight. So when you are now producing those chips, all those impurities will not be found on the circuitry.
Yeah.
Well, do you know? I was giving admission at University of Liverpool years ago to study nanotechnology and microelectronics. Because I never liked UK, that was why I abandoned it. I actually got scholarship to I think up to like 50% scholarship.
That's good.
But I needed them to give me 100%. Maybe that would have motivated me. But they are poor. They are poor UK, man.
It's like science, right? Do you do biological sciences?
The one that gives me nightmares.
Myself?
The question that's giving me nightmares. I wanted to ask that.
No, my first degree was in physics. I did the electrical too.
Wait,
I have
you
degree
read
in physics.
your first
I
degree?
read physics first degree, then I have degree in electrical engineering.
Okay.
You know, I wanted to do physics too. You know, physics is quite an important field.
Oh yeah, physics is life. Physics is life.
You
study physics, you know everything.
Engineering, it is even medicines, everything.
Yeah. Physics is so broad, right?
I think it's described as the mother of all
that
science.
is why you hear me kind of discussing those. So just like when we used to do physics, we do like mechanical courses, like those metallurgical and material science. I did a lot of them multiple times. Those dislocation, those brittle forces and stuff like that. We did a lot. They're very concentrated in electronics too, and electrical engineering courses. Did a lot of it. Biophysics, geophysics, as a matter of fact, which is
geophysics is quite interesting too. Geological stuff. We don't study some of all those things a lot, and we should be doing more of them because those. Sometimes I almost feel like some sciences are a little bit censored or almost classified. They don't. People pretend as if they don't exist. All those geophysics, geological sciences.
Science physics is life. Oh. My disappointment from Nigeria today, like I saw I think it was shows and I forgot what he posted about. Nigeria said something about first class, that they gave a lot. Private school gave a lot of student first class. Each time I see those statements, I'm like, bro, Nigeria are intelligent too. See, if we have standard universities with solid research lab, who would have been producing very good scientists that can compete all over the world?
But yeah,
When I speak with Nigerians, yeah, there are some crazy ones, but bro, we have children that are so smart, you will not even believe it. If the country can invest in those children, what they will bring out from Nigeria, you will be shocked. All this Yahoo you hear, like they will turn it to sciences.
So, but let's get back to the main topic, because one of them, the question I was asking that often I'm wrestling with all the time, at least I wouldn't say all the time, at least it gives me a bit of nightmare, is to imagine an existence without time. Can we, because I believe that if you can be able to picture an existence without time, you can probably understand something about the fundamentals of our reality now. And there is also in the video you saw when they said the emergent property. That is a very, very interesting term that people don't use a lot. Emergent properties, that in other words, if you look at the item fundamentally, it doesn't behave like that, but because in combination with their properties, individual properties, and they all come together, they create an emergent property. Just like a particle of water is not necessarily a stream. You see what I mean? But when they come together, they become a stream or an ocean, stuff like that. So could that be how time works? And if that is the case, it means time on the fundamental level doesn't have direction.
So,
I don't know what that is. Why does it have direction? Or does it flow like water? Is that the reason? So can you please give me an idea? Because this is something I feel like when we hear more about it, we might even be able to understand time better as it is right now.
So like I said, time is an event. So basically, you're not going to literally see time.
Sorry. It's why I was asking, because he's a physicist.
What was your question?
The question is, can you imagine an existence without time? That's what it's. I don't know what I call it, an existence. A way of experiencing reality without time. Can you imagine it?
No.
So
do you think God exists without time?
Without time, God exists.
No, God work with time too. I think the
So
world.
are you saying that God is subject to time?
No, look at it this way. So what God did is, currently we are in His temporal existence, because God is obviously eternal. So what God did is to create us in a temporal existence, to experience temporal life in this temporal basis. Do you understand? So because if we're eternal and we are to exist as eternal beings, of course, we'll not be stressing ourselves on so many things. Our thoughts will be at this. In fact, it will be greater than the speed of light. Anything we are doing will be like this, fast. In fact, beyond fast. You know, we can change.
That is very interesting, because at least you are trying to broach it. I don't know whether you are right, because he's trying to broach the question. He said our thoughts.
I'm telling you, because humanity, we're all within this temporal existence. We come in and we go out. So it's just like a testing ground. Testing ground. That's what
where is your camera?
Yeah, but so I think Jefferson is kind of looking at it from religious perspective too. But I don't think anything can exist without time. I think God Himself in the history of the world, if you believe in God, created the world with time, right? It was planned. So time
can
and
you argue that God created time?
Let me
allow Tony to come in. I must say, Jefferson is being touching on something that I never. He's
Exactly,
touching on something.
exactly.
Jefferson is
But he's
deep,
not
now. Jefferson is deep.
Yeah. Can the new person can the new person
exactly,
say
but
something?
You
but
just came in
it's
now. You
not.
just you just came in. You want to
I,
go to the front of the queue.
I,
I can fire.
Yeah, but
I don't
I'm
think
I am the new I'm the
I
new person.
You are not the new person. You are a regular here. What are you talking about? The new person?
um
I can fire. We know you
So
now.
we are trying to say
okay,
something. Let's try to say.
okay.
Go
Okay,
ahead.
I think Jefferson is trying to explain something that is very germane. You see, there are two realms. I don't want to be accused of being. There are two realms. There's a physical realm, and there's a supra empirical realm.
There's a
So
spiritual realm.
yes, yes, yeah. So
Okay.
the
I know why I'm
the
laughing.
this physical realm is the terrestrial realm, the one we dwell in. But beyond that, there's a realm, that is above us. So in the physical world, in the physical realm that we dwell, that's in the world that we dwell, man operates with time or in time. But when you go to the spiritual realm, there's no time, there's no space. So there are two different issues because again, if you allow me, if you go to the Bible, Paul was saying somewhere, he
Yeah,
say,
again, sorry,
uh,
you are explaining from
when he was
religious
talking
perspective,
about,
not from science.
and he did
Sorry,
say
Mr.
that,
Tony.
But can I say something now?
no,
Can
hold
I
on,
say
no,
something about this? No,
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 no, no,
I,
Mr.
no,
Tony, you are
no.
explaining
He
things
said,
from
behold,
religion, not
you
from
going off
science.
excuse me, let me finish.
you going off you
No, no,
going
no,
off
no, 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 no.
religion and
I'm just trying to,
Calm down, calm down.
I can
excuse
fire.
me, let me finish, please. You can intervene. Yes. So that's a view. You can accept it or not. And he was saying, behold, I show you a mystery. We shall not all die, but be transformed in a twinkling of an eye. Now he is speaking of a spiritual experience. He's speaking of a realm, that is not in this world. So God is a spirit, because you did talk about God, and in the spiritual realm, there's no time, there's no space. So that's what I'm trying to explain. So
all right, let me say something now.
you can see through, in the spiritual realm. There's no space. You are not limited by time, so you can twinkle of an eye,
Okay.
you can go ahead.
I can fire.
Yeah,
See,
all right,
see,
all right.
you can't jump
Let me
the
say
queue
something now.
I can fire. Come on, we have rules. We can't just jump the queue. People that were here before you, if we just jump you, let's say we jump you now and have other people speak before you, would you like it?
Too nice.
Let's try
I'm
to
a
be
new person. Come on. I'm
You're
a
not
new
new.
person.
I
You can
can't
you
fire. You're not new. What are you
these
going on about?
these people on the panel all are old on your panel. They
They are not
you
old.
hear
They
them
started
every
this
day.
show
You
started
guys are
25,
you are
27 minutes
wasting
ago.
time by going back and forth,
The
man.
show said, okay, let me just address the point so that we have a better idea of the point Tony made,
Let
because it's going to
Fafaya,
get
let
lost
me
in
let
everything.
me let me just come in
Okay, go
briefly.
ahead.
Yeah, why you don't talk
So,
now? Shoot.
sorry,
No,
sorry,
nobody
Okay,
sorry,
let's let's
sorry.
listen
let's
now.
let's
Now,
let's
You
let's
see,
let's
let's
talk like
let's
that.
sorry,
too
My
let's
nice.
guy,
You
be.
biased.
listen
You're
now.
I'm not
biased, too
biased. I
nice.
have to let people speak now. Come on, it's only fair now. It's not
Yeah,
fair on
I'm
them.
not talking.
Like
What?
like
Just
he
one second.
the historical pattern is the first person here. He hasn't spoken at all.
Yeah,
So
let
Yeah,
me
but
just say this
I'm
thing.
the first person here.
you want the
I am
scientist
the
to
first
talk.
person
once
here.
that
AY.
you were backstage, you were having
Because AY is a scientist, you want
Like, is
scientists to
there
talk.
I
anything that we
can't
will not
fire.
argue
Long
about?
time.
Like, is there anything that we will not argue about?
exactly.
Like,
So
crazy, man.
Ovie, so this one, this topic is a bit, I can see that a lot of people our people are a little bit shifting on their chairs. They are worried that they are going to offend their God when they are talking about because this topic is a little bit too far. It's going into realms and it's touching on their gods, so they are a little bit not very comfortable with it. So, but what do you make about this, though? How do you exist in a realm? Can you imagine any kind of existence without time? Is it so fundamental that even God, according to AY, has to conform to time?
I think it's Saint Augustine that says, if no one asks me, I know what time is it. If I wish to explain to him who asks me, I do not know. which is what I observed between AY and the other guy, trying to explain, right? That is because you have already subconsciously don't have already allocate time to it. Now, this is my own understanding of all this is when you go, when you decided to take yourself outside the right race, or if you go back to the time of during the on-time gathering, right? Even the first video you play about Tyson, right? They said, about a TED. It started by saying they use their imagination, they know what time is it and all that, then to the times of Albert Einstein and all that kind of thing. Now, from the time of Albert Einstein up to this point, it's pretty much, right, the rat race. If you take yourself outside that and you don't, how do you think you can still, that you still going to be this anxious or still conscious about time and all that? That's for me, that's one. Two, if I ask you, how many of your generation back can you remember? Let's use your grandfather, for instance. You remember your fifth grandfather? Does that mean he never existed? Does that mean, they could be more wealthier, more richer, more conscious, more educated than you, but you have no clue of this just 5 generations behind, maybe like 100 years. In other words, the possibility of your 5 generations to come will not even know who you are is pretty still there. So what are we talking about when we say time? So to me, time is life. Once your life is switched off, it's still in the air. So time is life. That's how I try to approach life this year. I mean, it's a journey, but I don't know. But to me, time is life.
But if time is like an emergent property, like they describe it as an ocean, just because a fish perishes in the ocean doesn't mean the ocean stops. So could it be?
That's why I say once your life is switched off, once you are dead, that doesn't mean the world is over. The world still continue, but your world has ended.
You see,
And
all right, can I say something now?
According to science, according to energy, they said matter can neither be created or destroyed, but can be transformed from one form to another. Now, if you have a high sophisticated scientific mind, you understand that nothing is lost. But it changes.
I just asked you about your fifth grandfather. Can you tell me anything about him?
What did you say?
Your fifth generation like your fifth grandfather. Can you tell us anything about him?
I may not be able to do that immediately. No.
And hold on.
I just said 50. What about if I say 10 or 20 here? Because you say there's nothing lost.
I want to ask something.
Can I say something now?
Because what you are saying, I'm coming. What you are saying has to do with memory. Memory is a specific aspect of matter itself and our particles, because everything you know is based on what is in your mind. But maybe reality is beyond that. It's not something you have to rely on memory to truly understand. Because you can forget everything you are, it doesn't mean it didn't exist.
Exactly.
You can lose your memory, but it still exists.
No, but if we don't know anything about billions of people that came before us, what the probability that we are going to, the billions that will come before us, we know anything about us?
But does that mean we don't experience time? Even when you have no memory, does that mean you don't experience time? Let's say somebody has memory.
Let's see from this angle. Are we more special than any other living things like goat, chicken, tree? Are we different? Are we special than them? If I were to use that word,
it's a key term that you're using. There's a lot of things coming up while we are discussing this. So
we think we are special. We think we are special than the next organism. That's why I'm asking that. We are not special than the next species. We don't believe that we are special than a goat or elephant or tree that is growing. That's what this is our own belief. Nothing to prove it.
How you look at it.
You can't prove it. You can't prove it. You are more special than the goat or chicken. You can't prove it.
The goat can't invent a car now. The goat is not inventing a car.
Let me say what I want to say.
Okay.
But this is why they talk. Would I not go allow me talk? I think you're quiet for like 1 hour. Only be quiet for like an hour. When I begin talk, no, but this is not. It's not fair now. When I begin talk,
let me talk and leave, right?
So my question is that una know all this thing where they talk. Now una don't talk and since una they argue. If we know this is what you do, why are they argue?
Ovie, please be in order.
We are still going to be coming round
speak and
around
leave,
anyway.
right?
So
Let
when
me
he
speak
speaks,
and leave, then you could have fun,
Fire
right?
speak, Femi speaks, and then yeah, let's not rush. There's no
I
rush.
didn't really speak.
Let's take it easy.
Can I get in now? Can I get in now?
Hold on now. Hold on. It's not your turn. Calm down. Let's
So,
do pastor
Fafana, can I
speak.
do 1
Then
minute?
it gets to
Okay,
you.
make
No,
me
Papa,
big.
sorry, Papa,
Bring
sorry. Pastor,
bring
sorry
Ovie
if
down
I
and
was
take me
loud.
up there.
I'm sorry if I was loud, but it's just that. For the past 45
I just
minutes,
want to put this argument to rest.
let me just apologize if I was loud. I'm telling you why I was
Could you
loud.
bring him down from up there and take me up there so I
it's
can
fine.
speak?
Apologize.
No need to apologize.
Thank you for
Yeah.
that.
No. It's not even an apology, but it's an explanation because I was here for 45 minutes
Let me
quiet.
show
Why
that
is that when I started talking, everybody started
this
jumping in
is
it? So it
non-alcohol,
doesn't make
okay?
sense.
Thank you.
This is
They don't
0%
want Rasta. They don't want Rasta to talk.
It's
No,
not
Same with
non-alcoholic.
you
That
can't be
doesn't
drinking
seem like
alcohol on the
non-alcoholic
show.
to me.
No,
look at it.
Answer.
0.0%.
Okay,
Okay.
zero. Okay. I can see now. I can see.
Yeah,
I hope you
alcohol
didn't pour
free.
anything
All right.
inside it.
Pastor,
Okay.
can you let me take 1 minute first?
Okay, so now let's clarify
Pastor,
because
first
you
time
had
I'm asking you for 1 minute before you speak. First time
Okay.
I'm asking you. You got to give it to me. Good.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, Father, the issue of time, right? So here is it. We got to look at this issue from two perspectives. From the religious angle and from the science angle. People that have been speaking, when Tony and Jefferson spoke, I think they were referring to the religious, which is the Christianity. Even though I'm going to disagree with them because even in the Bible, God said created the world for 7 days. He planned it the first day, he did the second day. So that shows you the importance of time. Me, from the Islamic perspective, in the Quran, God actually swore by time. So he said, with time, man is in loss, except those who do good, who advise others to do good, who are patient. So it's telling you, like, if you leave this earth on 100 years without be a good person, do good to people, be righteous, try to be patient with people, with the society in general, you are actually wasting your time. It's a lot. So when God call out things in the Quran like that, it showed the significance of that thing. So when it call out time, it showed the significance. So for me, from religious angle, I think time is very important and God work with time as well. So you might say
time, respect that time is important. Use your time to rebuild. That's
hold
time.
on
That's respect for time.
Hold on. So I would really love to hear everybody's view. So that I just want to open up that this thing is very diverse.
Tonight they have the same people talking.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Thank you.
You don't stop us to tell us you won't hear our view, even though they rebuild. Something is wrong with us. Something is wrong with us.
Let's leave it now. You don't have to call him out. You don't have to call him out. Pastor, welcome.
Something is wrong with us. There's something wrong with us.
We have to get to Icon Fire before he loses it.
Yeah, I'll be very brief because time is not something that you can just bind together, right? In physics, it's still being debated. It's in the case of Einstein, which will be like, believe it or not, classical physics, not quantumized physics. Time is like that, like a dimension, like the fourth dimension, from when you have weight, height, and so time is the fourth dimension in that sense. Ovie touched on the religious part of it. That's also time that we know the rate of change or something, but it's relative in Einstein's case. In the theory of relativity, you know that it depends on where you're viewing something from. It will affect the time. Or when you go close to a black hole, the time dimensions and its characteristics will be different. So it's
black hole.
Yeah. You know, so it depends on the observer, basically.
Pastor, are you
Yeah.
familiar with the age of singularity?
With who?
Age of singularity, which is where we are heading.
Yeah, well, singularity.
Hey, let somebody else. Let me get a talk, man.
when the
all gone
world
into the
started,
black hole.
right? When the world started, we had a Big Bang, for example. That's a singularity. And
The
No,
Big Bang.
we're talking about the coming together of
No,
human and machine.
let
Hey,
Pastor finish what he's saying
yeah,
because I
can
can
I
fire
say
will
something,
begin
man?
to go before he starts
yeah,
disrupting.
yeah. So
the
what basically, there's nobody who's gonna say this is the definition of time. Now we could look at those who've won Nobel Prizes in physics, such as Einstein and others. They have their theories, and a lot of it changed the world. We do know that. So you have the classical relativity, Einstein's theory of relativity, which is revolutionary. You know, that he has a special relativity that shows that time is relative to the observer's motion, and general relativity reveal that gravity can also affect the flow of time. So that's physics. Now, you guys earlier when I was coming in through the door, I believe I don't know if I heard him right. Even AY say he has a degree.
Einstein also
so
said
a
time
degree
and
in
space are united. That's the space time.
that's what I wanted to ask
That's
him.
other
Why do you
relativity.
think gravity affects the flow of time? The way he said it, Pastor.
yeah.
Why do you think
That's
gravity affects the flow of time?
right, because it's relative to the observer. They understand? It's relative to the observer. So when you are around a black hole, for example, right?
The
A lot
black
of
hole again.
yeah. What do you have against the black hole?
I don't know. Listen,
Let him
can
talk.
we let that thing
What
go?
do you mean? Go ahead. Let him talk. What do you have against that?
Let's leave it. I think his head is in the gutter. Let's leave it for
Okay,
now.
there's a gravitational field around the black hole that that's a threshold you cross and you can never come back, and that includes information. That includes light itself, right? When light if you pass a certain juncture, then you cannot come back from that. So that's the biggest gravity that that we've observed.
Hey, can I talk now?
Yeah. So let him go on and talk about that. What I'm saying is it'd be good if somebody could come up with a theory as we're speaking here. So there's no correct answer. It's relative, especially from the observer, which is every one of us here. So what you see with time is relative because it could be different from what I see. So I don't see any wrong answer.
But sir, time is only relative or that relative theory.
To Niger.
Theory of
To Niger.
in modern physics, time actually disappeared. That's why I was saying relative.
I was going to conclude with that.
Let's allow Pastor to complete.
Let me conclude.
AY said something now. AY talking about time disappearance. That is associated with that. Is associated with that age of singularity that I'm trying to talk about.
Let me conclude with that.
Look at the Wheeler theory.
AY, you only have a degree in electrical engineering. I don't know what it is. It has nothing to do with physics. Okay, so
no, he does have
physics. No, he's right. AY is on point. That's what I'm saying. You are talking about black hole. Forget black hole. Talk about quantum computing. We're talking about the emergence of human and machine.
Time is actually
will be irrelevant. We are talking about black hole.
My time now to Niger.
Time is an illusion.
My time now.
Philosophically, I think that
I agree 100%.
Right. So when you try to tie God in and try to demean God and talk nonsense about our Lord, you have to understand that if it depends on your
I spoke philosophically. I know that is religion. I don't know what
let Pastor finish smoothly so that I can speak.
Yeah.
Because there is now Amy
can you
out
stop
there and others.
Can you stop admonishing and start removing anybody who's
Femi, if you are there, you can come back. Your position is still in place so that he doesn't lose his place in the conversation.
Okay, if somebody else interrupt me, please remove them. There's no need to admonish them and say, don't do this, don't do that. Remove the person like AY, remove him from the panel. So what I'm saying is that when you look at God, if God's observation is from the whole thing, right? He sees yesterday, he sees tomorrow, he's seeing now, he sees it a million years from now. So he sees the whole thing at one time, unlike us, right? Even if you look at light, if you put it through a medium, they say water or some kind of a glass, then when that light goes through that that place is there'll be refraction. It's going to slow down. Do you understand? So the rate through which it travels through those medium is going to be slowed down and actually diffracted from going through a straight line when it goes through a medium. So when you're talking about God, that's a different realm. That is the whole thing. You could see a billion years from now. Finally, if you're gonna be playing with God, remember some of the things the Bible said. Nobody goes there to touch those things. God in the beginning says that there's no beginning and there's no end. So now physicists and others have been looking in the cosmos and they come out and they say, hey, there is no end. This universe is so big that it's no end. They go back. Oh, you boy is tough. You gotta give it to them. Plus, our own people who don't physics, they're able to look back to the beginning. You know, like when we send instruments into space to check time, going back. They look at when there's a Big Bang, for example. So now they put more precise instruments and they go and they discover some universes before the Big Bang. Before the Big Bang.
God.
So it's deep. Let's hear from
let's hear from
Fire. Thank you. Thank you very much. Don't play with God now.
You have been trying to blow up the panel for how many minutes now? You just came in and you were demanding to speak. Eh? So what do you think of the conversation? Eh? Can you imagine? Let me ask you, can you imagine an existence without time? And how would it look or operate?
No. No, I wouldn't do that. That's impertinent. That's presumptuous to think that way. First of all, God is time. It's called Father Time. Anyway, and also, the earth is God, and the dwelling therein. So when you look at we as a people, all people are part of the flora and the fauna of the earth. We are just more intelligent beings, animals. You see me? We can be eaten by animals and we can fill their bellies and they get to survive just like in the wild. So, but because we are very intelligent, we can actually kill all the animals. You feel me? So we are top predators. It's a the you see the apparatus of religion and those type of things is to give us a moral compass where that separates us from animals. You feel me? But a set of people have taken Kemetic cosmology from Egypt and have formulated religion to suit personal endeavors. Therefore, in essence, it's using a set of people in order to enrich them through the devotion of the religious apparatus, which should keep us moral. You see me? But they are using it in an immoral way in order to dominate. You feel me? In which it is telling you that in our minds God should exist. You feel me? But we should not see God as a instrument to use in terms of God will see you or God will punish you or anything like that, because God, which is time, which is flora and fauna, does not operate like that. And that's how they defeat us, the black race, because they have used religion in an immoral way to have us subservient You feel me? And now they're all rich because of the religions, both religions that they install on in Africa, which gave them um um influence over us, so we can enrich them all. You feel me?
Yeah, but
And
you see,
what I'm
I
saying,
hear
what?
what you are saying about God being time, because if you, I first when you said that, I wanted to just say that doesn't sound right, but there's a perspective you can look at it from, because time in a way reveals. Some people say it reveals all things, and is leads to judgment. If you
But look
if
at this.
you harvest today, tomorrow
When
you get
we,
reward based on time. Just like it will, God is going to punish the evildoers in time, but it doesn't
yeah,
necessarily
God
mean that is
cannot be
all God
God
is.
cannot
no,
be
all
time
right,
and fauna. It cannot be
look at
time
this.
That's
and
exactly the
fauna.
point I'm trying
That's
to make.
All
that's
That's the
not
right,
point.
that's
look
It
at
not
this.
doesn't mean it's not
No,
part of
no, hold on. All right, look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Right. Um, the structure of the world is set up in a rejuvenation process. That's the structure of the earth. That makes all of us flora and fauna. You feel me? Which is you were born and you go back to the earth, and you going back to the earth for, germinate or fertilize the earth, the earth, and it start all over again. Now where we are separated is our intelligence, our the spiritual aspect of us, which is soul. So your soul is we are a people where we have a thing called good and bad, which animals don't have. They have a built-in judgment system. You feel me? But we have to formulate an apparatus for justice. You feel me? For all of us to have a simulated um justice system. You feel me? In terms of, that's why the religion is a kind of justice system. You feel me?
yeah, but how what has
Where
that got to do with time? One, and secondly, it's not necessarily true that animals don't, on a more elementary level, doesn't have any sense of what is right and wrong. They know what is right and wrong for them, just like we know what is right and wrong for us, and that's where our laws tend to flow from. So to say that animals don't have that, I'm beginning to think that almost every creation has a level of consciousness, just in the different levels and in
That's
different.
true. That's true. That's true. We
well well
domesticate them.
well
We domesticate some of them, and they can understand. They have some sort of intelligence. It may not be as high as that of. I mean, you can take a pet, for instance, a dog, for instance. Say, sit down, sit down. Come, go and pick that thing. That's
yeah,
intelligence
but
that is
there are
exhibited
animals that
at some level,
there are
not as
animals
high as that of
but but there are
Homo
animals you
sapiens.
wouldn't but there are animals you wouldn't dare try to tame.
You see, you are assessing
It doesn't
within
mean
their own
they don't
domain.
have mind. They don't have
Within
a
their own domain, within their own
Okay,
domain, they know
but I'm
when to provide food. Hold on,
yeah, but
when to provide food
all I'm saying, all of
for
that comes with all of that comes with the creation of earth. All of that, it comes with, listen, all I'm saying is that of course they have thought, you feel me, but we have superior thought, and we have writing skills. We can write down memories and write down formulas for us to follow, and procedures for us to follow, and all that. So that's how that's how we become super predators, where we can dominate everything. You feel me?
Yeah.
In which that's how the earth is made for us to do. You feel me? But it's not made for us. But
But
we
how is it related? How how is it how is it related?
to what
Time.
time? Yeah, because we are
How
being
is it related to
rejuvenated.
time? All these things you're
Listen,
saying. How is it
listen.
related to time? Because
All
that's
right,
the subject of our
hold on.
discussion.
Hold on. Remember, we as a people are a recurring thing. rotate. We rotate. That's why we keep living, because we have children and grandchildren. So it's we as a people rotating. The grandparents gonna die off, and the grandchildren come up, and they gonna die off, and that's how the rotation of the earth. Nobody stays on the earth forever. You gonna go to 80 and 100, and then bye. You feel me? So that's how time. That's how time. Um, that's how you get replaced in time, but you're not really replaced. It's the Almighty doing it. Where just like the tree bear seeds and fall, if you may, and spring other trees, and one day that tree that bear all of those other trees, it gonna get old and die also. If you
Hey,
may, maybe not the same process.
Akafaya.
Yeah, but
In
I think
summary, sorry for that.
okay.
Akafaya, in summary, are you saying that God is time, like God's walk with time? Is that what you are
I'm
saying?
saying, of course, I'm saying that God is actual time.
Yeah, I get your point. Yeah, I kind of agree
Can
with
God die?
that.
Can God die? Does he have a beginning? Does he have an ending?
Where you guys are
No,
getting
No,
God
that's
don't.
not true.
God
So
don't
If
have
you
a
if you if you
beginning.
walk with
don't
time,
say that. Don't say we. That's a categorical statement. Don't say that's not true. I think you should let him share his own view. You have your own view, because I think you are talking from Christianity perspective.
No.
But the question I'm going to ask you, right? Let's go into the concept of what's it called, destiny. So the question you ask yourself as a Christian in Christianity, maybe Christians should help me with this. Does God know when you were given birth to? Does not know when you will die. Does not know when you will get married. Does not know all those things about you as a person.
All right, can I address?
Perspective.
Hold on.
I need
1
somebody that
second.
understands.
The Bible
Pastor,
implies that God is the beginning and the end.
Ah,
So he
Yeah,
knows what is happening in between and the
yeah,
end from the beginning.
yeah.
so
Ah,
that means God is
hold
time.
on.
God
One
understands
more
time
thing.
more than us. God walk with time.
What?
God
One
know
more
God,
thing. One more.
according to a religious
Time, don't you
perspective,
get it?
God know
It's like
when all
you
of
don't
What?
us
there
understand.
there are
Hold
two
on.
there, there are two different there are two different things.
You don't understand. Time is a
No.
construct.
Hold
In
on.
his
One more
dealing with
thing.
us, he walks in time, but he's not bound by time.
Exactly.
That is true.
You
So you change the
all
word
are
with time.
mistaken. Hold on. Y'all are mistaken. What God really is. A lot of you are limiting God to a physical structure of a man, and that is
Wait,
I'm not sure
who's
anybody is
the
doing that.
hold
I
on.
can.
limiting God? Who
Can
thinks
I
that is the
talk?
limiting God?
Can I talk?
Listen to my no, you listen to me. If you
Jefferson,
listen to
hold
my
on. Jefferson,
conversation,
just hold on. I
I
can find. I
Yeah,
don't think
we're not
anybody is
hearing you.
making God this
no,
into man.
I never in my conversation limited the Almighty God.
I
Never.
know we're not hearing you. Let me just say this. Let me just say this.
No,
Let
you
me just
cannot
say this. Let me just say this. You feel me?
I belong.
God cannot. God is not a man, and we should not think about God in terms of some individual. You feel me? God is actual. Listen, hey, calm down. Let me talk, man.
No, you calm down.
Listen, God is chemistry. White people have been using God in order to conquer us. You feel me?
God is
God is
chemistry.
God. God, yes, God can
God is
be.
chemistry. God is time. God
Hey,
is
can I?
law. Come on,
Hey, to
that's
Niger.
what school of thought is that?
Let some people be
I can
quiet.
fire. Hold on. I can fire. Hold on. We are talking about time. There's no stretch it into other areas. The idea
Yeah,
is
but it's
to
the same
understand the
thing.
fundamentals of time.
It is the same thing. When you die, it is chemistry that breaks down your body and
Yeah, but we are not talking
distribute
about
the.
chemistry. We're talking about time.
But it is time.
Time
It is
is not
still
the same thing
time.
as chemistry.
You don't. It is the same thing, bro. Let me tell you. We are biology. We as a people, we are biology. That is chemistry, dude.
And that
I
biology
don't.
is your body time.
Yes.
Your body can't see. Things exist in different forms. I can fire. Things
You
exist in
Oh my
cannot,
different
God.
forms.
hold on. You cannot exist without time. When you are conceived, they time you by 9 months.
Yes,
When
but that
you are
doesn't mean
when
you are time.
but you cannot exist without time. So hold on. What you cannot hold on. We are also part of God, right?
Mm-hmm.
Time. We are time.
Yeah, we are. See, it's like saying just because we need food that makes us food. It's not the same thing. They are with the concept.
Of
I understand
course
what you're
we
trying
are
to say
food.
from that point of view,
Well,
but the concept we are
tell the
discussing
lion.
is
Hold
time
on.
in itself.
Tell the lion that you are not food.
Oh, look at that. How can you say that? That is not the same thing. We are saying the concept of being food.
It is the same thing.
The concept of being food is something that you eat, but it doesn't make us food. You see what I mean? Like
You
an
are
antelope now. See, an antelope
you are
in the desert is
food.
not necessarily
You
food.
are food. You are food to the lion, to the bear. You are food.
You are shifting the argument to fit what you want to say. When you want to discuss a specific subject, let's say dentistry, you don't say
Yeah,
everybody's a
but
dentist because teeth has everything to do with people. You
but
don't shift the
bro,
argument that way.
how can we separate ourselves from time? How is that possible?
Okay,
To
and then
Niger.
fine. Is everybody a dentist?
It's not superior as time.
Yeah, but my point is
Dentistry
that
dentistry is
you
not
can
superior
argue
as
that
time.
everybody's a dentist because everybody has got teeth and everybody knows how to brush their teeth, so they're a dentist because you have some qualities that relate to the dentist. But when you want to discuss dentistry, there's a specific arena that you can discuss it. Like we are trying to discuss time now. We all know we are subject to time in so many ways. That doesn't make us time itself.
But why do you argue that
Exactly.
point? Because it's like why would I even speak about why would I even argue about me as a person and time different? Why would I do that?
Because you want to
That
understand what that phenomenon is.
there is no understanding there to Niger. That's a commoner's way to think. We can't think like that.
We are
As
able to
someone
talk.
who has
I'm able to talk to you all the way from the UK, and you are in America. The reason why I'm able to do that is because somebody has found out that there's this in time dilation that occurs between this in objects on the face of the earth and in space, and they are able to
that's just
use that
being
to build systems.
you're just talking about the intelligence that that the earth accommodate us to,
No,
or that
it's
god
the it's the understanding
god.
of the fundamental nature of time, how time behaves. That is what I'm talking about, and that's what we are trying to get to here.
Father, can you repeat how does it behave in terms of space and time?
Because if you are traveling faster, time travels slower relative to some other person that is not traveling as fast.
No,
Yeah,
And
you
actually,
can
that refer to there is what's called Heisenberg uncertainty principle in physics that
that
you
one is
can't
quantum
determine.
physics now.
Yeah,
Mm.
you can't
all
determine
right.
the time, space, and time at the same time of a particle. So you can't. Where if you are looking at
I'm
the
gonna
time,
show
you look at it
I'm gonna
from the
show you
medium
something.
or from science perspective. That's
I'm
why it's very
gonna show
important.
you something scientific to Niger. You are arguing a wrong point. You can go faster than sound. You can break the sound barrier. You feel me? And but it's harder to break the light barrier. It's easier to break the sound barrier, but it's harder to break the light barrier. It's harder to be faster than light. But you've never heard of anybody trying to race time. Never. It's in goddamn possible.
It sounds like as impossibility because there was a time we couldn't break the speed of sound, and it sounds like you can't break the speed of light.
Yeah, but
It
but
might
time is
just
infinite.
it might be
Time is
possible.
infinite. Time is infinite.
It's not
That's why
infinite.
it
There's a
cannot be.
specific.
That's why it cannot be raced. You can't race time because it's infinite.
It's not infinite. It's 186,000 miles per
If
second.
you can travel the speed
Time
of
is not
light,
infinite.
time can
186,000 miles per
and go
second.
backwards.
It's very slow.
Yeah,
As a matter of
even
fact.
if you go faster than the speed of light, you still there's time. You're still between time.
No, okay, let me give you this. Let me give you this so you understand what I'm talking about. There is a theory out there that believes that everything is going to expand just like the universe is expanding now. Everything will be destroyed, including atoms, electrons, including time. Remember, time as is described is tied to space. Space too will be destroyed. Everything will be destroyed, and there will be no time. So your problem
Who
is that
told
you
you
don't
that? Who
understand
told
those.
you that?
That is the
What kind of
theory
study is that?
Theoretical physics.
that
To
believes that the
Niger, he's right to
universe
laugh
will
at.
rip apart.
Okay.
So
Every
you're
universe
so
will be
hold on,
Ekan,
Mhm.
let's
Two
be
Niger.
honest.
Do you believe that the world is going to end?
Mr. Fire,
That,
please.
you
Mr.
believe that
Fire,
the earth?
No, the world ends all the time.
Mr. Fire,
Experience
You
a lot of
believe that the earth?
world ending
You
in
believe
my
that
life.
the earth is going to be destroyed?
Please mute
See, I
Mr.
was
Fire,
not
please.
there, but it's not impossible. We've seen worlds being destroyed in the
Okay,
universe as
Niger,
we
I
are.
want to return the moderation.
I'll mute myself.
You got a lot of people who want to speak, so that me who
Okay,
have
I
already
think let's
spoken.
let new people speak, please. I
Yeah.
think I Can Fire has had quite a lot of time, so he's not going to get cross with anybody now. Because I think clearly, I speak the truth is going to be the last of the last.
Yeah, but please let's not talk about the black hole no more.
Let's leave. Why are you so worried about that? You have quite a vivid imagination of dirty things.
He's got his,
but it's all right.
His mind in the gutter.
I don't know. I don't know what he's about these things. Support diaspora voting. Welcome. It's been a long time, you know. Hey, now that he's here, it's going to start a lot of problems now.
Where this one for come out?
You're gonna leave my friend alone. You're gonna leave my guy alone.
Long but firm.
Yes, bust
leave
out
him
now.
alone.
Look at how fresh he's looking. So is this thing? This question is. I'm really trying to see whether somebody can get on with this thing, because I really do like the way Jefferson is actually trying to answer this question about: can you imagine a way to exist without time? In other words, if God that created the world created time, what kind of existence does that entity has that has no time? How do they operate? And if we truly understand that kind of existence, then we might be able to tell the difference between that existence and our own, that the time that we are experiencing now. And if we can understand how we experience time now, it might actually make us capable of doing all kinds of different things, because this is how we as living creatures has advanced to this level where we can pierce an atom. We can understand physics to the point whereby we can make compensations with satellites and ground stations to calculate precise position of objects. So these things sounds unconnected to progress, but it's very, very fundamental, because the more you understand about the reality of the world you live in, maybe that is the whole purpose of life. The more you can do great things in this world. But I don't know what you make of it. If you cannot give us an idea of how to exist without time, that would be great. Because I'm really struggling to understand it myself.
Impossible, man.
It's impossible.
Okay.
What's it with you?
Impossible.
Whoever can answer that question might win the Nobel Prize. Go ahead.
Okay. Hello, everybody. How are you doing? Been a while.
Welcome.
Surprised.
Yes.
We are still. I'm surprised we are still talking and not acting. We are still coming here, and Nigeria still where it is, Africa still where it is. But we're not doing anything about it.
Are you in Nigeria?
Did you see all the protests for Traore? People are acting. All this stuff talking. This is how it starts.
No, I think the pace is slow, because if you are talking, it's slow. They move faster. But if we
Assad is looking for people to go to Nigeria with them with some AK-47, so you can talk to
Pastor. Anyways, to your question, yeah. What is time? First of all, find the definition of time. What was it called before it was called time? That word time, when did it start to exist? And the first language or lingua that described the word, what we experience right now, what was it called? And I think it wasn't called time. It was just called seasons. Because if you say time, that means we are being programmed, as in we are just robot programmed. That's why there's time to program all of us to work with the time. But I don't think there is time. There is just season. It was humans that just created time for programming, to monitor, how we do things, to direct how we do things, to just make maybe better human understanding on how we do things. But itself, in terms of creation, I think time was not there. It was just seasons. It was just like this will happen, this will happen, this will happen. It was just a circle that's happening. Humans on their own just sat down like, okay, we are this, we are that. Remember, if you say time, yeah, days are also time, months are time, years are also time. You understand? Initially, this time was not up to 12 months. Yeah. It was humans that still had one to do together and made it 12 months, which is time. You understand? So it was humans who created time. Time have never been in existence. Time was just created by humans to put us where we are today. And you might say it is progress because that is what we know. If there was no time, if it was something else, and we were created to meet that stuff, we would have still believed that thing that we met is still the best, not the time that we are seeing right now or we're used to right now.
But
So
did we create it or discover it?
No, we created it.
No. I think he's talking about wristwatch. He's thinking of time as the wristwatch where we have the 24 hours
You're
a day.
My point. Now listen.
There has always been time since inception. So it was descriptive, not in terms of time.
That's what I'm saying. I want you to see like that. It was season. That's what I think is what time.
Yeah, I agree with you.
It was season, like or like period.
Yeah.
After rain for a period of time. Sun for a period of time. Maybe Hamatan is some region, or winter and summer and spring is some region.
So what will you say for a day in terms of how it was season? Like let's say daily, like anything. Like
the going down of the sun is what describes what time is.
Time, exactly. That's why I say it was season and period. It wasn't time.
I agree with him.
Okay, look at P. Let me interject you for a second.
Yeah, but it's not time.
No. I thought you were going.
It is the Egyptians. It is the Egyptians that discovered the counting of time. The Egyptians.
Yeah, let me make this contribution. Then I'm gone. So far, the question you're asking.
I think let's Loco finish. Then
but Loco has come in not to allow others to interject and not others. So what you have to do is to let me interject and I'm gonna leave.
So
the point I'm making is that just hold on now.
I think he wants to finish his point, Panzer. Let him just finish.
No, but he's allowing others to interject. Why not allow me to interject?
He doesn't have to allow you now. That's the point.
Yes, he does have to allow me. He does have to allow me. He allows others. You say we're gonna be one content. If he doesn't allow me based on tribe, then we'll go to tribal. Right? If he doesn't allow me based on tribe, we'll go to tribal talk. I'm saying that I'm interjecting him to say to you.
You are a minority among the majority.
No, what I'm saying, if he brings tribalism, I like it. Then we'll do it. Then listen to what I'm saying. I'm leaving in a minute. Listen, here's what I'm saying.
Allow him speak. You can't just release somebody.
Let me ask him again. Local P. Let me answer Forefather's question, and I'll leave.
No, don't answer the question now. He's the one talking.
No. If you ask me to get permission from him, so shut up. Let me get permission from him, right? Forefather,
calm down.
Don't ask me to go get permission from him, and then you be the one to tell me no. So be quiet. Let me.
Yeah, to Niger. Let him talk about the black hole to Niger.
No, it's not. It's not. Here's the point. Forefathers, that's a theory that we live in a simulation, right? That's a physics theory that we live in a simulation that we were actually created by certain aliens. That goes back to the Bible, who created the world, right? If you live in a simulation, so if you want to continue, go ahead. I will leave. And Local P, sorry to interject what you're saying, but go ahead. I'm gone. It's a simulation. I want you to look at the theory.
Okay, bye, Pastor. Don't come back.
Pansad, you're an
Why?
alien.
Don't be so mean now. AY.
But
Why are you
jokes,
being
for
so
brothers,
mean lately? Eh?
jokes apart, yeah, we'll just try and we try and refocus this channel because look, my brother, sometimes I just wake up and like just tired of coming to this place because we just talk and talk and talk. We have the same arguments forth and back every time, every time, every time. Like we just enjoy it. You know, sometimes it hurts me when I see like, man, I just want to see one step forward, like, or maybe a giant step for this channel, this program. One like, yeah, this is the impact. But for years, man, we've been doing the same thing, talk and talk and talk and talk and talk. We argue with each other, hey, this and that, shut up, hey, this and that. Hey, let me speak. I'm not a tire, sure. Sometimes it just get boring, man. It just get annoying sometimes, bro.
See
You
that
know,
point you're
look,
making.
people,
I
wait,
feel
hold on, let me
how you
speak,
are
man.
feeling.
Hold on, brother, hold on.
Okay, go
Other
ahead
race they
now.
move, other race they move forward. We know they move. You know they bother now. I don't understand. Other race they move forward. People they do things. Other countries, I will not they bother now. Say, man, your people will not do anything. Not they bother you. Every time come here, the same thing, talk, hey, this, hey, let me speak, hey, this and that, shut up. This and that, I have to speak, let me interject. I mean, come on, man. When they cost us as black people, one want to wake up like, man, it's not for this bullshit. Things happen for Africa, things happen for Nigeria. It's not the pain, not the trigger now. Like, what the fuck, man? Why? Why? You know the pain I say, man, go other country, they treat you like bullshit, like animals for or other continents or for other countries. Then our own place, so we will turn against each other all the time. And we will come on this platform, say we see they argue with each other every time, they argue with each other all the time for years, back in year in, year out. For what? How long? Sometimes coming with a retired person now. If I thought we want to maybe joke, we can joke, but sometimes when it comes to serious business, we should be serious, man. By now, I believe say men that want to talk about it, like, man, enough of all this bullshit. When? Person one year, person not the old together, we'll see their liver like this. Our children will come now, we'll see suffer the same thing. We're not thinking why? Which kind of program? Now we just swear for which program one program also want to wake up when?
See. Let me say something.
When?
I think what you are
When,
saying.
man? Come on,
I
when?
was like you, and sometimes you can't force these things. This is a
It's not
humongous
forced.
situation.
It's just like it's not forced. It's like think, not before think.
We are thinking. See, what I found is
Just
that
think.
people that make progress have to start thinking intellectually at a higher level. When you look at the Asians, you look at the Europeans, you have to. We barely have this type of this conversations. I can tell you right now on Nigerian TV or channels, they don't talk about this stuff. They don't. All they
Yeah,
talk about is
Nigerian TV and
church
channels,
and
they
all
do.
this
No, hold on,
nonsense.
hold on. Let me tell you why they do that. They don't do that. Why? Because they put a law whereby the founders, the owner of these channels, they are in bed with these people. And NBC, the Nigerian Broadcasting Organization, whatever, Nigerian Broadcasting NBC Corporation, put a law and tell your people, if my talk this kind of thing will come for you guys. We already have your secrets because you've been in bed with us. That's why we give you
Imagine.
license to do your shit. You understand? So when you see people like the Shehu Okinbaloye or the Abati or the whatever don't speak, you see them before. Sometimes they're like, okay, man, because of my salary, let me just do what I'm doing. After all, the rest are not serious. You understand? Then the few ones where they're serious, other people they tear them down. And when they keep quiet, they look. You understand? People they drag them down because of
Hey,
peanuts. Just
diaspora
keep quiet.
voting.
It's
You
Hey,
also
understand? So
diaspora voting.
it
You
takes
know
a
we
long
are.
time. No, let's not change the topic. I think he's just expressing a frustration that
Yeah,
we are not
I'm just
finished.
gonna explain something to him about what
No,
he's
no, no, no.
saying. If you move,
We have to get back to the topic. We have to
one, just one
we have to
second, two
maintain
nights, man.
discipline. We have to maintain discipline
One
to an
second,
extent.
two nights, man.
We just talk about maintaining discipline. We want to start doing the same thing again where we start talking about other topics. Let's stick to these topics because in the
no,
end,
see, I was talking about
we're
Yeah, but
talking
your
I
about
wanted to talk
my
to the.
anger was
I
just
wanted to talk to the big man.
there is time to
We
talk
can't talk
about
to.
those things. This is not the time. Funny enough, we are talking about time. This is not the time. This is the time to talk about time. Let's try to stick to it, and it is quite important. I don't know why Pansat distracted diaspora voting because he was making some points about that I felt like I
Two
need to
nights.
ask.
This argument is not important. Stop playing.
Actually, it is important. You may not understand it,
No,
but
it's
it
not.
is. please go ahead. Support diaspora voting. I've already tied the reasons why I think it is important, but you may not believe it. Diaspora voting. Please. What were you saying
I was
about
talking about
time?
like time, about yeah, like it was humans who created time, you understand, because they understood what seasons and period were. Why is this happening? And over a period of time. So they sat down and they um, um, maybe invented what we call maybe time programming, which went down to the smallest entity, which is seconds. You understand, or milliseconds. They were able to break it down to that, and so that by the time the program starts, counting and counting, because on a very good day, who told who brought the speed of a second to be just like that, 1 second? Why not second be going faster on the data? You understand? So somebody sat down and like decided to say, okay, second is like this, minute moves like this, then hour goes slower than that. Before you see 24 hours makes a day makes a whatever. So somebody did all that. It wasn't in creation, like I said. So but somebody did that because of what they were observing from seasons and period, maybe studying weather, studying God, studying creation, studying, you understand, humans are philosophers, you understand, by nature, so like that was our time and whatever came. But if you say season and period, season was in inception, you understand, it was there, because there's rain, there's sunlight, there's, you understand, there is Hamatan, it has always been there for inception. So those are be there. So if you say maybe what you say God is time, no, I don't think God is not time. You can't even say God is season or God is period. The creation is just the creator. You understand? What the creator created is what humans experience, and what human experience was how human created this time that we call time. You understand? So when we say everything happens in time and season, you understand, and periods, those were how I think time came about. So
Yeah, is time real? Is it like an illusion, really? Like some people believe that because of the continuous breakup, it's like, you know how video players work, whereby they do frame to frame, but because it's moving in sequence, it seems like it makes sense. Could that be what we are experiencing? That the universe is actually discrete in terms of individual frames, for want of a better word.
No, but it's
But
the going
because
for
down of
me,
the sun that counts
for me,
time. It's the
for
going
me,
down of the
I
sun.
think
You can't
for me, I
you
let's
think
can't count
that's not
time
fire. You are
without the
really
going
you are
down of the
you
sun.
are breaking the thought, the chain of conversation. It's not
for
fair.
me, for
You
me, I
just
think
come up with
that
something totally different.
for me, I think if you are talking about picture frame, nothing in life for me, I think happen in sequence. Everything is just happen like not planned, not programmed. If it's programmed, nobody has a proof. But if it's the season and the period, you understand that you say, okay, maybe they are programmed. Yes, they are, and programmed and also altered by some other forces of nature. As in, it cancels itself. So sometimes the exact day that rain fell today, next year rain will not still fall that same day, but it might fall that period. Maybe throughout the month, rain may fall the third week of maybe
Yeah, but
March.
is that not a
Yeah,
scaling issue? Let me give you an example. Let's say you are in you are watching waves of water, like when water is coming in and crashing against a rock. That water that is flowing from the ocean and coming in, they have their path. Even every single particle have the path they have to travel. Even if they are
Hey,
all
True
not
Niger, I have to
uniform.
go. I've run out of time.
Yeah,
if
interesting,
you
isn't
say
it, about
okay,
time?
first thing first, yeah, if you say maybe like water slamming against the rock, yeah, not all the time, because there are times where the tide will be high, water will not slam against the rock. When the tides will be low, so when tides will be high, then you see that. When the tides is low, you won't see that. So those are also forces of nature that's affecting that. Then when you say water has a source, origin, flow, whatever, those are gravitational. Those are forces which are due to gravitational forces that's making it flow from one place to another, not flowing opposite side. No matter how the season, no matter what,
exactly.
it will always
That's
flows
my
one
point.
side.
That's my point.
So if it flows one side, that has to do with force and gravity, which is
Yes,
nature.
but from the point of view of the particles in that water, they are flowing in one direction that they don't have any choice about.
Which is
One of them
force. You know,
cannot decide that. Yeah, but
talk about that.
that's what I'm trying to say, that maybe the universe we are experiencing now, there is a force out there driving us in a given direction that seems to make sense. It doesn't necessarily mean it is real. Like those particles moving in that direction towards a rock, they don't have a choice. They have to flow in that direction based on the forces you describe, which is gravitational forces. They will flow, hit the wall, and come back. They can't travel backward by themselves. You
Yeah,
see what
but
I mean?
yeah,
Just like we
fine.
do
This is what I'm
through
saying.
time.
So it's force, right? It's force. Look, for that. Like a system. It's season. If a period of time you have a Harmattan coming, like maybe the beginning of, like let's say Africa now, beginning of December, January, you have a Harmattan, and it happens first time. Okay, maybe what kind of season is this? Oh, we now start like next year it happened again. Oh, next year happened again. So we can start counting. Okay, let's see when it happened this year, and let's start counting the days. We'll say, okay. So after 365 days, we experienced it again. So that is now human coming with time to say, okay, after 365 days, we experience Harmattan. You understand?
Yeah, but what you are describing is them measuring time, but time is already happening, isn't it?
Which is the season. You are saying it's time, is season.
Yeah, but you are even the seasons is
They
just a
say time.
reflection of
Just say
what
time.
is already happening. Time is already happening, whether you like it or
Yeah,
not.
yeah.
It's already
Time.
happening.
That is time actually.
Okay, fair. Like I said, yeah. If there was another word it was described with, we would have go with that word. But like I said, in Inception, it was like, okay, maybe already programmed for this to happen for humans to survive. If this thing is not happening, humans will not survive. You understand? If there's continuous rain and no sun, probably humans will not survive. If there's continuous sunlight and no rain, probably humans will not survive. So a little bit of all these seasons, 4 seasons, will happen for humans to survive. So you might say is time, but in Inception it was like routine stuff that will happen for human beings to continue living. So it's not that we are living in circles. We are living in.
But it's time. You need to accept it's time.
Hold on.
If you want to understand it, you need to ask yourself, what is time?
And that is why humans now came in and start counting this circle to call it time.
Yeah.
So that doesn't mean we. That doesn't mean we humans we are evolving like it. That doesn't mean we are evolving like a circle. We are going in that circle too. So it's
I
like,
think
because if we are going in
Loco
that
did
circle,
justice to this thing. Yeah, he was
you
supposed to
understand,
explain
if we are
some
going
stuff.
in that circle, that means we will be repeating ourselves over and over again now. We are not going in that circle. We are going straight.
And that is the point of time. They
not
said
coming back.
time travels in one direction. The problem is you can't go back.
But okay, hold on. But the time you are saying now, those seasons now that happening, they don't go in one direction. They happen over and over again.
Yes, but they are not time themselves. They are
more like
just being affected by time too.
I know, but those are seasons.
Yeah,
they are indicators of time.
Yeah, exactly. They're just events, just like we are experiencing it, just like they are experiencing it too. We use them as markers. The seasons, we use the seasons as markers. Just like we go to sleep and wake up, they go through the earth go through its seasons too.
Okay.
So we are all experiencing time, and we use the seasons as markers, just like we mark the road where we are traveling on the road. So we use the seasons as markers.
Exactly.
Father, I speak the truth here. Let me just remind you before you
I speak the truth. I'm trying to ignore him as much as I can. The guy has been very annoying lately with all those strange names. Now he decided to change his name back to I speak the truth. I'm just trying to pretend as if I didn't see him. Welcome, I speak the truth.
Before you receive some blow.
Before he starts another wahala for me again. Nobody needs that wahala. Thank you, I speak the truth, for joining us. So this time discussion, I really find it fascinating because it's one of those areas that even till today scientists are struggling to even understand because it's so strange. And when you even discuss it with philosophers, they will be like, how does God exist without time? And I'm very fascinated with the ancient religions that they claim originated in Africa that actually had a more it sounds even very very advanced form of this way of thinking about reality. They knew a period when there was no time. They believed they believed in a period when there was no time, how everything emerged. Even the creator, I don't know whether they said the creator emerged from this thing from nowhere, something like that. So what do you make of this time? Because I believe that if you can understand an existence without time, a universe without time, or something without time, we can be able to understand time more, what it truly is to us. And if we do, who knows what we can do with that?
All right. Very interesting. I'm listening to everybody, right? I'm just trying to get an
Hold on.
idea
So,
of.
speak to please.
Can you hear me?
When you say time, define that the time. Which time are you talking about? Define just definition of what you're saying.
I think time basically is the idea that the way we experience things, like what we are going through now, is a way of experiencing the universe from one moment to another. If you don't experience the universe, you don't know time. Like somebody that is in a coma doesn't know time. You see that? You have to experience something. So the question remains: can you experience something? Is there a realm you can experience something without time itself? See what I mean?
Is that a question for me or for who?
It's for you. It's for you because look what has it.
Oh, okay. Because I
Answered.
couldn't hear. Yeah, I've been listening to everybody and interesting, but I think this is just one of those topics where, depending on how you're looking at stuff, you probably will not come to a general agreement or conclusion. So, if we were to look at it just strictly from a scientific point of view, or Western, which is a word I know you really don't like, but a Western point of view, scientific point of view, then yes, everybody will be right. You know, it's an abstract concept. It's a societal creation. But interesting enough, and which is what I think Iconfi was trying to bring up, and it is something you mentioned just now, and I was kind of shocked because you tend to not want to look at things from an outside of the scientific realm. And you mentioned, like, okay, depending on what realm or you brought in the religion aspect, or maybe spirituality aspect. And I think, in my opinion, and I wouldn't want to delve into it too much. I think if we're looking at it from a human aspect, based on science, you guys are the scientists. I'm not a scientist, so I really know like the basics, and I can only learn from you guys. But if I was to look at it from a spiritual aspect, like you just mentioned one of your last statements, I think yes, understanding that we are not the only beings. I mean, this is also controversial because if it depends if certain people don't want to believe that, right? So if you understand that we are not the only beings and we are on a certain dimension that other unseen beings are on. You get what I'm saying? I don't know if I'm making sense, meaning there are other beings we can't see that are on in a different realm and in a different dimension. But if you understand, for example, African science, for example, ilm in Arabic and things like that, there are ways humans can communicate with them and they can communicate with humans, even though we are on different time. Meaning, let me give a quick example, maybe you'll understand. We're living with, for example, these beings that at the same time we are probably not the same age, if that makes sense. Like,
At the same time, but not the same age. What does
yes,
that mean?
meaning, like, say they're 17 years old is probably like 600 years of our own time.
Yeah,
Okay.
You get what I'm
yeah,
saying? So
Mm-hmm.
when they're 17 years old, in our own understanding, they are like they've lived for 600 years in our own understanding of time.
Mm-hmm.
So when you understand that, then I think, again, I guess it just depends on how you're looking at it.
Yeah, I speak true. If you don't mind, don't be
Yeah,
offended if
go
I
ahead, go
have.
ahead.
Yeah, so what he's trying to say is that look, they are multidimensional existence.
Mhm.
So, for instance, just like we have 365 days a year, which is what we end up with, even though even in Igbo cosmology we have 4 market days and all that. I don't want to really digress. So our 365 days is different from other people's calendar. In fact, even in planet Earth here, China calendar is different from Arabic calendar, is different from other calendar. You
That's
understand?
fact.
So,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, so
Even Ethiopia, self. Ethiopia, they
Ethiopia
2000
is
years.
here. So we have different calendars. You understand? So, and of the truth, we have different dimensions. We try to play it down. I could tell you one thing. Let me just joke about this a bit. In our geography, some of us that did studied in Nigeria, we're used to being told that the planet is 9 planets. So my wife was telling me, look, Pluto does not exist anymore. I was arguing with her. I got into argument with her. This was 3 years or maybe 4 years ago. So at the time of I recently went to NASA, and then I went to go and confirm this. I even bought a book. And of the truth, Pluto does not exist anymore as compared to before, which is to say things are changing. You understand? The way we see things, in fact, the sciences, so many things are changing. So you see that there are so many planets that are in existence. There are so many things. For instance, Area 51 that we all here. If you have watched Independence Day, they jokingly talk about Area 51 and some other scientific movies. They make it look so exciting, but they are trying to tell you, even people that are in the military, they will even tell you that, man, look, there are some secret things that they don't want people to know. Then the issue of that collider that they have that cell you have in Europe, where they are accelerating particles. My friend, it's not just why would scientists spend so much billions, millions to be accelerating particles? Think about it. No.
Let me interrupt Jefferson real quick. That thing you just said about Area 51 and the military. Do you know in this country there was a time the CIA had a program where they tried to figure out kids that had psychic abilities, meaning the ability to communicate with extraterrestrial beings, whether in their dreams, whether while awake, whether after certain rituals or certain things in their life. And they knew that there were kids that had that ability, and they went out sourcing for these kids, and
Yeah,
that was a secret government program. The files have just been
released.
yeah, they've just been declassified. So they've recently been declassified, and they went around finding those kids, and they found a lot of them. But
Yeah, if they were able to communicate with people, then what did they make of that? Was it just that they tried to do it, they failed?
So
Um,
let me say from what Jefferson was saying too, right? I
right.
think the mistake a lot of us will have it. I was just listening. I think we're looking at time from like wristwatch. No,
Yeah.
I think that's completely wrong. You got you got to look at it like if there was no wristwatch, it's that time. So I feel like again, God worked with time, but God is not subjected to time. So
Okay.
that has to do with like the metaphysical but we as people, human beings,
We are subjected to.
we are subjected to time. So
AY, you are spot on. AY, you are
yeah,
spot on. That's what I
the
said.
way
That's the
because
reality. Because
yeah,
if God is man, then he will be subject to time. But if he's not a
exactly.
man, and he cannot die, then it means he doesn't have a beginning. And
Yeah,
if there's no beginning and there's no ending, then time doesn't exist in that sphere.
yeah. So
You know,
where I wanted to really listen to people because if you carry this matter, you take it to like science, there is a lot of discussion about time that you got to it's just different views everywhere, right? That's what you see that you discuss
But
science,
if you look
or
at
you
it from the
discuss
point of
religion.
view, though, if you look at it from the point of view of this emergent trait and the fact that maybe God exists outside time, let's say it's like an emergent trait, and what we experience now is like frame by frame of reality. It means that there's no beginning, there's no real beginning. We are just experiencing it, and there's no real end. And technically, what we are measuring is not even real. And if it's not real from the point of view of whether it's fundamental in nature, it's just some part of our own existence that is playing through this video. Like, let's say it's a video player. We are the video players playing through this thing.
Exactly. Oh, Father, sorry, don't be offended. I want to interrupt you. Very small. There's something I want to remind you of. So there was this scientific research that was done. It was done with basically water. So what was this scientific research? It has to do with our mindset because our mind is very, very powerful. So what did the scientists do? The scientists made us to understand that our mind is so powerful that we can change anything you can actually alter our existence. So what happened? So there were two experiments that were done. So the scientists decided to place curse words on that water, right? On one batch of water in a glass cup. And when they placed it, they put it as one sample. Now they took another sample of water and placed blessings on another sample of water, and then place it as second person specimens. So when the scientists now took what they call it, so microscopic device to study the water, they noticed that the frequency, that the pattern, the vibration and frequency patterns of that water molecule was chaotic for the first specimen. And then on the second specimen, when they now check the scientific, the frequency, vibrations, and patterns of the second specimen of water, they know that the water pattern was in sync, was in harmony with nature. So that came to a conclusion, and this is from a scientific view, to say that most times what we do, what we say, we can actually alter our reality. Now, I know it's going to sound off for some people, but it is just trying to let us know that there's some level of power between what we do, how we think, how we say things, and for the fact that we can actually alter reality, and we can even possibly alter time. My brother AY, I know you are of different faiths, but I don't know if you know about Joshua in the Bible when they stopped the sun and the moon. Because if you said, because as in Islam, I know that the old people have the Old Testament. They talked about Joshua, right, when he took over from what they call it, from Moses, when Moses could not see the promised land. So at the time when they were trying to stop Jericho, the wall of Jericho and all that, there was a time they stopped and they wanted to fight their enemies at the time. There was a time they stopped the sun. God allowed him to stop the sun for a while, for a specific reason. And then there was the Israelites attacked.
Jefferson, let me just correct something that you're saying. You see, the sun doesn't move. It's the earth that moves around the sun. So that was an interpretation, an understanding of the earth at that particular time, which is not realistic. But I think the point that he was trying to make is that the day there was no darkness, the light continued to stay until victory was attained. But the understanding then was that the sun was moving, but the sun doesn't move. It's the earth that moves around the sun.
Wait, hold on. I want to ask one question then. Why be say inside the earth here, everywhere the bright, now sun will there outside the earth, now they shine good. But if you come out, according to them, if you come out, because some people believe that there's firmament that you can't cross over, you can't cross through. But for those that believe that you go to space, why is the space dark? The inside the earth is bright. But if you go outside the earth, go to space, is dark. Why is that? Where is the sunlight there?
I think it has to do with eternal reflection.
Sorry?
So, yeah, because the sun, It's because the sun is out there, right? You are going out to space. The sun is coming from the direction,
But
right?
where you see that sun, but you just be going straight to that sun, that red sun. But once you cross the cloud, cross the firmament, everywhere will be dark. Where is the brightness? Where is that brightness?
That's total internal reflection. I know what you're trying to say that
You're
it's
saying
supposed to be bright
hold on, you're saying
outside.
hold on,
I'm
look.
saying that
I'm
it's
seeing
only
light. Hold on now. Jefferson, I did see light. Eh? I said, okay, where that light was there, I'm going there. But I will travel a distance. And as soon as I leave maybe the shores like the galaxy or enter into the galaxy or leave across the firmament, because though people believe you can't cross through the firmament, that there's where you cannot go through. You understand? That's why people still believe what NASA is saying. People go to space, they are lying. You understand? But let's leave that for another day. But if you cross through this firmament now, why is it that outside the earth everywhere is dark? As strong and powerful as the sun is, reflections will make everywhere bright. You are not going to say like, okay, I'm seeing the sun, that is the sun there. Yeah. But inside the earth is very bright. But outside the earth, you can see the sun, you can see the moon, you can see
I
other
think
things.
the light is being I think the light in the sun is being I don't know how to explain, bent. Light is being
You
bent
can
in
still
space.
deflect or refract. But my question is, so that means nobody has seen the sun. We are only seeing reflections or refractions of sun. You can point, okay, that's sun, but it's not the sun we are seeing because it doesn't make sense. Physics will just tell you light source is energy on its own. If I'm going to see a light, that is light. I can walk to that light, straight line, not
Okay,
seeing
so
anything
this is what it
until I get to
says.
the
It
source.
says space appears dark because it is a near perfect vacuum with very few particles to scatter or reflect light, making it so that even the light from distant stars doesn't fill the space with illumination. Space is
Light,
primarily empty,
light travels through vacuum.
lacking the dense matter like Earth's atmosphere that scatters
Light,
sunlight.
sorry, bros. Light travel through vacuum.
So it says light travels in straight lines until it encounters something to interact with. In space, there are very few objects for light to bounce off and scatter. While stars do emit light, they are incredibly distant. The light from even the closest stars spreads
And no,
out
stars,
over some.
fine. We understand stars. I'm talking about the brightness of the sunlight.
Well, I said it in the first three sentences.
That what, okay, there's no matter, no particles that reflect light for you to see it. So that means we don't see light physically. We only see particles that reflect light into us.
It's a vacuum. That's what I think. That's what it's saying. Is that when you get to that space, it's a vacuum. So there's nothing for it to
Emit
interact
off
with.
to
So
bounce
Hold
off.
on now.
yeah.
See, look, my brother, understand what he talk. In the say, because of that vacuum space, there's no particles there to reflect light. So that means we don't see light directly. We only see particles that reflect light to us on Earth here, where there's particle. Then in the dark space where there's no particle there for reflect light. That means if you get there, we can't see light. It's only when we get to Earth we see light. That means light don't
So
travel through
basically, it's
darkness or
saying light
particle.
on Earth primarily comes from the sun,
Well,
which
well,
emits
well,
energy in form of electromagnetic radiation,
So
well.
that
including
means from what you
visible
are
light.
saying, that means we don't see the sun. We only see these particles that reflect light to us.
Uh, uh, I think again, if you guys don't mind, we'll go back to the scripture again because it provides some answer. The sun, from what the scripture says, the Bible says, is that it's supposed to shine light on the earth, not on the
Exactly.
galaxy.
No, okay now. Hold on, bros. Not verse. Shine light on earth. What did the
Yes,
Bible say about other planets?
I'm talking about the earth. I don't know what happens in other planets.
Okay,
That's
hold
where
on
I
now.
exist.
Bro.
But
Asking
other
questions
planets
is not
have
a
their
bad
own
thing.
suns. Basically, they have their own stars.
Yes.
No, why are you mentioning stars? We're talking about sun
Because
now.
the sun is a
Like,
star.
no, hold on. Leave the star. Source of light is the sun. Yeah.
For the
If you are
earth.
saying the sun
For the
is
Earth.
the sun is a star, Then where's the sun? Where's the light coming from?
No, the sun is the source of light for the whole galaxy. It's the center.
For the
Okay.
whole
Not just the
galaxy
Earth.
or every
For the
planet?
Earth, all
Not
the
for
galaxies,
every
they have their lights. They have their individual lights.
They have their own sources of light. Every planet.
Oh, hold on. See now. See, you got confused everybody. They have their own sun. How many sun do we have in the
What is
creation of
that
Earth?
noise? There's noise coming from somebody's mic. I don't know.
Let's scratch your hand. I
And
speak
it's
the truth.
from Tony.
How many sun?
No, it's not me.
I don't.
Okay.
It's not me. It's not me too. When God created the world, how many sun did He source of light did He create? He said, "Let there be light," and there was one. Except you are saying there are too many bling bling as lights. That I don't know. But
Yeah,
for me, it's
there
nice.
are.
Eh?
There are.
So
The
that so
sun
there's
we have does not give light to, say, galaxies millions of miles away. Or millions of
okay.
light years away. That's what I mean, right? You know what I mean?
And light years and this place,
Yeah,
light
so our
years.
sun is specific to us.
Mm-hmm. Okay, like hold on now. With the night planets now, yeah, this same sunlight, the way it provides light to us and energy, does it provide the same light and energy to other planets?
No.
It's in our galaxy, so I don't know. Is it the same
Yeah,
sun
I
on,
know now.
say,
The sun
Jupiter?
is the source.
Sorry?
It provides other. It provides electromagnetic waves across all planets.
Bros. Leave what it provides. I'm talking about sunlight, brightness. Where go make me see you,
Of
you
course
see
it
me.
doesn't.
Yeah?
That would be too far away from the nearest star.
But no, leave the distance. But I'm talking about providing light. Leave whether it's far
It
or not
doesn't
far. It's
provide
bright like
light
that.
in any
Sorry?
useful form. It doesn't provide light in any useful form to them.
Let's see.
You are not there.
Because
You
it's
can't
like
do that.
expecting
But
light from the nearest star to
no,
us. It's not. It's
hold
of
on.
no use.
For that. If me and you travel to Jupiter right now, are we able to see each other face to face? I see you, I see your teeth, I see your nose, I see your hair, I see how tall you are. Can I when we go to that place, can I see you?
Under sunlight, you probably can. Yes.
Yeah.
So with sunlight,
Depending on the atmosphere there.
Our sun, this sun.
the same so there's one source of sunlight now.
Yeah, but
Not
if
everywhere
it
though.
is the further it is away, the more diluted the kind of
Yeah,
dispersed
no,
light
yes, see,
is.
the bright if you're talking about intensity, I can understand. Maybe like okay, maybe it will be as bright as it is in other places because of maybe distance from the sun or whatever. I may agree. But
Wait, look at people though. Are you talking about just our galaxy or everywhere, all over space?
space everywhere, anything
But
that's
this is the nearest star to us. It cannot be
sorry,
the
but you're still
same.
mentioning star. Hold on. Wait.
Yeah,
Is this
because
star
the
that I
sun is
consider?
a star.
Yeah, it is. But I'm talking about sunlight, sources
Right,
of
but
sunlight.
sunlight, this is the nearest light source we have. Okay, and I'm just talking as a layman. I am not a physicist. I'm
and
not
you're
an
and you're
astronomer.
and you're holding you're holding
Hold
grand.
up.
Can I say something? I just I speak the truth. Can you give me 1 minute?
Sir.
I just Google now. It says my question is: does the sun provide light to the galaxies? And it says no. The sun does not directly provide light to all the galaxies. While the sun emits light in all directions, it is a very faint source of light at the vast distances to other galaxies.
Good.
Other stars with those galaxies are the primary source of light for their respective galaxies.
Okay. Good. Now, from what you just said right now, because like I said, because of distance, the intensity might not be high. Like when I mean intensity, it means brightness, shyness, as in what you the parameter used
Yes.
in measuring brightness, which is intensity. So in some distance, like another source of light, the more you travel from your house, light, the more it becomes
Yes, but to
darker. You
answer your
understand?
question, whether you can see somebody face to face,
Yeah.
if you are living in another galaxy, our sun cannot help you see somebody face to face.
No, hold on.
Father,
Let's no,
I
hold on.
thought
But
Father is
for what Tony,
Yeah,
for what Tony,
I'm here now. I'm just
hold on,
putting
no,
that
you,
out
for
you,
what
you
there.
are
Tony
in the
read just
mass,
now.
so I didn't know you were still
For that,
here.
from what Tony read just now, the same light source will provide, but you might not get it directly. You might get it from reflections from stars. You understand in other places, but the source is still coming from that same sunlight. You understand? So you can get reflections, you can get brightness, you can get light, you can get energy, but it might not come directly from the sunlight itself, like straight to your face. It might just be maybe reflection from stars to another star, and like what's it called? As we said, maybe through particles, that you can see some form of brightness that I can see you, but it may not be as bright as it's supposed to be when we are both on Earth together. You understand? But like I said,
I think you're still making a mistake. Okay, there's not one sun.
Ah, shit, no, never.
There's not one sun.
No.
In fact, if I'm not mistaken, I would assume that some planets actually have two suns that they discovered.
Yeah, god damn it.
I'm telling you.
No.
That is actually true. There are
It's right.
As a matter of fact, most star systems are dual star system. They are not single ones.
There's something. Hold on. Look. I think not all of you are making this wrong. Yeah. Look, I think it's a star because they say sun is a star, like it's like a star. Because it's up there. You can also refer to as star because it's there in galaxy like a star, shining star, or whatever, or maybe the shiniest. But what I mean, source of light, the one original source of light. You see, okay, if you study physics, if you carry light through prism, you see different rays of light. You go through different directions through prism, not a glass prism.
Yes.
Rectangular glass prism.
You can take. It's called prism.
Electromagnetic spectrum of light, which is
you pass that light into
all of them
but when we what is your point about this light source?
See, hold on,
is our sun lighting the universe? Is that what you're saying?
Okay, first thing first, there's one source. Hold on, there's one source, only source of light. One.
What?
Hold on now. Wait first now.
You started now, loco.
Now, hold on.
We actually have one sun in the solar system.
Yes, but he's talking about the universe.
Hold on first now. Okay. Bros,
let him talk. Let local.
Go ahead.
We have one source of light. One. Yeah. But okay, you see, like in the night now. Yeah, let's find night. I see you, you see me. Not with this normal NEPA light or electric energy light. No, I'm talking about moonlight. Night, pitch night darkness. I can see you, you can see me with the help of the moonlight. The moonlight is coming from where? The sun, which is also the source. But because the sun is not shining directly to us, does not mean I cannot see you. I can see you with the help of reflection from the sun through the moon or star. I can see you. But that source of me seeing you is coming from this one source, which is the sunlight. You get? So in other places, they might not be getting direct sunlight. But they might be getting other stuff.
We don't have only one sun in the solar system.
We have one. See, let me say this. Right?
No, we have our own sun in our own galaxy. In our own galaxy, the Milky Way galaxy is not the only galaxy in the universe.
Oh my God! Do you know how many stars that are out there? We are talking about billions of stars.
I'm not even. I don't. And I think I don't even know science. We have more stars than we have grains of sand.
Yes.
Think of every single grain of sand.
Look who is that on our one sun.
Stop laughing.
No, but it's funny though.
Yes, has to break it down.
So there's not one sun in the solar system. In our galaxy, in our solar system, we have this one sun.
But let me say this. The stars you see, they actually like sun.
Amy, where are you now? You put your camera off and disappear.
So you could say this. We have one sun in the solar system, but the stars we have, they're actually acting like a sun.
Hell no, AY. What are you talking about?
How can we have?
What?
What are you talking about?
This is
After
wacky
explaining
theory.
that yourself because of Sunday.
Everybody's coming with their own wacky theory.
Oh, Father, you
Yes.
have ChatGPT open? Can you just Google
We
this?
have
What
I
one.
bet
Okay,
leave
what is it?
ChatGPT.
Well,
Leave
hold on,
ChatGPT.
let me
So
listen
hold
now.
on,
What is
hold
it
on.
he wants me
Use
to
your head.
Ask
Use your head.
the stars as son and see the
It
answer you give
depends.
you.
Listen,
No,
If
no, no,
That,
no.
stars
that's
It
as
correct.
cannot
son,
act as
the
sun.
of course they
It
do
can
act
act
as
as
son.
be source of
AY
light.
is correct. There
No,
is
Let
the
your
there
no,
is
father
the
do
main
no,
what he
it's
sun.
said.
not.
AY,
There's not one
No, no,
sun,
no.
one sun in the
AY
solar
is
system.
right. There is a big sun.
Star can be source of light. Huh?
Yes.
Wait,
They
wait, wait,
act
wait, wait, wait,
as
wait, wait, wait,
son,
wait.
mini
Let
But
Tony,
son.
let
Yes.
Tony,
yes,
let
it can
Tony say
act
what he
as
wants to
sun,
say.
but it is not sunlight. It's not the original as in provider of light.
Wait, Tony, what
What
are you
is
saying?
this? This is what are we talking about
What are
here?
we talking about?
Okay. We're all
A
saying the
star
same
is a
thing. We're,
sun.
we're, we're all just saying the
Hold
same
on,
thing.
let your father explain. Let your
What?
father
No,
explain.
hold on.
Wait, let Tony say
Hold on.
and forefathers say.
Hold on. What AY is saying is, forget about the terminology of sun and star.
Yes.
What the sun does is the same thing that the stars do to the galaxies where they operate. That's what AY is trying to say.
That's
He's
a
not
fact.
saying, technically speaking, that the sun. That's what he's saying. But the illumination that the sun gives is much more than that which the
No,
stars
Tony, you're
give.
explaining it off
No,
of
no,
AY.
that too is
AY
inaccurate. I
said
don't think
there's
AY is
only
saying that
one
too.
sun.
AY is not going to say
We
that.
have
Are
only
you?
one sun. This is don't switch it from. That's my guy. But he said there's only one sun in the solar system. Period.
That's
That's
true.
what he said. He wasn't French, and he said it that there's only one sun everywhere. Period. And I'm saying, and forefathers is saying, damn, I can't believe
Let
I'm
AY explain himself.
See my screen?
agreeing with forefathers.
Guys, see
But
my screen?
You have to
I say
agree
the
now.
truth. Are you what are you saying? What is your whole point?
I'm saying there's more than one sun in the solar system. So in our galaxy, we have this one sun, or at least for our planet, we have this one sun that is the closest star, emitting this energy for us to that depending on how it disposes particles and whatever it helps us see, blah 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 blah. We have this one sun, okay. But if you went to Andromeda, XY, whatever the hell, that is like 50 billion light years away, it is not the same sun that we have here that those other planets are using. That's my
Definitely
point.
not.
We're
So
saying
you
the same
saying it's the
thing.
same
We're,
sun?
we're saying the same thing.
No.
Yeah.
Definitely not.
You
Even
said the
Alpha
same thing.
Centauri, that is next to our star, I think is about 7 or 8 light years away. Doesn't use our sun. The planets
Yeah,
there,
we
they
don't
don't rely
have
on
the
our
same
sun.
sun.
Yeah, we're
Some
saying the same
planets
thing.
actually have two suns.
They have their
Papa,
own sun,
See,
Papa,
which
can you
is
see my
Alpha
screen?
Centauri star.
Can you see my screen?
I think I can see your screen. You want me to share it?
Yeah, I can share it, yeah.
All right. Hold on. It's doing shakara. What is this now? It's not letting me share it.
see, look.
Before presenting, it says something about before presenting. Let me see. Before presenting, remove other. Okay, I need to remove other media. Let me see if I can remove. Yeah, there was something there. Okay, now let me get it there. All right. Yeah, go ahead.
So
What is it?
this is now you said can star be a source of light? There is it now. Yes, stars are source of light. They generate light.
SARS serve as sort of light now. That one is a fact.
Simple.
So what you find, see on the solar system, on the earth, there is only one sun. I'm going to repeat that statement.
Jefferson. Mirror. Can mirrors serve as source of light? Mirror.
Okay, let me write it.
No,
Mirrors are not
They
source of
reflect light.
They reflect light.
No, you think with common sense. Can a mirror serve as source of light?
How many stars in the solar system?
And Jefferson.
Look what has started now. You want to start fights
No,
now.
I'm asking a simple question now. Hold on.
He has started
Can
now.
a mirror serve as source of light? Yes or no?
No.
Sorry?
Loco P, why are you asking Jefferson that kind of
He's
question?
looking for trouble now. So that if the guy say
It's called the mirror. It's not called light. It's called the mirror.
No, hold on now. I said a mirror can it serve as source of light?
no now.
Yes.
No.
You know, you see the answer yourself.
The source, a source means it generates the light.
Now,
Isn't it?
no.
Yes.
Source is not generation. No. Source is not
I
generation.
thought that's what the sun does.
Okay, now hold on, listen.
Reflection is something
It's
different.
simple physics. Yeah, look. If you not telescope, no, not telescope,
Oh, you see, look at that. Even this thing has even answered the question the way I answered it. It's not a source in itself.
Jefferson, can you please check how many stars? Is there only one star in the solar system?
We are more than billion stars.
Yeah,
billion stars.
Sun.
We have only one sun in the solar
Okay,
system.
no, if the sun is one sun in the solar system, it's impossible.
Okay, let him go it. Let's see. There is only one sun in the solar system.
In our solar system, we have only one. I think.
Let me explain it to you.
I think he's talking about the galaxy. I think he's actually referring to the galaxy. That's what he means.
The galaxy, the whole universe.
The sun is the only star in our.
Yes, the sun is the only star in our solar system.
In our solar system.
Yes.
How many solar systems? Wait, first now. No,
please give me 1 minute.
Wait, for that. You won't be talking here. How many solar systems do you have?
There's
as many as there are stars.
No.
So let me explain this thing. Let me
How
explain
many solar
this
systems?
Please.
As many as there are stars.
There are so many solar systems they discover every day.
Almost all stars have solar systems.
Okay, hold on. Let me explain this thing. We have only one sun in our solar system. What you find, the stars, the billions of stars you see, each of these stars, they can act as sun in their own system of planets. That is what you find. That's why
they are serving as mirror.
Hold on.
They are serving as a mirror.
Hold on, leave mirror.
Where did mirror come from?
Leave mirror. Hold on.
Look, you started
Hold on, guys.
Where did mirror come from?
That is why I was referring to the stars as sun. So they're actually sun in their own right. So that is what is really confusing here.
Well, hold on. Anyway, you're doing a lot of words, Silas, my brother. You said there is one sun in the solar system.
Yes.
That is a fact.
Okay,
I still stand by that.
No. Hold on.
Please, who is operating this thing? Can you go and let's see? Please go.
We have different solar systems. We are in the Milky Way galaxy.
Yes.
Right?
Is
there only one galaxy?
No.
No. Come now. We
what is the question?
For once, oh my God, I can't even believe
how many solar systems do we have?
So, how many solar
systems
do we have, AY? Huh?
No, how many suns do we have in the solar system? Sorry.
In our solar system?
Yeah.
Galaxy.
I would say one.
Hold on. How many suns do we have in the solar system?
There's more than one solar system.
Yeah, we referring to our solar system.
No, you said in the universe. I asked you.
No, that's where you're getting it wrong. So, see, I said our solar system. See, repeat that.
No, you didn't.
That's what I said.
But let's not argue.
You are not paying attention.
Wait, hold on. So, do you say there's more than one sun in the universe?
Hold on. I said we have only one.
Man, we are talking so retarded that eccentric has that joy to correct it.
AY. Is there more than one sun in the universe?
I don't try, I beg.
Eccentric has come to rescue us now.
Okay, hold on. Let us see the truth speak.
Let me AY, is there more than one sun in the universe? Is there more than one sun in the universe?
No. So, you should put on the other system. I've removed the sharing.
the question is kind of tricky, right?
No, it's not. Is there more than one sun in the universe?
Let see. Let me tell you why it's kind of tricky. That is
You
why
just
I'm
answered
referring
there
to
is
it.
only one son now. Because
Hold
our
on.
son
No, I
has
need
a
to
name.
explain it. And that's, I know what is confusing him.
If he has said stars, you know the answer straight.
Hold on.
I'm confused.
Let me see. Hold on. You are not. Hold on. Let me explain it. We have one sun. But the stars you see, the billions of stars.
Forget the billions of stars. The universe.
Okay, we have one sun.
Now you're saying it again. The universe has one sun.
In our universe, we have one sun.
In our universe, do you know what the universe is? What is AY saying, son? And I used to think I don't even know science.
Yeah, we have one sun in our universe.
I never saw this one coming. This one is
just
just
the universe encompasses. Listen, the universe means the whole creation: space, stars, suns, planets, whatever.
Oh my God, I didn't see this coming. See, why we confuse this issue? The sun is one star. There are many stars out there. It's just straightforward. Yeah, in a Alpha Centauri is the closest star to us, and it's in our galaxy that is made up of billions of stars. And those stars, most of them come with solar systems. That is the arrangement of
and in the solar systems you have galaxies.
With this solar system, you don't have galaxies. Solar systems are in galaxies.
Where are the solar systems are in the galaxies, right?
Yes.
But okay, good. So the galaxies are different. They're separate galaxies.
Yes, they have separate galaxies.
The galaxies, the planets encompasses those galaxies.
Yes.
Okay, so we are in the Milky Way galaxy.
Yes.
We have our own sun, at least for the Earth.
Yes.
If we went 10 billion light years away, we are in a completely different galaxy.
Yes, likely.
Those galaxies have their own planets.
Yes.
They have their own suns.
Yes.
Not our sun.
Yes.
Meaning there are different suns in the universe.
Exactly.
Yes, but if to be specific, there are stars in the universe. Our sun is
exactly.
Our star is called the sun.
Yeah, I know
the name of our star is the sun. So to call other stars the sun is not fair. So they are stars. We've not named them yet. Like Alpha Centauri, we named
after all this discussion,
one of the
we're all saying the same thing.
We are saying the same thing.
We're all saying the same thing. The same thing.
Yeah.
As the truth is confusing it. We are saying, even him, he's saying the same thing.
Okay, so I think I kind of get where you're
yeah,
from.
we have billions of stars. So they act as sun in their own system of planets.
We've agreed on
so
that.
That is what you are referring to, sun.
Yeah, but
they
if
are
you're
sun,
saying,
really.
Hear me out. You still, this is where I'm not going to agree. Yes, I can agree. I'm agreeing with forefathers. Okay, so.
Loco started this thing. He's gone now with his reflection.
So
that one is talking about mirror.
But why would you say there's only one sun in the universe if there are planets that have been discovered that have more than one sun?
Yeah, but because sun is a star. Our sun is unique. It's one sun.
We know
it's the name.
Star. I'm asking AY because he's saying there's only one sun, meaning our sun is the only sun.
No, our sun is the only sun, not the only star.
Yeah, not the only
star. I know that. I'm saying, how many suns are there in the universe?
In summary, let me stop calling stars. We have many suns.
Make it strict. Don't say if you say many suns, you are confusing it. Just say you have one sun, which is a star, and there are many stars.
I have said that a million times. He said
but he's not going to agree that if you tell him there's many suns, then you have a big argument on your hands.
We have many stars that serve as sun in other system of planets.
Yes.
So forefathers, you see how many hours you have spent in just saying the same thing. We're just going round and round and round and round and round.
Because Alpha Centauri is a star. They didn't call it a sun. They call it a star.
Yeah, exactly.
But it does the sun of a sun.
it's a type of a star.
a
A
sun.
star
Like,
that does carries out the function of the sun.
exactly,
For its
just like
solar
our sun.
system. Yeah.
Yeah, and even the ones in far
So
remote, this in remote
was why
galaxies, is the
Mr.
same
Tony
thing.
said we are saying the same thing.
No,
So
anyway,
what?
we're not saying the same now, please.
Okay,
I'll
you are
play
saying
something.
different thing. I'll
Look at
say
that.
the right thing then. So that is why I'm saying that what you are
At least we've
referring
rested
to
that one
sun,
now.
they're actually stars, but they are sun. They perform the function of a sun. It's just like if you know, like let's say telecommunication, there's what's called repeater. So it's more like they do the same job. They kind of like mimic the
Yeah.
original thing. So it's like the same
Hey,
thing.
Yeah.
don't start now before you bring the mirror
I
man back.
want to go
Before you
deeper.
start
So
telling it that
No, no, no. Yeah. He's,
Mr. Tony
he's, he's,
perfectly
he's,
understood it.
he's right. He's right. Because, for instance, in firefighting, we have a main panel, and when we have a mimic panel,
A
you
mimic,
know,
exactly.
yes. So the mimic just doesn't look like, but it contains basic information that you need. You know,
Yep.
What do you mean
yeah.
by main
So
panel
it's
and mimic panel? What does that mean?
okay. 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 I am in safety. I'm in fire safety. So you have, if you check high-rise buildings, I don't know, maybe those of us who are here in America, you'll be very familiar with very high-rise buildings. There's the requirement
Yep.
by the city, that you have some fire protection system. So usually on the ground floor or basement, you have a big panel that is usually red. So with which you can control, make announcements and so on and so forth. Now for some floors that where you have like 33-story or whatever, you would have
You have to
distributed in
repeat.
between the floors, yes, repeater panels, so that from, if you are, for instance, on the 10th floor or the 15th floor, that mimic panel would give you some basic information as to what is happening, but it's not the main panel. It's just like a slave monitor.
Tony, it seems that one is even complicated to them. If you use a router, you live on say 2 floor in your house, you
Yes,
need a stronger signal upstairs. Let's say the router
that's
is
right.
downstairs. You have to
Yes,
put another router that serves as a repeater to distribute your signal,
that's right.
collect the signal,
That's
make it
right.
stronger.
Yes,
That's it.
yes. A
It
repeater
does the
panel.
same
Yes,
function.
Mm.
Yeah.
yes,
So at
yes.
least that's the simple. I think everybody have it.
It's not the
Apart
main
from those,
panel. It's just a
apart
repeater,
from
just
those,
repeating the same thing.
yeah. At least
Yeah,
anybody have that. Apart from maybe those in the UK, I think they use some old.
look at that. Look at that. Like you don't know anything about repeaters. But I may be fascinated because when he said something about firefighting and panels, but the panels, they are not sending signal. What are they sending that is being replicated by the fake one?
Oh, they send signals. It's just like the central nervous system, where
They do.
it sends signal. It sends whatever
It's like
happens.
a command center or something.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
Yeah,
Exactly.
exactly.
I see. Okay.
Everything is knowledge. Knowledge is you
So,
see
for
how
instance,
everybody
let,
is
let me
taking it.
let me just give you an example. There are two different systems. One will take information from the panel down to the floor where there's an emergency or something is happening, and it returns it back. So the guy who is down monitoring can tell you exactly from where he is that go to the kitchen or the cabinet in the kitchen on the 10th floor or the 20th floor. That's where something is happening. That's where they have the emergency. So that's what, yes, so it does that for you, and then you can deal with it. Because in firefighting, time is of essence. So you need
Okay.
information at a given. Yeah.
That's interesting because that's what because when you hear panel, different fields they use different terms to describe these things. Why
Yes.
people in a different area will call it command center, some people will call it this thing. What do the CCTV people call it? Where the hub, where they have security room or something. I don't know. They have different names. So let's move to the next area. It looks
Command
like
and control
Make
center.
sure I speak the truth. Is convinced now.
Huh?
I speak
No,
the truth.
Yeah,
Is
you
okay now. It's
convinced now.
okay.
actually, I'm still not convinced with yours. No. Why I'm not convinced with you? I think, in as much as I am not a scientist or an astronomer, there are certain things I
Has
still
nothing to do with
know.
science, really.
No,
Geography is not science.
no,
It's geography.
astronomy. It's actually
Yeah.
astronomy.
Yeah.
astronomy. So, in as much as I'm not, it's not geography.
Geography is science. So where do you get
No,
geography is not
geography is
science
not
again now?
science.
What
Geography
kind
is
of
not
No,
science.
I
how
said
can you say that?
Geography science.
So
Geography is science now. Look at this guy. You trying to gaslight
No,
people.
geography
no,
is
we're not.
really a
But
serious
we're not
science.
talking about
There are
geography, though.
things
We're
that are not
talking about.
science you don't
We,
know.
well, we're
Geography
talking
is
about.
science now.
Okay,
So
it's just
if
like
you are
let
not
me
living
Astronomy.
let
It's
me
astronomy.
break your bubble right now. It's just like I don't want argument. It's just like how people think medicine is science. Some can argue that medicine is not science. They're gonna break it down for you. I said no, it's not science. In the real world, when you really talk about science, you're actually talking about mathematics and physics. So that's the bedrock of
Where did you
science.
get that one from now? You see, why
And
you are
you see that I don't want
begin to do all this stuff
I
again now.
don't
You are
I
beginning
don't
to do all this
okay, I don't want
why
to
you
do
Hey,
all
why
that.
this
be
now?
hanging
Another
out?
thing.
Be hanging out with local P, man.
AY has started now.
Let
Be
I give
hanging
up.
out with local P.
Before you know it, I'm going to be talking about
I
reflections
give
and
up.
everything.
Yeah,
Eh?
in physics, there is a
So
mathematical, there is like a base mathematical, mathematical physical model that you can use to build all manner of elements, compounds,
yeah,
and
yeah,
solutions. With that
yeah.
one, even you can even build beyond the 120 elements, before we got
Yes, now.
120 elements. So, in fact, one of my late lecturers, he even had the calculation. I have the email of
Yeah.
that before he died. So so if you are able to manipulate that, you can build as many elements as you want. That will
Jefferson,
even
let me
yes.
Jefferson, let me add to it. You know metrics, right? The metrics you calculate, like
Yeah.
4x4 metrics. You can calculate metrics in millions just with a formula, mathematical formula. Instead of having like 2x2 metrics, you have like metrics in millions. Like you got to calculate.
Yeah.
This is a lot of.
It's very,
I
very
don't.
useful for AI. Isn't
I
that
don't
what they
want
use
to.
for AI? They use them for I think I say
Metrics
AI.
is
It's very
AI
useful
now.
for AI.
So
Yeah, yeah.
All right,
data science you
so
hear,
listen
data
to this
science is
real
the
quick.
bedrock of AI, right? So
NASA,
it comes from mathematical physics.
NASA's Kepler mission.
Mathematical physics. This guy has
Yeah.
started again. Oh.
No,
Eh?
just hear
But
me
you
out.
started
Hear me
again.
out.
You keep using
I give up. I give up.
you keep using terms.
Listen.
Mathematical physics.
NASA's Kepler mission.
Maths is doing physics now. Eh? You are using.
Hold on.
I think you have to use words carefully. You know.
Governor,
Not
check
using words carefully.
ChatGPT. Look at what is called angle value and angle
I
vector.
get values. I get
Wait.
values.
Yeah, EIGEN, angle values
I
and
know what
angle
they are.
vector.
I know what they are.
Those are all the basics of AI you see today. So people have been doing a lot of work. It's the
Geography
surface
is
you are
science.
seeing today.
Geography is science, and it's not fair when you start saying geography is not a science. See, the thing, anything that
For a
involves
layman, geography is science. I agree. For a layman,
for a layman, for him only physics is a science. It's not what you are saying is not right. See, even psychology is science. Psychology is a science. Anything that involves
Yeah, but we're not even. We're not
Jefferson.
We're not
Anything that
discussing
involves
geography.
measurement and testing to verify and peer review to verify whatever they are doing is based in science.
Yes,
because
now
it's not based on just opinions. It's based
Yeah,
on
but all this interplanetary stuff that we're discussing is not geography. We're discussing astronomy.
No, all those topics you're discussing are all sciences.
I didn't say that. I said everything we're discussing is not geography, it is astronomy.
It's mostly the time one is mostly physics.
No. Again, hear me out before. I said all this interplanetary stuff we've been discussing is not geography, it is astronomy.
Yeah, it's astronomy. You're right there.
That's what I'm saying.
It's astrophysics, astronomy, it's all of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know where astrophysics came in. Or we didn't discuss any motion
I'm
of
saying it's not
you know,
geography.
sometimes
It's
it's when you try to
geography,
break
it's
things
not
down, right?
geography.
So, yeah, geography is science. I will agree, like I said, for a layman, right? Because if you really want to break geography down, right, you can take some part as science. So I could say the physical geography is science, the human geography is actually pure social science. So
Okay,
geography,
okay. I think maybe that's what you are thinking about. You mean
yeah,
the way
geography
people
is
recognize?
break it down
You
into
mean when
two
somebody
because
says where is Africa, they know where Africa
yeah,
is, and that
it's
is
the
that
physical
is not
that
science.
measure things,
Yes,
that
and the
measure
culture
things.
and all those other
Yes,
extra
the
tibo
human
tibo.
geography is not science really, because that's how you break down geography.
But this language you use, I don't know where. What is
No,
human
that's a
geography?
fact. That's a statement of fact.
Which one is human geography again? I don't even understand that one. Let me
I
check
don't know.
whether it's a
People,
thing.
Jefferson, you did geography in secondary school, right? So if
Yes.
you will know geography is broken down into two parts. Yeah, maybe you should check. Maybe you
Yeah,
can
I
educate
don't
us.
know what human geography is. Maybe you are talking about how human beings understand places on the place.
No, check
Human,
it.
okay,
Check
look at
it.
me. You are right. It does. The human geography is the study of how and why humans interact
Oh
with
yeah.
their environment
Oh
and
yeah.
how these interactions shape this. But it's a science, though.
We type all these things for
Yeah, it's still science, social science, really.
Science
It's just
is
like
very
in
broad, though.
primary school, you do social studies, right? That is human geography, kind of.
Yeah, but they are kind of sciences as long as they involve ways of ascertaining truths. It's a form of science because they
That's
have
what I'm
to test
saying. It's
many
social.
things.
It's not pure science. That's
You
my
see,
point.
that is, you see, when you say that, I don't understand
So
what you mean.
so
It's
hold
not
on.
pure science.
Social science is not pure science.
What is that then? It involves measurement, observation, and measurement. What do you mean it's not
I
pure
think the
science?
more I discuss this stuff, the more we get confused. Let's
No,
move on.
no,
Move
don't,
on.
don't run away from it because you are basically
Nah,
saying the science is
you
not a
can't
science
run. You got to teach us. Go ahead.
until it's physics before it's a science. Because
No,
in physics,
okay. It's Jefferson. I think etc. is an engineer, so they know we have pure sciences. We have pure science. We have social science. So economy is a social science. It's not pure science. Yeah, that's a
physical
fact.
science is different. When you say, I don't know what pure science means. There's no term that they use. You are creating new words here.
It's
AY.
not.
Pure science. Let me let me find that. I don't know. Maybe you are right.
If, if,
Maybe you are right. Let me check
Like,
it.
let me
Pure
call it
science.
natural science.
if
Natural
it
science.
involves
Look for it.
if it involves empiricism,
I've never had pure science also known as
if
basic
it
fundamental.
involves measurement, if it
Yeah.
involves empiricism, then it's science. Because those are some of the elements of scientific,
Check it
science,
out.
what you call science.
Check
Okay,
natural science or pure
look at the
science.
term pure science that you are using, and I think the way you are using it is not necessarily accurate. But hear me out. Maybe you are correct. It
Yeah,
says
it's not
pure
natural
science,
science.
also known as AY is using words, but let's see whether he's correct. Tell me whether this is what you mean. Pure science, also known as basic or fundamental research, focuses on expanding human knowledge by expanding how the universe works. Its aim is to improve scientific theories rather than directly applying them to practical problems. Everything is like that.
So can you now call geography a pure science with that
Yeah,
definition?
it's partly on. Yeah, how is also tied to
Underline the
how.
word. Underline the word.
Yes,
Scientific theory. Research. Repeat that word. I need you to underline it. There
which
is where
one?
you measure scientific theory, research
Eh,
is
eh, eh,
something,
eh, eh,
Yes,
something.
focuses on
AY,
expanding our knowledge to understand how the universe works.
Continue.
Geography is
So
very broad.
its aim
You
is to
have
improve scientific
geosciences, you
theories.
have seismic,
Science, sorry. So
geography. So
let's deal with one thing at a time. Its aim is to improve scientific theories rather than directly applying them. There are very loose words being used here. Sciences, all these they are social sciences,
So can
which
you
includes
tell?
this stuff.
Okay, further a question. Said example of pure science or natural science.
Okay,
Example.
examples. Okay,
Yeah.
pure science
So we can end the
and
argument.
examples. Okay, yeah,
I'm
let's
about
see.
to ask a
Maybe
controversial question.
let's see
And we done.
examples. It's only
No, we
fair
are
now,
learning. It's a
so
good
that
learning
AY will be
environment.
right about something.
No, I'm always right.
It's
According to
only fair.
myself, I'm
You
always
can't
right.
keep beating AY all day. So there is physics, there is chemistry. AY must be very happy about that. Biology, mathematics, earth science, astrology, earth
Geography,
science, which involves geology, climate, atmosphere, understanding the
yeah.
planet processes,
Geology,
and
geophysics, yeah.
yeah, astronomy
Did
and
you see
basic.
geography?
Uh, yeah, it
The
says
geography there?
geology. Yeah,
Geology
that's
is not
geography.
geography. Geology is a deep
I
science.
think geology will be under geography actually.
No. They are
Okay,
right.
let me ask: is
They are
geology
right. It's not.
geology under geography?
We say
Geography.
they make use of kind
Let
of
me
like
see.
geography, but it's not geography.
Yeah, it says it's true now. It makes sense to me. It makes sense because geography is wider, but geology is specifically talking about one specific aspect of the geography. That's what it is there.
Let me ask Tone a question real quick. You said if science it deals with empirism, with empirical evidence, right? So would you say history is science?
Further answer the question.
Yes.
No.
History is a science. Calm down.
No. History is not a science because it's not measurable and it's often based. The reason why
Says who?
history is not considered a
Says
science.
who?
History is not
Archaeology is
science.
part of history.
History is not science.
Archaeology is a field in history.
History
And
is not
then
science.
Archaeology
Just
is
stop it.
measurable
Stop
to
it.
precision, but history in many cases is based on what people said. You can
no,
hardly have credible
no,
evidence.
no, no, no,
Again,
no.
you see why I was saying we should be
No,
cautious. History is not
no.
science, but
History
now
is not a science.
it's
Hold
because
on,
of
hold
the way
on,
we
I
discuss.
don't
hold on.
think history is a
There is
science.
there
It's
is a
too loose
level.
for it to be a
Excuse
science.
me, excuse me. If you go to history, history is very broad. There is art history. There is environmental history. So many numerous aspects of history. And
He's
so
trying to stretch it now.
no,
That is
no,
not.
no, no, no.
I've checked it now. The result is, and he said no. History is generally not considered a science. While it's using
Technically,
scientific methods like
technically, yes.
evidence
Te-
gathering and analysis, history primarily focuses on the past and the human
That
experience.
is why,
So,
Fafada,
yeah.
that is why I was trying to break down the science, right? History, it can be social science too. But when you say that is why I tried, hold on, that is why I tried to
History
hold
can
on,
hardly be considered that even.
hold on. That is
Now,
why
history
Wishy-washy.
actually is a social science.
hold on,
No,
Fafada.
it's too wishy. There are so many parts of history that you can't
Hold on,
verify, and you have
Fafada.
to
Let me
accept it.
explain this. Let me
That's why
explain this.
it can be
Let
considered
me
a science.
explain this, Fafada.
Who is
History.
writing this thing?
If you are saying here that geography is science, history is science, social science too, because geography and history, they are both social science in the
Tell
real
me what
sense
part
of
of
it.
geography that is not science, please. Maybe we are getting I'm getting your wires crossed.
I explained it earlier. There is what's called physical science. Physical science is considered the natural science, like physics, chemistry,
Geography is
mathematics.
physical.
No. In
Geology is
geography,
physical.
hold on. Can you hear? Hold on. You are hold on.
Okay.
In geography is broken down into two parts. We have the physical geography, like I explained to you. Then we have the human geography. If you Google or ChatGPT, you are just ask that question, you're gonna see they will break it down for you. So in summary, you can call geography social science. You can as well call history social science. Ask those questions, you're gonna see them.
I'm asking, is geography a science?
Sorry.
And why?
History is a
What's the
social
question?
science.
Who is saying
Geography is a
geography and
science,
geology?
man. It's based on concrete
It is.
scientific
It
methods.
is. It is social
What
science.
else? Did you say geography and geology are the same? Or is it a question you are saying it? What are you
It's
saying?
some people that are saying that to me. I don't know what the
Geography
geology is.
and what?
Yeah, some
Easy
people are
now.
saying geography is the same with geology, but I disagree, to be
No,
honest.
wait. How can any sane
But
human
you are
being
saying
think
geography
that?
is the same as history.
No. I said they are both social
No, he
science.
said
The
the
way you're
same in the
looking
same
at it.
school of.
No, he wants to scope
No,
them
how can
in one
I?
place.
Okay, now let me read this. Okay, let me add what is geography is social science.
Geology, anything geo, yeah, it has to do with earth, natural. So geology is study of earth, not earth per se as the soil. There's study of the soil. That's geology. You can have geotechnics, which is the technical aspect of the study of soil when it comes to like reading, taking seismology, or reading something underground with some machines or whatever. Those are geotechnics. You understand? So geography on its own has to do with another with positioning, location, like places. You understand? Not earth per se, like study of soil, this and that. So there are two. In fact, they be like manhood and womanhood.
There's no one listen to me.
Opposite each other.
I think
don't mistake both of them because
let me add to what
let
me add to what Loco P said, right? Because geology, you got to do a lot of measurement. It's really based on science. The background is really based on physics, maths, and all that. Because it's all about calculation, right? So,
but then how do you let me ask him now. Let me ask him. So get to the crux of this. How do you analyze human activities and like what they describe as human geography? How do you analyze human activities and their spatial impacts using social science methods? If it's the form of science you're going to use.
First of all, geography is science. Geography is science. You guys should let that thing go. Just let it go. It's science, man. Let's talk about something else. Let's talk about something important. Let's talk about time.
I said it's science, but I said part of it is social science, part of it is a physical science.
That is accurate.
No, yeah, human science.
That's what I said.
Human geography. It is human geography, right?
Yeah, human geography is social science.
Are we talking about? I thought you guys are talking about time, right? If time is real, let's talk about time. That's fun.
No, don't worry.
No. Google search if geography is real. Like this is, come on, man. This is primary school.
Before we move on,
AY sounds like those ancient scientists that just treat every other person that is not doing physics, chemistry,
look at what is
biology.
Okay, let me tell you what is where the confusion is coming from. When you say science is very broad, right? Courses like economics, accounting, they are all social science. You can as well call them science.
Yeah, human geography is a social science. Yes.
Yeah, political science is a science.
Are those social too? Okay, because they have to do with human beings and their
those are all social science. That's why we need to be cautious when we say science. That's why I try to pull physical science away. That is the natural science.
Yeah, but there's physical geography, which is earth science, part of earth science. And earth science is pure science, dude. You know what I mean? So there's physical geography and there's human geography.
I'm a little bit apprehensive. I'm a little bit concerned when we keep separating between earth. Yes, it's good to know which is social science and which is not. But
human geography is social science.
Nonetheless, there is no difference between the methods that they use in terms of being described as sciences. They use observation, they use evidence, and they use verification processes just as much as any physical sciences. There's no quackery involved in social sciences. So it's not fair when we say they are not real science. They are actually real science.
People that separated them, they know, right? So
history is not science.
There is no doubt.
Nobody's saying is
natural science.
There's not like real science. You understand? There's science and there's science. It's like real science.
Yeah, I tell AY that AY is just looking at you like, yeah.
No, gentlemen. Good morning. I got to leave. Good morning, everybody.
Okay, Tony. Good morning. Thank you for joining us, Tony. It's a shame you never get to talk about the next topic about whether we can because this question. Let me just play this video quickly so that we can understand the
power. Okay, so I'm declaring here.
This guy is
no one country, no one region has eternal rights to leading the world. It's a combination of how enlightened is your leadership, what are the motivations for doing so, and they can easily happen within a century. Africa, with the resources that are built in just to the land and the people and the diversity, I don't see why Africa wouldn't lead the world for millennia to come. And so, yeah. And with the United States just looking from the sidelines, that's my read of history tells me nothing in principle will prevent that. Look what China did. It wasn't many decades ago before, the stereotype of the Chinese peasant working in the field, that was kind of true. Okay, China decided we're going to redouble our interest in science and technology and engineering and math, and they sent their people abroad to get educated. Initially, they would stay, then they came back. Now they educate their own people. Okay, they don't have to learn their science and engineering in other countries. They do it in-house in the country. So China says we're going to put a person in orbit. Bada bing. They put a person in orbit. We're going to build a space station. Bada bing. So we're going to put people on the moon. That spooked us. We haven't been on the moon in 50 years. And all of a sudden, hey, let's put people on the moon. It's kind of the right time. Well, why is it the right? Oh, China is doing it. All right. So we're seeing a shift in science and technology to China. And so I don't see why things can't shift to Africa.
Wonderful. Well, thank you.
So that is the point. So the question I was looking to ask on the second, which is the shorter segment, is can we actually see a future of advanced societies in Africa? And to see that, I actually believe that it starts from the type of conversations we just had earlier on. We really need to start embracing evidence-based knowledge gathering. I don't want to just call it science, because if we can invent something even greater than science, that would be great. But if it is science, so be it, because we need to have a way of gathering truths of this world and build an advanced society. In my mind, it sounds as if maybe it's easy for somebody to just say, yeah, I can see a future, but I'm not so sure. I don't know the path, how we can get to that future where a society is advanced, we see our people are able to go to space like he's just talked about. But I don't know. Does anyone picture it? Do you picture it, Tony, since you're about to leave? Can you picture a path for us to get to that advanced society?
Yes, forefathers, there are things that I see here, and I wonder if Africa would ever be able to catch up. And when I talk to some Chinese students in my university, I get the impression that even what we see in America is really, really far back. That technologies that you see in China that are far, 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 I mean, it's like they're in entirely a different world. So when I look at where I'm coming from, Africa, I wonder whether is it possible for us to catch up? In fact, I tend to feel that there's no hope. But you see, the thing that I still see is that Africa has monumental, in fact, the richest continent in the world. So much deposits that God has placed in the soil. And I also see, I see evidence that there is a group that is emerging, in Africa. Youths who are savvy, who are highly in IT, in various aspects of IT and knowledge-based, sciences. But the thing that I cannot put together, the lacuna that I see, or the hiatus, if you like, is between leadership and ability to utilize the natural resources that God has given to us, and the competencies that we have, the ability to leverage these competencies and translate them honestly. Because I wonder, how did India do this magic? How did China do this magic that they are fast? The gap between us and them, some years back, wasn't as wide as it is now in terms of technology and in terms of development. So what is it that we have done wrong, or we're doing wrong, that is militating against effective development in Africa? And I haven't been able to really find the answers. Every time I ask and I try to inquire into it, what I see is that people like Jide, my friend, would point to outside and say, listen, there's so much interference from outside. And because they know the potentials that we have, they're not likely to allow us to progress, because they know that if we do, then they're finished, So, and then some others will say, listen, the white man left you, a long time ago, just as he left some other countries.
Sorry,
So, and those countries have moved on. Huh?
I say sorry, they didn't leave. No white man left anybody. Sorry.
Okay, hold on. No, technically, I mean, technically speaking, they left. In terms of physical colonization, they left. Just as they left Singapore, just as they left India, Pakistan, America, and so on and so forth. So what have we been able to do, even if it's the limited freedom that we have? What have we been able to do to use those limited freedom to translate them into ways where we can assert ourselves and really take control of our resources and use them for so the answer that I find is that there's collusion within, and there's also external influences that are mitigating against us, and the ability for us to use appreciate ourselves, understand that we are not we are not really inferior because we go to school with them. We see them and we beat them hands down. I mean, this is not exaggeration.
But
We
yet you
beat them
still
hands
worry
down.
that, but yet you
See,
still worry that it may
no,
be too
Mr.
late.
Tony, see, I
Yes.
tell people this, yeah. Look, I use Facebook or Meta, for example. Mark Zuckerberg is whatever Meta, or rather founder of Facebook Meta today. Yeah. Ask him when he was creating Facebook, which is their yearbook. You understand, so to speak. Facebook was a yearbook then. If you ask him that time if this Facebook is what he was envisaging, he will tell you no. If you ask him that time if he will definitely know the meaning of Instagram, he has never heard that word Instagram. At that time, he was creating Facebook, WhatsApp, or even Meta. No, never of a thing. It's just he allowed himself to get into a process. I want to start Facebook. This is the purpose. Trying to perfect Facebook, more ideas is coming, bigger ideas is coming, futuristic ideas is coming. Now is pursuing different, trying to achieve different, better his Facebook, whatever, and he got to where he is today. You understand?
Local P, sorry, can I just ask one question? What environment? In what environment was he when he was building up these competencies? What kind of environment?
Fine, I'll get it. In Africa, yeah, I guess our problem is that process that Facebook founded himself in, that got him, Mark Zuckerberg founded himself, that got him to Meta today. Do those process. We don't want to get to those process. Like I said, we want to see where we are going to. Mark Zuckerberg did not know he would get to Meta today. He was just going, trying to perfect Facebook. Yeah, trying to this, I can want this and that. Now he got to Meta. He did not see that, oh, okay, let me start Facebook. I will end up in Meta in even if 50 years or 20 years time. He didn't get that ideology. Africa's problem is you want to see the end where you are going to. There's no end. Start. There's no finish line. Just start. Just start. You will get to where you will be happy, where you desire to be, but you don't know where it is.
But don't you think that you should have a direction first?
No, hold on. See, proper that. I'm taking first step. The first step I'm taking is not a wrong step. It's only when I take the first step correctly that I will get to the second step.
Yo,
I don't know what the second step
how do
will
you
be.
know you got the first step right when you don't have a direction? It's
hold
like
on,
somebody. Sorry, let me just add this. Let's say you want to go to a location. If you don't have a direction you are traveling, how do you know the step
Wait.
in the right direction?
Did you guys hear about did you guys hear about Traore assassination? They tried to assassinate Traore, right? You guys heard about that?
Not today now. We've heard about it. It's not today.
Yeah, this is how they've been assassinating all the leaders in Africa that are, that have progressive agendas, right? They're trying to change their countries, and they will assassinate them.
I'm going to move it to you next. Let him just finish what he's saying, then I'll move it to you.
Like I'm saying, yeah. Look, it's not about like you know where you're going to. That's why I use Facebook. Facebook did not know. Mark Zuckerberg did not know he would get to Meta. He didn't. He didn't know he would acquire WhatsApp or Instagram. He didn't know. It was just do the right thing and be going. Just because you are doing the right thing, putting the right people in charge, doing the right thing, you will get to wherever. What they say, the sky is your limit. or the stratosphere, you will go beyond skies. Just go, you will get to that place.
But you have to have one direction, though.
That is what I'm telling you, which is the right. So that's like, so just start and face the right direction. You will get to the best of that direction. You may not know what that direction is having for you, is stock for you. You may not know, you may not envisage it. But you will get to
Lokopi,
that
which kind of environment? I ask you, is it a
fine.
town hall? Is it town hall? A kind of town hall?
Hold on. You guys gotta let other people get
Different from
involved, man.
Balabu.
So
you guys gotta let other people get
in
involved.
the environment you are talking about, yeah.
Look, P, hold on. Let me contribute, bro. Let me contribute. You've been talking the whole time.
Okay, just focus on the topic. Don't try to change the topic. So
focus on the topic.
I'm not changing.
No. Listen, this is.
I'm asking eccentricals.
No, Look, P has been saying the same thing over and over about Zuckerberg acquiring Facebook and then going to WhatsApp. This African problem is multifaceted, right? It's multifaceted, and
if you allow me to finish. You allow me to finish.
Okay, you're gonna go talk about Zuckerberg again. Go ahead, talk about Zuckerberg. Go ahead.
What is your problem now? Use big mouth now. Close your mouth. Just chill. So to your question,
he just although he
hold on now. To Mr. Tony, when you say the environment, I understand the environment, but the environment still has to do with you putting yourself in the right position first. You understand? You only be in a wrong environment if you decide not to be in the
right
put
position.
yourself in the wrong position first. That will lead to
How
wrong
do you know
environment.
you are in the right position then?
Now hold on. For us, it's easy. It's like you are building a house. It's simple as construction. You know that yes, I have to mix sandstone and concrete in this cement in this ratio to achieve this thing. I just have to add a little amount of water or so the amount of water to get to this thing. I know already, which is planning to do the right thing. So I already
what is
know
the right thing? I want you to define it to an extent.
Hold on. Okay, if you are doing anything, follow the principles. Just follow the principle.
Like which principle?
Everything in life, God's principle. Life has a principle.
Yeah, but the idea. See, what I'm trying to get from you is the direction.
Hold on. In your life, you know there's time for work. You know there's time for sleep. You know there's time for food. You know there's time for cleaning up. Those are principles. You have to follow them. You know that you have to follow them to get to live a healthy life.
Yeah, people can still follow those things and walk into a gutter. What is the direction of travel?
No, you can follow. If you walk into a gutter, there must be a mistake, something that you did not do well that will lead you to gutter.
That is why I'm asking you. You have to give us something. I wanted you to say something that points the right direction, because the question is about how can somebody foresee the future. Okay, fine.
You cannot foresee the future.
I agree with you. Let's say you can't, but at least face the right direction. What is that direction?
The direction you are facing is just doing the right principle, follow the right principle of whatever you want to achieve.
If you don't have direction, you could end up over a cliff.
No, hold on, listen to me. If I said direction is not like this is road, that is direction. No, that's not direction. That's why I said your lifestyle, right? That you know you have to sleep, you have to eat, you have to relax, you have to like maybe have fun to balance life.
But that's no guarantee of heading in the right direction.
Hold on. Okay, if you say that's not guarantee, it's okay. It's let's say your right direction is to live a healthy life. That's your direction. It's to live a healthy life. So to live a healthy life, what do you have to do? I have to eat well. I have to
exactly.
Rest well.
All this is you're saying. That's exactly what you do.
So those are the principles to get to the direction of living the direction of having a healthy life. Do you get my point? So that is the principle you have to follow to get to that.
In my point of view, you can do all those things, but if you don't take care of certain other directional issues, that all those things, they can take it away from you and throw you over.
That direction is what you have to take because it's part of what you are supposed to do. So if you don't do it, you are saying what you are supposed to do. You don't do it, and you take it to.
But the direction you are describing now, we're already doing it.
Which one? Which direction?
The sleeping, waking up, and all the rest.
And what about your mental health? What about your mental health? Do you take care of that too?
We are doing as much. Not all the people that conquer the world, they have mental health issues. The question I'm asking you, you have to have a signal in the right direction. Like someone like me, I would say security. I would say technology that points you in that direction. But you are just saying, let's just start from a direction that has no definition.
Let me ask you a simple question now. You right now, if I ask you, are you living a healthy life? You will tell me yes. Yeah. But look at the time now. When you're supposed to be asleep, you're not sleeping. Won't that affect your lifestyle? Won't that affect your healthy life?
Not
It will.
necessarily.
It will. But you are saying you are
Not
living a healthy life.
necessarily. It's like saying a soldier that fights for their nation to survive is not living a healthy life.
He's not living a healthy life now. Yeah.
But he's doing it for the greater good so that they can head in the right direction.
No, he's doing it. He's sacrificing his life to get that. Not that because he wants to do it for himself.
And yet not the healthy. Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. It doesn't have to always be about healthy life. You need a direction to get you to that future you need to get to.
He's sacrificing his life to get a healthy nation, not to get a healthy life for himself.
Aha. So, but you are focusing on healthy life instead of a healthy nation.
See, hold on. The goal, the direction is to have a healthy nation by being a soldier, to eliminate so and so things, to prevent a nation from becoming not great. He is sacrificing, putting himself at risk there. So the nation is follow the principle of having a soldier and having a soldier die for the nation.
But you are saying that they should focus on having a healthy life instead of all the other aspects that make up a great society.
For the soldier to die, that is the sacrifice he has to pay to have a healthy nation. The goal is to have a healthy nation.
Yes.
It's for the nation to survive, not for the soldier to survive. So part of the soldier dying is part of what's supposed to be done to have a healthy nation.
So, but the soldier has to live in a healthy lifestyle. Now,
it is the principle for the soldier to do his job to do it. It's just like you having to have your bath. So by having your bath, scrubbing your body, you are bruising your skin. You are peeling some stuff from your skin to wash your skin off. You understand?
Yeah, but that's what I'm trying to say now. You are not defining it. You're just saying live a healthy lifestyle.
For brothers, if a country is hard to live a healthy lifestyle, soldiers will die, police will die. So those are the principles that a nation must follow. A nation will have to follow.
Okay.
For a nation to have a healthy life. So it's like a routine. It's like you are playing chess, like a pawn. Something must go. That thing that must go is part of the principle. It's part of what we must do to make the nation become happy. So it's because you are thinking because
involve things that that are not necessarily about waking up, sleeping on time, and all those things.
Even in life, there are some things that you must lose for you to have so and so thing. You lose it.
That's what I'm trying to get you to spell out, and you are resisting it. I'm not sure why, because I would have thought you are resisting trying to spell out that initial state that we need to put our minds towards so that we can get into the direction that we want to travel.
See, they call it principle. It's principle. It's something you must do. It's not supposed to be about gain. Like I have to. You're like, okay, I have to gain every penny. No, even in building a business, you must spend. You must lose money. Spend money to get to a bigger
I agree with you, but you are not defining it. I agree with the fundamental that you have to do those things, but you're not defining what those things are that we should be looking at for now, so that even if we can't see where it's going to lead us to, but by doing these things now, we're going to get there.
Okay, Popular, give me one example.
An example is like me now. If I was saying, okay, what you want to do now, start fixing your security infrastructure. Because it's essential. Anything you build, you can't sustain it without it.
Okay, that will lead you to successful what?
A successful outcome society later on.
Forefather. So listen,
it's not fair on aestheticals, to be fair.
When you look at China, right? China had Mao Zedong, right? And there was some kind of ideological change that led them to where they are right now. I think what Africa needs is ideological change, right? We need radical leaders, people like Traore. Those are the type of leaders that could cause paradigm shift. It's not going to be easy. You know what I mean? If you're doing things the way they are right now, there won't be any change. We need radical leaders, people that have different perspective from how things are being run right now. You see what I'm saying? We need a Mao Zedong in Africa, or in Nigeria, for instance. Because I know you guys are narrowing down to Nigeria. We need a leader like that. It's going to come in and make radical changes. That's where it's going to start first.
When you say we need a Mao Zedong, is that not why I said that we have to have Mao Zedong was created by a catastrophic event. It was created. It didn't just emerge. He was created by the invasion of the Japanese and the chaos of that time. Nigeria doesn't have that environment right now.
Yeah,
And
but I mean, the idea. So there's an ideological difference when it comes to like the system of economy that he implemented, but from where they were before. When Japan during what the Japanese did in Manchurian, right? So that's what we need. We need we've been doing the same thing over and over. This capitalist system that we're running, expensive capitalist economy, and the presidential system of government. We need someone that's going to come in and bring in a new system. Like, I don't think most Nigerians are exposed to other forms of forms of economy. Only thing we know is capitalism. That's why most of us, even in the foreign countries, we always think about how we invest in Nigeria and extract more resources out of that country. We need ideological change, right? We need some people that will go back and say, "Hey, I'm going to bring my expertise from the foreign countries that I'm in and bring it back down to Nigeria," right? We need people that
I think the
that's what we need.
grassroots in this say that too. That the same people overseas and those people came back, even learning, all of them, many of them were overseas when they returned back to their
Exactly. The change has to happen here. It's a mental change first. It's going to start here before it manifests itself. You know what I'm saying?
Even investing in Nigeria will still not work for others.
That's the problem. You're thinking about investing to extract resources from Nigeria. That's what I'm saying. Like, why can't we just do it a little different instead of investing to extract resources? How can you make Nigeria better when you're thinking about investing to extract resources from the country, right? Let's say if you open up a shop and you're selling the secondhand goods, right?
Investing
you don't even listen.
Investing in Nigeria has nothing to do with extraction of resources. No.
I'm talking about
Nigeria. Investing in Nigeria is putting your resources in Nigeria. That's the investment, but not investing extraction of resources. Everybody that wants to invest in Nigeria is how to take resources from here and invest in Nigeria and live it there and grow there, not to put it in Nigeria and extract anything. No. Extract a profit, whatever.
If you're running
what Mr. Tony asked, like the environment, like I said, the environment is easy. It's you putting yourself in a place for you to be transported to a wrong environment or to the right environment. Like even what Fafada was saying about security. Fafada's security of Burkina Faso is not even half as strong as France, let alone pairing with America right now. You understand? If France wants to go toe-to-toe with Burkina Faso, they will crush them like ants. Yeah. But now, yes, of course. But now, even with American
defense pacts.
No, hold on. Even defense pact, even with America, whatever right now, they still can't right now the way it is right now. Why? Because if as small as they are, the army, security army force right now, even the sophistication, the weapons, not even as they can't even match France. Because for me, when it comes to policing, France is the Germany.
They can't match France. Are you saying that they should not head in the direction of securing themselves?
No, hold on. No. Not even
you're shifting the goalposts, man. Can you stick to the topic?
I'm just telling you why theirs is difficult right now, because as small as their security strength is, the willingness for the people to even do the right thing source 60 or 70 or even 80% of their security strength, and the people supporting their armed forces, you understand, their military strength makes it boost it up to 90%. They are small, but all of them wanting to do the right thing, willing to die for their country. That is even 90% strength for them, not even population. Then the people coming to say, no, we are ready to die with our president. You outside that cannot come and do this and that for us. That is even up to 90% strength. You understand?
Locopi.
Sure, but you do.
Locopi, do you see? Locopi, do you see a situation where Nigerians would generally want to go and die for Nigeria as it is now, as the things are now?
Yeah, that's why I say when we talk about when the Executive said about investment, says that look, the brain of Nigerians have already been damaged, bastardized. You understand? It's already damaged. Yeah. No, hold on.
I don't think it's damaged. I just think it's bad experience. They've not had the right experience.
It's not the experience. Look. Common sense, they say it's not common, fine. But there's always something in you that tells you, no, this what I'm doing is wrong or right. Just look at, okay, let me use for instance now. They say very dark man. Let me use an example now, right? Okay, the little strength he has been able to muzzle just to change some narrative of Nigeria's youth to like, oh, this and that is supposed to be like this. You can see the amount of tearing down that is having for whether it's for money or for clicks or for clout or whatever, but you are not even looking at where the country is going to. You're not seeing that. What you are just seeing is what the worry and self, too much, who him be self. You are just always thinking of tearing him down. I call this the blackface phenomenon. When they did with Gaddafi, with blackface Obama, now they did it with Ibrahim Traore, with blackface Michael Langley. You understand? Always putting the black person there to bring their own down. I learned this thing from Malcolm X. I read it for Malcolm X. Like, he always said, why is it that it's always his people that they always use? All great black freedom fighters, it's always the people that they use to bring them down. Always. But in the white society, you don't see that happening. They always stand on their own. They always protect themselves. Even here in the UK, I would say, like, when you see a policeman, meeting up with another white person, there's always a approach they use as against when they meet somebody that's not of their race. Always different. They always want to do that. But in Africa, it's different. It's different. We like to bring each other down in the presence of even the enemy. Of what? We just want to do it free of charge. That's why I was telling them, or what's called I speak the truth. Like the white witch that they have, they go to their witchcraft, they get their knowledge and use physics and mathematics to bring it to physical realm and tell you this is how it works. But our own kind of witchcraft, we just go, we don't even think of how to manifest it to physical life. We just use it and we want people, kill them, make you that destroy them. And you just say you better pass me. You go see today, I will deal with you like that. But midnight, it don't go press it don't bring you down. That mentality of always bring you down. That mentality of slavery where we lack resources, then the little resources that they bring in our midst, we are willing to bring each other down, kill each other, just to have that little piece, just to survive. So that mentality have bastardized our brain that even when we even have surplus, we still want to bring each other down just to because of it's just there. It's part of us right now. That's why I said the brain is
I think all these traits you describe is present in every race. The
no,
only
it's not.
difference, no, you'll be surprised. It's present in all of them. The only
For
difference
the
I see
line of
within
job that
us,
I do, hold on, for the line of job that I do, I visit many families.
yes,
China and Asia. Then white people different. But what I see in Chinese and Indians, whatever, they laugh at Africa. Like they don't know what's African's problem. But a white man
what's going on? What about what's going on in Kashmir? What's going on in Kashmir?
what you are seeing is not. I think it may appear the way you are looking at it, but if you look at it more closely, like here in the UK how they hated each other, how they were describing the Irish as dogs and all the rest. But
classism will always be a thing in life.
Casteism, you call it casteism?
No, classism, class. Like
but it's not class now. Irish are not. It's not about class.
No, hold on. Now there's something like hold on. Look, even in life, there's slave family. There's high class.
Yeah, my point is that they were divided badly, and they conquered the world with it.
Africa
so why are you making it look like we are quite unique?
Africa own is not to divide. Africa own, see, within ourselves is to tear each other down for just no reason.
Because we don't have a reason to operate at a different level yet.
Forefathers, you're still
not being given a reason.
Forefathers, I'm doing well, you are doing well. Yeah, we go to a party. Okay, haven't you yet? We go to a party. Instead of us to come together and be merry, I'll be thinking of I'll be looking at the car that you drove, that you came with. You understand? Then
everybody does that. That's all this you are describing. Every group does the same thing.
But just hold on. Let me finish now. If I see your car, for me to like, oh, how did you get the car? Whatever. Oh, or even envy. I will not just stop at envying you. I will go for that to try and bring you down. Not for not because of like I'm competing with you for survivor. No, not for survivor. Just because I just want to bring you down and make you be under me for just free of charge, no reason. Not even for me to even go up. You understand? But other climbs, other people that do it, they play chess game. Yes, I can defeat you for me to climb up because yes, out of my selfish interest, I want to go up there so I can lose some few friends or few whatever just for me to get up there. And so now nobody will blame me because it's for my survivor. That's why people will not blame the West because they are doing all they are doing to survive, trying to bring Africa down because they want to survive. But I'm telling you now, within our own space now, it's not for survivor. We're not doing it because we want to
Nobody
survive
said
because of
anything
our
about
fault.
whether it's for survival or not. I'm saying all these things you are saying that we do, they do it too, and you have to admit that they do it too. It's just that they when it comes to operating as a group, they are able to do that too. That is the area we don't tend to do.
So do you think for just the way we they do wish I will deal with you for just not jealousy, I'll just fast go and bring you down for free of charge for nothing.
They
Not for my
shoot
own
each other.
benefit.
They shoot each other in the car park because of disputes that they have.
No, that one, yeah, I think that for what we're talking about free of charge, you're talking about dispute. Dispute now, ego now. Yeah, that one ego, whatever, that is dispute.
Then what do you think our house is?
Oh, okay. So for me to come that you don't know me, I'm just talking for the betterment of Nigeria, way forward. You don't know me, I don't know you. All your own, you just be talking, just like, hey, that guy will do with him, will kill him. That guy mo say some assassin, mo kill him, or mo go buy him. Just for nothing. I don't know, you don't know me.
They do these
Don't
things in the
dispute.
West. They take care. They get rid of their own people too all the time.
I beg.
Why do we act as if this thing is only Africans that are doing it? It's human nature. Human
No,
nature
no,
is that
it's
all
the
the
problem
time.
pertaining to us. Is that I understand what
You buy
this
that,
man.
I think it's a mistake to think that. I
It's
used
a
to
fact.
kind of
Maybe
subscribe to that. This thing, but
maybe
it's a
you've
lie.
never dealt with other races, yeah, as in closely, like you're friends with, or you discuss like world issue with Africa, Asia, why, as in all of us immigrants coming here, why things are like this and that. Maybe you've had discussions. Maybe you've not seen the way communities in that small group can come together to support each other and grow. But in our own place, we don't come together as a group to support. We come
AY,
together and tear each other down.
Look, see, that thing that you are seeing is their ability to understand better how to act with higher collective intelligence.
Not be where
That
they
is
were being damaged, so
no, it's not. It's not damage that has
we have
caused
the
it.
ability.
Oh my! Calm down. It's not damage that has caused it. It's just our experience. If I give you an example now, like you can be in a room with people now, you are having arguments with amongst each other, and you are having serious bitter arguments amongst each other. But somebody, you discover that a group of people just came from across the fence, and they are coming to kill all of you in that room. You are all aware of it. What do you think will happen? That quarrel that you have amongst yourself will go away, and you are all going to organize to try to escape that place. What that means is that your collective intelligence has just increased. You've just decided that, okay, put your personal differences aside. Let's work to survive this crisis that we are just facing. That is what those people have experienced. Hence, they manifest that collective interest better than we do. It's not because their brains, our own brains are damaged. We've not experienced it. There is a difference. If we experience what the Chinese experienced during just 60, 70 years ago, we'll probably be like them today. We didn't experience it.
You are making a big mistake. Look, look. I don't have to go through A, B, C, D, E of what you go through and have sense that I must also go to say A, B. I can also use your own experience to learn. Like,
okay, tell me who learned from that. Tell me who learned from that. I didn't go through that experience.
See, brothers, listen. See, Dubai did not fight war.
And they fought.
Wait first now. Dubai that you are seeing today, they were never a time to say United Arab Emirates, we all the Emirates, and we fought ourselves. We fought as a nation. We fought and let's develop Dubai. It never happened.
They fought the Israelis.
For that, look, you say they fought Israelis. They fought war. What Chinese went through, that extreme poverty, extreme riffraff, extreme destitute, Indians or whatever. It was never like that in UAE. You understand? If not for the fact that even this Greenland that they are trying to get right now did not work. You understand? Greenland, there was not like war there. If they succeeded in capturing Greenland and develop it today and become one of the best places to stay, it has to be war. It's just the mind.
Hold on. Greenland's success is tied to the wars that America and the British have won. You have to also understand that not every individual nation, you cannot, why is it that one Western European country is not poor? Because they feed off each other's success. And what Asia is experiencing right now is partly of the success of China. Not all of them have to go exactly through the same thing, but most Asian countries went through hell, including
Right.
Japan, South Korea.
I agree with you, Forefather. You're spot on.
All the countries in Europe, are they richer than countries in all the countries the Euro continent? Are they richer than what's it called or doing well economically better than African countries?
Yes.
Yes.
Is all the countries in Europe, did all of them fight war?
Yes.
Yes, most of them did.
No, hold on.
All of them. All of them fought war. All of them.
Said all of them. Did they
yes,
fight
all of them.
In their
most
country?
did. Most did. I'm not going to say all. Most did.
Okay,
I'll say all of them, man. I'll say all of them.
Now, wait now.
All of them.
Good. Those
Dude, you've been talking the whole time, man.
Those that did not fight war.
I can interject.
Those that,
all of them
did not
fought war.
fight war. Jesus Christ. Those that did not fight war, yeah,
they don't exist.
What did they do that their economy have to be better than that of any country in Africa?
Which one? Mention one of them. Mention one of them.
Let me explain it. One, because they did not fight war, they didn't have to suffer the economic crisis that the other ones suffered because of the war that they fought.
Can you mention one of them that didn't fight war? Which one?
They also fed off the organization that came from the groups that fought the war created. Because when they went and created, like, say, the European Union, those countries that didn't fight this war, they became part of the European Union. If they pick any African country to become European Union right now, that country will start doing well, even if they didn't fight war. They benefit from the
EU
intelligence of the others.
Hold on. Before EU, were they doing well? Before EU,
these nations, were they doing well?
Yes.
To be fair, most of them were already doing well before the EU because of the colonization period.
So don't say because European order. So because of them in that continent, you understand, they did not fight war. They were doing well.
They fought each other even before then, before now, before the Second World War and first one.
Look, when you say war, if you're talking about war as intense as World War I, II, or whatever, or Gulf War, or you're talking about maybe small crisis, internal civil war, or whatever. What do you mean war?
The one I'm talking about is the one that happened 70 years ago, that most of these nations that were technically colonized broke out of the control of the West. The ones that happened in the 70 years ago opened a lot of nations' eyes and they broke out of their control. But Africans didn't experience that. Africans just experienced independence.
The kind of war I was made to talk about is kind of maybe war that happened in China, maybe suffering, that whatever this and that happened, those kind of country, Indians, whatever. Those kind of chaos I'm expected to talk about. But in Europe, most countries did not have it in Europe. But they
what about Second World War? What about First World War?
Was devastating. First World War was devastating.
Yeah, First World War. I mean, other wars that were in the First and Second World War. They had other wars, dude. Like
now you are beginning to see. I think he's beginning to understand what we are talking about. The more you talk, the more you are going to be finding that there was massive bloodshed in all these areas.
What I'm trying to tell you, listen to me. What I'm trying to tell you is, there's no need for there to be any bloodshed. If you want to walk, you will.
Tell me the ones that didn't have it now. That's
why I asked you a simple question. All the European countries now, was there anyone that don't go through war? You said
let me chime in. Hold on. So wait. Dude, can you just stop? Can you just stop? Stop.
Made them, they did something to become great, to have a better economy.
Dude, wait. Hold on. Yo, Forefather, remember, it was the Second World War, right? That led to a lot of technological advancements that we see today. A lot of like, for instance, what do you call that? A lot of technology that has to do with space technology, space tech, our ability to see stars and all that. Those inventions happened during the war. Those inventions and innovations happened during the war. Okay. Something like penicillin. These things happened during the war. There's a book that, lists down all the inventions that happened during the war, right? It's like conflict kind of brings out the best in most countries. It was the Second World War that led to the world creating a United Nation, right? You cannot underestimate the importance of United Nation, right? So this conflicts actually brings out, it has a way. And you think about it, the universe came out of Big Bang, right? It's a very violent process, right? It's a very violent process that created all this stuff, right? So there's this thing about violence and you know what I'm saying, and progress. Like if you want to make a sharp knife, right? It has to go through the furnace, right? Same stuff, right? I don't think like Africa has gone through conflicts like
I even
colonialism.
try to simplify it further by just saying it's a human thing. If you've been through trauma and you all went through that trauma, just like people in a gang, they go into fights, they bond. There's a bond there that has occurred that you don't have to explain, convince the other person of anymore.
Yes,
You are all
it's inside.
aligned in your interests very
It's
quickly.
this concept is dealt with in social psychology. There's a name for it.
Yeah. What is it called?
I forgot the name for it. So like when you struggle to get something right.
Sudan fought war.
Hold
There
on.
was war in
What's that?
Sudan. There was Ecomog war in Liberia. There was whatever. What came out of it?
That is a civil war.
No, hold on now. Just now. Whatever civil war, those things. Oh, so it has to be international war, not civil war.
Yes, because it has to unite your people.
No. Forefather, no. Look, the government. No. Wait. Hey, listen. The government invest. Listen, during the war, the government invest. No. Wait. Dude, you talk too much. Wait, you're not even making any sense. So during the conflicts, during wars,
let's not argue with each other, please.
Forefather, during wars and conflicts, right? The government invest a lot of money in researches. That's why this country's come up with innovations during conflict, because the government focuses on innovations because of the war. They focus a lot of money on research and a lot of resources. That's why there's innovation during conflicts.
You have
Look it up. This is facts.
You have war within each other. Yeah, you now have North Sudan and South Sudan and South Sudan. You have Congo, DRO, and Congo, whatever Congo.
It's an internal conflict.
Yeah.
When there's an internal conflict in Congo, when there's internal conflict in Congo, how can the government put money in resources in researches? They cannot, because it is an internal conflict.
Yeah, fine, thank you. Okay, well, let me speak.
Dude, you've been talking. You don't even make sense. You're just talking, man.
No, leave it. It's not good to be saying it doesn't make sense. He's having his own opinion.
You think
now, they have their own government now. Yeah, it's not that you say it's civil, it's internal, but they now have their own government now. So they are now a unit with their own government, with their own resources right now. What have they done with their own government resources? If you say civil war, you say, okay, yes, the two warring sides have one government, same government. So government cannot invest in a place that there is conflict. Now they have civil war. They've gone, why you call it civil or war is war. Human lives, they died.
Dude, you don't make sense. You got to listen sometimes. You have to listen sometimes. When you have a civil war,
calm down, Aesthetica. Let me just talk. Then I will.
He needs to calm. He needs to listen. He doesn't listen. He doesn't listen.
Forefathers.
Yes.
Forefathers, have you? I'm sure you would have heard of the Lagos Plan of Action, which that was in 1980. Did you hear about it? The Lagos Plan of Action?
No, I have not. What is it?
Okay, I think it's an old document, but if we look at it, if you take time maybe to look at it, you would find that that was a plan for the integration and economic advancement of Africa. Everybody who has commented on it, I that was part of my project work when I was in the university. It was a carefully planned and thought out plan, whatever.
It was an economic unification plan. It was an economic unification plan.
That's right. That's right.
And the projection was in 2000, right. All African economy will be united. There will be some kind of unification in African economy. But we didn't achieve that.
You know it. Yes, exactly. Beautiful document. That was it was not implemented. It didn't come to force. And what are the reasons why? So these are some of the things we have to interrogate, because every time Africa comes up with a plan that is going to, move the continent forward, there is always opposition.
Mr. Tony, sorry, let me ask:
Always very strong opposition.
Did Africa went through war to have that idea, to have that plan?
No.
What plan? What plan?
Well, maybe it was the collective.
What's the name of the plan?
Collective experience. It's a collective experience of their past. Collective experience of the plans of their various, experiences and so on and so forth.
You're talking about Lagos Plan of Action? Is that what he's talking about?
I'm asking the
Yes.
questions here.
Okay.
When they say a country has to fight war first to become this and that. Now,
No.
this is not like we talked about.
Like categorically like that. I'm just
Let me answer that.
Things tend to be bonded and they are able to accomplish stuff.
Exactly. The government.
That's why I say we don't have to.
Let me answer the question.
We have to experience from other people.
Okay.
To get the plan that Mr. Tony talked about.
Okay.
It goes beyond that. Human beings, see, this is local people don't react to things that they know only intellectually. They react to things that they experience and they viscerally, even within their being, their guts, that they feel. If they don't feel it, forget it. You will, even when they see everything you are telling them makes sense, they won't act. There is a reason why human beings go into slavery. You ask yourself, why would any human being submit to slavery? But because they don't feel, because they didn't feel it in their guts, in the sense that this thing is not going to kill me, this thing is not a part that is going to finish me off, I can endure it. That's why they endure.
No.
Okay, tell me why they go to slavery.
Look, torture. It's not Muslim. Torture.
No, look. So Lagos Plan of Action.
No, forefathers. Look, what is this slavery? Yeah, torture.
You will reject it if you think you're going to die.
Forefathers, no. Look, forefathers. Humans, as a human being, are born to endure. Human beings, like okay.
Are they born to endure death?
No, hope. Hold on. You are not seeing that you are going to die. You are just the people that said I want to die is those guys suicidal. Like let's say during the slave era period right now, those people who just jump from the ship and jump into the lagoon, into the river. Yeah, those ones made just like no, for me to suffer, let me go and die. They didn't say they were going to kill them over there.
That is the point I am making, because they don't see they are going to die. But in reality, nations that are invaded and they are being destroyed, they see their people dying, they fear they are going to die, so they fight. They fight in such a way that by the time they finish fighting, they are bonded, and they will
forefathers, those people that jump from the ship during slavery, those people that jump from the ship to the lagoon, they were afraid they was going to die. Were they afraid they were going to die?
They are just like individuals like you. What you are saying now,
you guys are shifting the goalposts, man.
Most individuals will jump out, but most of them will accept slavery.
Forefather, you're shifting the goalposts.
Nobody accepts slavery. Nobody accepts slavery.
Are we talking about slavery now?
Accept it. We like it or not.
No, most of it didn't. Trust me.
This is how human beings behave. Historically, this is not made up. This is history that has already happened. It's not even based on a discussion. It's already happened. Human beings accept slavery if they don't fear for their death. But if they fear that you're going to come and kill them,
that means what you're saying is slavery was a choice.
Yo, Tony, if you guys are shifting the goalposts, man, we don't want to talk about slavery. Tony, if all African countries were sanctioned by the West, that LPA would have been a success, because we wouldn't have any choice. We would not have had any choice.
We believe we have a choice. That's
we
why
would have had any choice.
Listen to me.
LPA would have been a success if you know what I mean. So
Gaddafi did not go to war with any whatever before he foresaw that he wants Africa to unite. Gaddafi did not go through like war with any whatever country.
Yes, he did. He was sanctioned.
Those few slave people that jumped from the ship. Why do you think he failed?
No. Gaddafi was sanctioned. Listen,
Gaddafi did not fail.
He was sanctioned.
He failed. In the end, he failed. Is Africa united now?
Forefathers, who? Because
is Africa united now?
People like Museveni was the one close to him that backstabbing him. What did they do now?
You are coming to my point. But if him, hold on. If him and Museveni
fought the Europeans together to survive. Tomorrow, do you think Museveni will backstab him? Museveni will be working with him to build a strong Africa.
Listen,
You still don't understand the concept.
Listen, when Museveni was being pursued in his country, you understand, when he was a rebel, it was Gaddafi he ran to. It was Gaddafi that recruited men for him. It was Gaddafi that gave him weapon. You understand? Gaddafi himself that gave him weapon. But I was surprised when he got power. Hold on now. When he got power, he went to US to go and meet Reagan, to be boasting to Reagan that before Reagan started fighting Gaddafi, that he has been fighting Gaddafi in Africa. That's what he said. The videos out there. That what he said to Reagan. Meanwhile, when Gaddafi was backing him up, he ran to Libya as a refugee. Gaddafi took him.
What has that got to do with the
point? Hold on. Listen. I tell
You're shifting the goalposts, man. That's the problem.
War.
You're going everywhere.
Yeah, shut up, my friend.
You talk about slavery. You talk about Gaddafi. Are you drunk?
It's not war. It's not. I don't have to go through war.
Freaking guy, man. Yeah, but you don't listen. You don't listen. Anytime there's a war, government invests money in research. They pump money in research.
Loco P.
Get out of here, man. You sound like an idiot.
Don't do that.
When you disrespect me, you don't say anything to him. When you disrespect me, you don't say anything to him.
He's saying
Loco P.
What you said, guy.
Loco P. You talked about Uganda, and it just tickled something about Uganda for me. You know, when Uganda enacted a law against LGBTQ, rights and all that, and there was this death sentence on anybody who is found, to be associating or promoting that culture. What Biden did was that Biden, after threatening Uganda, and Uganda refused. Museveni refused to budge. Then he removed Uganda from AGOA. You know what AGOA is a free, a trade, free trade with America. So Uganda lost because it was exporting flowers and some other things to America, and then that helped the economy. So when that was withdrawn, the economy, it was very, very negatively affected. Now, what did Museveni do?
Yeah.
Museveni that now found, not that he's my idol though, Museveni now decided to partner, to find new partnership within this African sub-region.
Good.
Promoting trade, linkages and so on and so forth. Today, if you check, I think the Ugandan economy, has moved up now. Is relatively doing well, better than what it was before. So I'm saying that to say that, you see, in spite of the challenges that we may have as Africans within the African sub-region, the situation that we have gone through, which is part of what maybe forefathers is trying to say, the situation that we have gone through is supposed to be an impetus, something to engineer us to think outside the box, look for new partnerships that will help move the country, for not continually looking towards those same people who have told you that you are shit or you are nothing. So we have continued.
But why do you think we haven't shifted?
Hold on. Listen to what he said.
We think we have a choice. We don't know. It's an essential thing we have to do.
What is happening in Africa right now is look at what he said. It's enough to engineer us. We don't have to.
But it's not. You see, what he said is enough, but it's not because
clearly right now the
hold on. You don't understand. Okay, let me just share this information with you so that you understand how unusual we are. It's not about you can't force things. You can blame your people all you like. It's not going to matter. You can say our brains are not destroyed. We are normal human beings. We are reacting normally to stimuli. Look at just attempted coup against Traore. People are already marching globally. Imagine if they go inside African countries, start bombing and babies flying all over the place like the way it's going in Gaza. You will find out that we have 1.4 billion black people around the world. Then let me just share something. Let me just share this quickly. if you look at what is going on here, the numbers, I checked the military size of Spain. You know, Spain didn't go to the Second World War. No, because you were saying that, oh, these people, did they fight war? And no, you don't even have to fight the war, but you have to prepare for it. And the reason why they prepare for it, they are different from us from that point of view, because they kind of see what is going on in their neighborhood. Everybody's fighting, killing each other, so they too have to prepare for war. If you look at their military posture, during the 1918 or so, for a country of about 20 something million, they have 100 to 140,000 this is soldiers. This is just about the population of one of these countries in the Sahel, and none of them even have anything remotely close to this size. Today, when they have heavy security challenge, during that time, Spain didn't have that security challenge, and look at how they were militarized already. And look at this other one. I think this was in the 1930s. That was even higher. And they were not even in the Second World War. They remained neutral. Look at that. They said they remained neutral. They were not part of the Second World War, but they are, look at their security footing. Very, very different from ours. It tells you that something is influencing our behavior.
Can I ask you one honest question? Burkina Faso right now, the way it is right now, with the military strength, whatever, when it comes to per head numbers of military personnel, which do you think is more, Burkina Faso or Nigeria?
Nigeria is more in numbers, yes.
Okay, so if you think when military personnel, right, like the army forces, right? Okay, good. If you think if we go to war right now, Burkina Faso and Nigeria, who do you think will win the war?
Nigeria is likely to win.
Okay, but I'll tell you, sorry, I don't think so. We will not.
Oh, look at that. It's all right. You can believe that. Then
no,
look, that UAE one that you were talking about. I wanted to share the UAE one so you understand the nature of these things. This one is the current UAE posture in military terms. They have 9-point-something million population, and their military personnel is 65,000. By this standard, Nigeria military should be somewhere around. This is almost 20 times their population. This is 20 times the Nigerian population, if I'm not mistaken. So this time 20, 65,000 times 20, that should be the Nigerian military size. That is well over 2 million, if I'm not mistaken. So that shows you the nature of these nations. And I went back. I said, okay, how about in the 1970s and 50s? Let me put it the one that they had in the 50s. Look at their population, 207,000. Their military posture.
All this data you're showing, all this data you're showing, I'm asking you, that's why I'm asking you practical, physical question. With Burkina Faso and Nigeria, you are saying no because military strength. What do we have? The personnel to fight, the will, the gods, the gadgets. We don't have it. So you're not talking about numbers. Now numbers, now one go over front. I've been
number, yes. Number is
the
biggest determinant in many cases.
See your simple example. Then you have Boko Haram here right now. Yeah, that nothing. You can't even defeat them.
See, I just wanted to show you that as a way of saying that other people are more conscious. Hold on. It looks like you are not willing to accept information. You just think that what you are saying is correct. But you're not even looking at the fact on the ground that is defying what you are saying. What you are saying, hold on. Everything you are saying, the fact on the ground is defying it. You want us to believe that something is wrong with our head, when in reality, you put a Nigerian in the same class with a Igbo man, they will sometimes, many times, outperform them. That should tell you that it's not something broken in our head. There is something else at play here. We refuse to see that.
Hold on. See, there's competition. Yeah? It's not war. It's not fight. In fact, even the one-on-one class you bring Oyibo man, yes, even in my feed, many white guys I came to meet in my profession. In fact, they are surprised how I'm trashing them. Like, guy, with you alone, without any assistance, you can this, you can that. I know, but this is not contest. This is not like it's not survivor. We are doing it with relaxed mind, with relaxed, no competition, nothing. Just okay, do your best. I'm not trying to defeat him to survive. I'm just doing my best. The target, my enemy is the exam in front of me. My target is not to overpower him and destroy him, to outsmart him. No, my challenge is the test in front of me, which is not him. Is do well in what I have in front of me. He may not decide to do well in what he decided in front of me. Hence, I will now outclass him. But when it comes to okay, one-on-one, let's deal with ourselves now. Me being able to read his mind, him being able to read my mind, him being able to look at me. Okay, where is my weak point? I cannot defeat him in that aspect. Maybe I'm not saying use myself, but probably as a black person, I may not. When it comes to strategy, think outside the box. But when it comes to learning, exam, and whatever, I can outperform him. So that is two different things. So putting us one-on-one to say, okay, no, I'll do them. That is different from he's my obstacle, I'm his obstacle. Let's defeat ourselves. Not bringing exam.
We have had many cases where black people have faced obstacle face to face with the white man and they defeated the
which is like challenge, like Mozo, power, whatever. These are just competitions.
Military strategy, all kind. Military strategy. But I remember they send the Nigerians to
overpower Oyibo for where?
Yeah, they sent Nigerians to Ethiopia. They overpowered the Italians now. The Italians were running. As a matter of fact, the Nigerians have a record for chasing the Italians. The Italians were running so fast that they broke the record of chasing Italians. I don't know what you are going on about. Why did they not outsmart the Nigerians?
No, that's a historical fact, though.
It's a historical fact, but he's not going to believe it. He thinks our head is damaged.
No, he's just being intransigent. He just want to argue. He's just being intransigent.
What I'm trying to say is it's easy. Yeah, look, we don't have to go through whatever. Like they have to be war. They have to do this for Africa to do well. No, we don't have to. You understand? We just have to tell ourselves the truth. Like, hey, look, we've suffered enough. We've been humiliated enough. We've been stolen from enough. It's high time for us to enjoy our own resources. It's high time for we to leave your friend's house that is courting you and go and build your own because of the humiliation your friend's wife is giving to you, is meting out to you. While you are enjoying your friend's house
that's anecdotal. That's anecdotal, man.
His wife is treating you fairly. So like, no, enough is enough. Let me go and back home and go and build my own property. So Africa right now has gone to that point like, no, enough is enough. We'll be through this and that. People have died.
I really wish that works. It just doesn't work.
That's why I say, look,
it doesn't work. I really wish
it's not about work. Common sense.
That would galvanize me to say, okay, there's a way to do this. The only way this works, there's a reason why nations carry out false flag operations. Do you think nations want to attack themselves? They will carry out. Do you know some leaders like Hitler carried out the false flag operation against Germany? America wanted to carry one out against this in Cuba. Japan carried it out. Was it against China or one of the other countries? They do it all the time. The reason why they do it is to galvanize their people so that people are willing to go into the state of fighting. We haven't experienced that kind of stuff. Our leaders I don't even know whether they even understand the idea of false flag.
Yes, they do. All the bombings
during the elections where they are busy attacking the voters.
All the bombings that happened during
Burkina Faso experienced it.
Burkina Faso? No, I don't think so.
Okay. Do you think they are doing well? Do you think the economy is fast growing? You don't let me leave the economy, GDP or whatever. Do you think the people, the indigenous, Burkina Faso or Burkina Faso or what do you call them now?
Burkina Faso.
Thank you. Burkina Faso. Do you think? Thank you very much. Do you think they are enjoying the way the economy is growing right now? Do you think the economy is facing?
It's a process, man. It's not going to happen overnight. It's not going to happen overnight. It's a process.
I can tell you now that if they were enjoying it from the beginning, that would be highly unusual. There are very few nations that enjoyed the revolution that their country went through from the beginning.
Exactly. That's right.
If you say there are very few, there's one Africa.
There are few. I think Link Wan Yu.
Let's hear from
Burkina Faso cannot. They are not nowhere close to us when it comes to military fights. If it came to the military, there's no country in West Africa that can challenge Nigeria in a conventional warfare. I heard local PE talk about Boko Haram, the insurgency, why we cannot counter it. I would counter that to say Burkina Faso's territory, at least over 60%, was taken by Islamic jihadists for at least the last 7, 8, 9 years. And they've
No.
only been and
No.
yes, and they've only been able to take back about
Uh-huh.
14% of
Okay.
out of the 60%. So
Uh-huh.
in terms of military might,
Is there no progress?
say Nigeria was to go to war with Burkina Faso, we
Mm-hmm.
could easily overwhelm them with air superiority. We take our bombing sorties, as decrepit as we say the Nigerian Air Force is. We can just hit Ouagadougou, come back to Abuja, hit Ouagadougou, come back to Abuja, hit Ouagadougou, come, and then we just overwhelm them that way.
So
It's
and you
very
think
easy.
hold and you think they don't have
They
subsidies
don't
that
have nothing. Listen, no country in West Africa, as much as we bash the Nigerian military, has our might. None.
no, yeah, Ibrahim Traore right now. No.
Nigerian military compared to anywhere in West Africa, we have better planes. We have older planes, yes, older compared to like the Europeans, NATO, the United States, Canada,
Mm-hmm.
Australia, and
Mm-hmm.
these other
Mm-hmm.
countries. But
Mm-hmm.
we have way better planes. We
Mm-hmm.
have more advanced um, artillery. We have better artillery. We have more tanks. Yes. We have more tanks. We have better trained personnel. We have better
Okay.
trained. We have better trained personnel, infantry. We are battle hardened.
Mm.
Nigeria has been fighting since Burma
Mm.
International. We've been doing a lot of UN peacekeeping. If there's a strife in West Africa today and Nigeria does not get involved due to the experience that we have garnered all over the years, our military, that
No.
will be a conflict that will keep
Now,
going.
okay. Now, sorry to cut you short there. Yeah, you see that UN peace we're talking about. Yeah, is funds. Yeah, we have the numbers. Yeah, fine. But we have the fund to like, okay, no problem. Yeah, we can like, okay, we can produce many of them.
We have
But
the
I'm talking
numbers
about.
compared to West
Hold
Africa.
on
We
first
really
now.
don't
I'm
have the
talking about
numbers.
battle ready, right? Battle ready, ready to die for the country kind of people. Yeah, yeah, we have it in Nigeria. We have some Boko Haram guy. We see them do the soldier, whatever. But I'm talking about now when it comes to the manpower, fine. But when it
Let me
comes to
ask
the
you a question.
No, we
tools,
don't have the manpower.
Let,
Let's not confuse it.
let me ask you a
You
question,
have to
Local P. Let me
contextualize
ask
it
you.
to West
Hold on,
Africa.
hold on
Compared
first.
to any other part of the world, we don't have manpower. We
Let me ask.
we can't even compare to Algeria at all.
Let me ask. Well, Algeria, Egypt, South Africa, and Nigeria. Those are maybe Ethiopia. So let me ask you a question, Local P. In West Africa, which army do you think has more experience than Nigeria in terms of fighting wars?
okay, none.
There you go.
Okay,
We have the experience.
yeah.
Yeah, but
So
the
we're
original
better.
conversation was about how we can see
Was
um, the
there
future.
Vietnamese experience war with
Oh,
America?
hold on. Let's get back to the topic so that we can be able to round up in about 30 minutes or so. The original question was about can we see future advanced society within this in Africa? Neil deGrasse Tyson seems to believe so. He said just about 100 or so years ago, America was basically a backwater that emerged to become the superpower of the world. And China did almost similar stuff. That is not entirely out of the question for that to happen. Personally, I really worry that it's not necessarily that simple. We will have to go through a little bit of a grinder for Africans to come together to do anything. Either we do it individually as nations or we find a way to do it together. I think it's more likely to happen individually as nations. And so I don't know. If I'm to
I
picture a future where you have advanced society in Africa, I think that's how it might emerge. I don't know
I
what you
think if we were lucky enough, if we were privileged enough, maybe with advancements in science, it might happen. But if we were privileged enough to live the next 100 years, I think a lot of people will be surprised that Nigeria might actually become one of the most powerful countries in the world, if not the most powerful country in the world.
Okay, so
And
sorry.
I say that
Hold on.
I
Sorry.
s-
To
I
achieve,
s- and I
hold,
and
hold,
I say and I
hold.
no, hold up.
Sorry. To
Let me
achieve
finish.
that,
Let me
should we
finish,
fight
Local P.
war first to achieve that? Should we go through war to achieve
Let,
that?
let, let me finish. It might happen. We might have to, but depending on the situations on the ground, we might have to. But I say that because we have the population. We play a lot of. We play a large part individually with how technological advancements are going in the world. A lot of technology that are leading to the progress of mankind today and in the last 30 or so odd years have had some kind of inputs from Nigeria. Let's think about a person like Philip Emeagwali, for example. That is one person. Now, if we look at who runs the medical sectors in the United States or in Europe or even in other parts of Africa and the Caribbeans, Nigerians or people of Nigerian descent play an overwhelming large part. If all the doctors in Nigeria today, in the United States, were to go leave Nigeria, leave the United States, and go back to Nigeria or the NIH, their medical sector would collapse. You would see people dying on the streets like flies.
Yeah, but I speak the truth though. The question is about what part do you see of Africa and many African countries
Well, I'm going
and
there. So I'm
societies?
saying with all these educated people that we have in all these
Mm-hmm.
sectors, I only spoke about the medical sector now. And I spoke about the scientific sector like technology. There are other people that we are not hearing about. All these people at some time, at some point in time, will have a reason to go back to Nigeria. Maybe through some kind of charismatic leader or through happenstance of them being forced out of their adopted homes. But at some point, everybody's going back to Nigeria in a generation or
So you
two.
think that something will happen that may
Something might happen. It
force
might
them
be
or drive them back to
catastrophic. It
Nigeria?
might be a crazy leader like Donald Trump. It might be economic advancements in Nigeria. But at some point, this is how these things happen. History always repeats
I
itself.
speak the truth. I speak
Yes,
the
sir.
truth.
Yes, sir.
You said something that, uh, if you remember, forefathers, I did. I talked about a projection that was made by Goldman Sachs that placed Nigeria, uh, projected that Nigeria will be the fifth largest country in the world by 2075. So if you take what he just said and superimpose it, I mean, he said about maybe, let's say, maybe 100 years, we probably won't be here at the time. Now, doesn't it tell you that there must be something, just in line with what I speak the truth has said, there must be something that they have seen to make that projection? Because if you look at it on the surface, it just looks impossible that,
When you do all this
what you
kind of
see.
simulations, right? They
Mm-hmm.
also take history into play. Um, the
Population growth.
Well, not just population
Yeah.
growth, people's ways of thinking and how they think people have started
No,
viewing
no, no.
themselves
It has to
and
do
the right. So the way they
it has to do
played
population growth.
the way they played our ancestors, right,
There are a lot of
cannot
younger
work,
Africans than older
cannot
Africans.
work with this future generation. It's not going to work. So the way our generation sees the world is different from the way the older generation sees the world is different from the way the coming generation sees the world. That is why we have, for example, a 35-year-old Traore leading a revolution in Africa where a Bola Tinubu and Paul Biya and Yoweri Museveni and
Yeah,
Alassane
but the reason why
Ouattara.
I doubt them, the reason why I doubt Goldman Sachs projection is because they have released so many projections about Africa that never came true. So even if maybe by coincidence your projection and theirs may coincide, or it may even happen earlier,
The projection is based on the population, and Africa has more younger population than any other
Hold on, they
continent.
projected it before now. Why did it not come to pass? Because of our population. It didn't. It
Africa
doesn't matter.
has more younger population compared to other continents. That's how they base
Yeah,
it
but
on.
they projected
You
it
can look
before.
into that.
You are not getting my point. Why is it that all their projection by that is supposed to happen now hasn't happened? Because sometimes when all
Okay,
these things are psyops,
Which
we
projection in
listen and
particular?
say they've made a lot of projections that hasn't come to fruition. Is it
Which one? Which one? Mention one of them.
I don't know anyone right now off my head,
forefathers,
but I know that you
forefathers,
want me to find it. I can find it for you.
forefathers. Nigeria is richly endowed with natural gas, which is flaring and is not being used. And I looked at some studies. I see that there has been talks, which has not come to fruition. Nigeria is planning. I think in 2016, King um, King Mohammed the Fourth, is it, of Morocco, visited Nigeria, and there was this plan, the fifth, sorry, and there was this plan of trying to lay a natural gas
pipeline
pipeline
to Morocco to
that will
Europe.
run through the coast. Initially, it was supposed to run through. It was supposed to be a trans-Saharan, go to Morocco, go through Algeria. But I think the rivalry between Algeria and Morocco, maybe Algeria chanced on or Morocco chanced on it, and so there's a pipeline that is being proposed that will run through 13 West African coastline of 13 West African states, down through Morocco and down down through Mauritania and down to Morocco. And of course, that in Morocco, the Straits of Gibraltar, it's so short. It takes you straight away to Europe through Spain. So I'm saying that to say that from the projection, that if that is accomplished and our natural gas is being piped, down to Morocco, it
It's
makes it
actually
available for
for
Europe.
Europe.
And in light of what is happening now, the conflict that you see in Ukraine, Russia, that is, has affected,
Cutting off gas
has
pipelines
affected.
also.
Yeah, that's right. So there's the likelihood that Europe is going to now refocus, and look into Africa, but it's going to be cheaper, it's going to be shorter to convey that natural gas. And so that will be a game changer for Nigeria. So that may be one of the things they're looking at.
Yeah, let me look at some of the ones I'm finding here. It says about Goldman Sachs in the 2000s regarding Nigeria's economic outlook. Most of their predictions didn't come true. For the economic outlook, from what they are saying, Nigeria's economic growth. While Nigeria experienced periods of growth, it faced challenges such as political instability, corruption, and infrastructural deficits, which hindered sustained economic growth. But they took all that into account when they did their projections. And I've had this since while I was growing.
Some
The
of those
reason why
things
I know this
you cannot project
because
those
I've
things.
heard of this. See, some of this is you are talking about. I've heard of all this projection when I was growing up. So to me, it's not true when they make all these projections, because you can tell stuff that is not true inherently because you were growing up when they were making all these predictions, and you watch your country actually get worse and worse and worse.
Those projections are mathematically actually stipulated, right? But there are other factors, right, that you can't control that could derail those projections.
There you go.
That's just what it is. Like no one
But
predicts
that's
Boko
why I
Haram.
say that the projection is not a guarantee.
No, it's not a guarantee. Projections are just hope.
If things go as they are,
Predictions.
they're projected based on how things are at the
There you
moment.
go.
And then of course you
And I
of course
never
you
trust their
do your
projection.
calculus
I
and
never
project,
trust it.
right?
Because there are a lot of factors that they omit that is actually viable in the
projection.
modern world.
A projection basically means all things. What's the word I'm looking for?
All aspects are considered that are relevant to the projection.
Yeah, all things considered. Like this is what might more than likely happen.
All things being equal, yep.
All things being equal.
They say that all the time. I don't trust it. I don't trust it because it never happened in the past. If one of their projections about one African country has come to pass, a few African countries should be very rich right now.
They're able to project GDPs and they're able to project GDPs like 2 years in the future.
Actually, they get it wrong all the time. Where did you get all this stuff from that they
They
got
can
it
get
right?
it. No. Like, listen, when you do those calculations, you can calculate like errors. The error calculation you put in the equations. If let's say you project 5% GDP, you can project 5% plus minus 2, right? That's the error right there.
It's
Error
like a
number.
Plus
poll.
minus
It's
2 is
like if you
4.
take
You
a
know that, don't
political
you? Plus
voting poll.
minus 2 is 4, and that is
No,
almost
plus minus.
mathematics.
No, plus minus. Plus minus,
Plus
like
minus 2 gives you
no.
a weight of 4.
Plus
No,
or
you have
minus.
a nominal, right? You have a nominal, and then you have your plus and minuses, and
Plus
your
minus
tolerances.
gives you a variety,
You have
a
your
range of
tolerance in it.
possible.
Yeah,
Oh, calm down. It gives you a range of
go
4
ahead.
possible values that they can get wrong.
That's right.
That they can get wrong but right at the same time. They can still say they are right. The 4 different values they can get. So
Okay.
you get from So that range still means that if you are a good statisticians, if you cannot get it right within that range, God help us. God help us. 4% GDP is quite a lot to miss.
Well,
So
see the thing, like if you're making a plan, like a family plan, like right in the future, hey, I'm gonna buy a house in the next 5 years. You're not considering like accident happening like on the road.
Hurricanes.
You don't put that in the equation, right?
Yeah.
It's all things,
I see. There are certain things I can logically agree to, but if history has suggested that these people get things wrong, and IMF coming to the UK, IMF. I was in the UK throughout the period of the Labour government in office, and they were projecting that Gordon Brown was going to get it wrong. The economy is going to shrink. Every year they got it wrong for almost 7 straight years about the UK's projection. These are so-called financial institutions. They got it wrong every single year. Go and check it. Gordon Brown on the UK. So don't trust those projections. Some that they put their projection to influence your policies.
No. See, the thing is,
also true.
When you're doing differential equation, you don't actually arrive at a particular result. You know what I mean? When you're doing differential equation, there's no actual answer.
Now they are going with differential equation to save.
That's what they use. That's what they use.
7 times. They should have got it wrong once. They should get it right once out of 7. Jesus Christ! How can you get it wrong so many times? It's ridiculous. You can.
If 200 years ago, I mean, if you look at the archives, 200 years ago, if you told the Americans living back then that they would be the strongest nation in the world right now, they probably would be like, "Yo, you smoking some nice crack."
Yeah, but like America was the highest exporter of cotton, right?
Right.
They were making cotton, and they were the dominant economy, and that was like that was a commodity. Everyone needed that commodity, right?
Exactly.
For a lot of industries, right? Yeah, so it could easily project it.
They didn't know that. They couldn't have known the shape of the world that is to come. They didn't know about nuclear weapons. They didn't know about the navies of the future, how it's going to look.
But things
so you can understand why they didn't know. Pardon?
I said things happened that forced their hands and shaped the world into
what
it is today.
It was the second World War.
When we hear
it was the Second World War.
Well,
United States.
World War,
the first one gave them a leeway.
Yeah, well, it was the second one because remember, United States rebuked Europe,
first
right?
One is the one that knocked the British.
The first one was the one that really
the first one gave
America.
them a seat.
The first one?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The first one.
They were the one that won the First World War now.
No, it was the Second World War that destroyed all the economies of Europe, right? That allowed the economies of Europe.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody.
Yeah, thank you for joining us and staying even longer. Thank you. I appreciate that, Tony. Well done. Thank you.
Have a good week, man. Enjoy your week.
Yeah.
The First World War actually solidified America's seat at
First World War did not devastate
as a League of Nations. No,
the First World War gave them
because the first World War had Germany, Prussia, France, the Ottoman Empire, obviously.
The Ottoman, yep.
Yeah, so it had those people. America was not on the table yet. America was coming up in its own sector, North Central and Southern America, but it wasn't on the table at the League of Nations as
it was that was when they created IMF. That was when they created World Bank. All the institutions.
To be fair, though, To be fair though, before the First World War, America's, I think I gathered recently, I didn't know that before, that America before the First World War, their priority was dominating the continent, and by that
it was
time they
just
had
here.
already dominated the continent.
Yeah,
By
it was
that
just
time,
here.
that's why
North,
they shifted gear
South,
to
and
the
Central
rest.
America. Big doors.
America was running an economy similar to what Trump is trying to start, right?
Which is going
Where
to
it's
mess
like
everything up.
they're closed up from every country. You know what I mean? It was isolationist, economy system. Yeah, that's what they were running. I think it was Second World War when they had IMF, loan send give loans
Bretton
to, and then
Woods and all that was after.
It's too late now. It's too
but they
late
didn't,
now for
but
what
they
Trump
didn't have military outposts everywhere like they had after the
That
Second World
was the military outpost was as a result of the Cold War.
One thing I know about the war so far
Cold
all
War,
my life.
after the Second World War, then Korea, then Vietnam, then the Cold War, and we had to put military bases everywhere.
One thing I've discovered about the world is that the moment the world discovers a more efficient way of doing things that is easier, they don't want to go back to a harder way of doing things. And I feel like globalization is not going to reverse. No matter how it might change shape a little bit, but people will still trade globally because they feel it's easier. It's a lot easier to do that.
I think what
everybody
they're
has
really
to
trying to
manufacture everything
do,
we need in society now. It's
they're
just
really
too
trying
much.
to make a one world government. That's all they're trying to do. So,
And it has to come. It's going to come to be.
No,
it'll be terrible.
they already have that. They already have United Nations. That's pretty much what it is,
Yeah, but
right?
the United
It's not a
Nations
one
is
world government now.
No, you have World Bank, right? You have World Bank, you have IMF. That's the concept of one world nation.
but
It's all
those
part
are
of that concept.
actually but you have to look at those institutions, right? There
Yeah.
are certain countries that can veto them. There are certain countries that are
Yeah.
actually disobeying them, and there are certain countries that are now pulling away from them. So, for example, you have Burkina Faso who say we're not messing with the IMF or the World Bank or Bretton Woods. We're not messing with them. And then you have the United Nations where you have Israel and the United States that feel they are above the law.
But they're part of it,
To
though.
the ICJ. We're not
They're
listening
almost
to the
like
ICC.
above the law, to be fair.
Exactly.
They are not even ICC even. They are not
We
even standard.
aren't there yet, but it is going gradually.
Yeah, but I speak the truth though. Let me ask.
That's right.
When do you think? Let me put it this way. How many years do you think it would take for a more comprehensive world government that actually involves the US as a superpower?
No,
other
there won't be.
system that the world is going to operate on for the foreseeable future. When do you think that kind of system will be in place? Do you think it's going to take 10, 20 years, 40 years? How long do you think it will take?
Yeah, let me give you a projection here. There's going to be a time when war will become illegal. Mark that down, right? And the concept
How
of
long from now?
The concept of superpowers will no longer exist. The United States will not be superpower.
Let's put dates on these things.
100 years. 100 years.
Jesus Christ, that's a long time.
100 years is my projection.
We'll all be dead by then, I assure you.
I think
we are not going to make it 100 years at all.
You see, that's your problem. You just
think
look
whenever the United
extraordinary.
States.
And what makes you think that it cannot be?
Hold on, Jefferson.
Is it because you are in your corpus in America, you feel that other people cannot be able to do something different?
Well, Jefferson, why are you starting a fight right now?
What are you talking about?
It doesn't make any bloody sense. This is 2025. You cannot sit down there in your corpus and think
why did you just start a fight?
With your analog thinking.
He just started a conversation with the fight already.
Me or forefathers?
Jefferson just started a fight. I don't know why. What is it?
Who, forefathers?
That is very silly analogy. In 2025, when there's so much technology everywhere, you think everybody just sit down and watch and feel that nothing is going to be
Jefferson, who you bad at?
It's the same thing. I'm not talking.
Yo, I'm telling you, man. No. My man. No, Jefferson. How is India, man? I don't know what the hell he's talking about, bro. Jefferson, why you mad? Tell us why you mad, bro.
Because you talk anyhow.
Tell us Yeah, local
Now,
people.
forefathers, though, but for your question, I
Because you
think
are really making enemies everywhere you go. You
Oh,
just
I
mess
know, I know.
You feel that nothing should happen. Don't forget to Saudi Arabia used to come to Nigeria for medical
very
done
true.
in the past.
Very
Okay,
true.
but let's actually the truth give us his own projection now, because
My projection is whoever can destroy each other first between the United States and the China, Russia, Iran axis.
how do you mean? So if one destroy the other, we'll have a world government?
Yeah, with them being in charge, they will.
No. That's not. No, the concept of world government, you're getting it wrong. World government means all nations will become
I
one.
know, sir.
We already have United Nations. We already have United Nations.
Let's say something like the EU. We're going to have something like the EU that is ruled
Exactly.
But it'll have to be a common ideology. We don't have that yet. We have different allies and the different people on another axis. That's why we don't have a world government yet. They are leaning towards it with the way they control the citizens, and they are programming the citizens for social control. You have totalitarian governments. They know absolute totalitarianism does not work anymore, so they induce the people now. For example, in America, we have what is coming into play, the Real ID Act. The Real ID Act is basically something that the founding fathers of this country were against, all right, which is a centralized, for example, a centralized database of Americans, a one federal standard way of identifying Americans. We've always been against that. Now this is it's been almost 20 something years in the making. It is coming into play now on the 7th. This is one aspect of it. We already have it in China. We have it in a lot of the world where the countries basically have a way of tracking and monitoring every aspect of their citizens' life. But this is the problem. We also still have the Western people on one side with their own ideologies, and the Eastern people on the other side with their own ideologies, and both sides are clashing now for superiority. So whichever side is able to decimate the other side, then the rest
Yeah,
will
but
form
the
a
moment
So
they
unity.
fight,
imagine,
is that not the end of us all? When we will be
imagine,
talking about them fighting, if they fight, it's over. And Eccentric has gave us 100 years. I don't think we are going to make it 100 years if we don't if we don't settle this wahala.
I think we
So
will.
I don't
We'll
how
make
think
are
it.
you
I
going to
think
make it? China and America will fight before 100 years if they don't settle it.
they will definitely
No,
fight, but I think
no,
it
they
will
won't fight.
not be a case of mutual destruction.
They will not
They
fight
are
though.
too smart for
You
that.
think
So
one of them is going to accept their aircraft falling from the sky, de-humiliated
No,
without
it's
throwing
gonna be,
nuclear weapon?
it's
Okay.
gonna be a proxy. It's gonna be a proxy war. They're not gonna fight.
If you ask me, the biggest single danger we have, the biggest single country we have that is more likely to use a nuclear weapon way faster than Korea, North Korea, way faster than the United States, France, and all these other countries, Russia, it is Israel.
Repeat that again.
The one country that is more likely to engage in nuclear warfare
I'm not so sure,
outside
you
of
know.
North Korea, the United States, Pakistan, India, China, and all these other countries, the one country that is belligerent enough based on their actions in the last 85, 90 years is Israel.
I think Israel comes to a close second. I actually think it's more likely to be US because US has used it before.
Yep.
And
US had used it before, but they never
Yep.
use it again. They use it as a test.
But no
To
one has
make
ever
sure
used
we
it.
use it as a
Twice.
test to make sure
Test
that it
Twice.
works.
Twice.
I mean, the Japanese.
Hiroshima, Nagasaki.
They tested it once. They said, "Oh no, that could be an accident. Let's try it again.
Let's try
Just
another
to
one.
make
Yeah.
sure it
Did
does
as a
work.
test to
Try
see-
again."
Yeah, we got the one that happened in Nagasaki. was, I think, about, don't quote me, but it was kilotons more than what was dropped in Hiroshima. So they were tests. It wasn't like we needed to use it. Japan had already surrendered, so we didn't have
people that can use it when they don't need to use it. You are
They used
saying
it.
they are not
But
more
the
likely
people
to lash out.
the people that
The
are more likely to use it,
United
which
States.
already they have that the Samsung, what do they call it?
Samsung system whereby they
There's
retaliate
something else they call it, the Samsung anyway. They just want
protocol.
to
The Samsung option.
option.
Samsung
The
option, yeah.
Samsung option. So the Samsung option, the Israelis,
You
out of
know,
everybody else,
you
are
guys
the
know the
ones
story
I
of
am
Samsung,
scared
right?
of the most that
Yeah,
will
but
use it.
I think that even that Samsung option is not going to save them. It will destroy them. They will destroy a lot of people.
No, the
That's why it's
Samsung
called.
option is
That's
to
why it's called
destroy the
Samsung
world.
option. That's why it's called Samsung option. Samsung collapsed the building and
It's
killed
to
himself
destroy the
and
world.
killed
It's not
killed
to destroy
everyone.
anybody.
Yeah,
It's to
Yeah.
destroy the world.
I was thinking about that recently. Actually, I'm beginning to think that it may not occur that way. Because they too are not stupid. They know if they trigger that kind of stuff and destroy so many parts of the world, almost they will condemn a lot of Jews to targeting all over
Dude,
the.
they're destroying the world. There's nobody living anymore.
No, no, no. They don't have the capacity to be able to do 200 nuclear weapons is not capable of destroying the world.
Are you serious?
It's not.
What
It's
do you
just not.
think destroying the world means? If you contaminate the atmosphere, what happens?
We will recover. That's the truth.
If you
look,
the
but they
smoke
would
is
have
there,
made sure. But they would have made sure. If they do that, all political correctness out of the window. Every
there is
Jew
no
will be
political
under threat.
correctness. You are back in caveman times.
That's right.
No, no, it's not going to be up to that.
You know why?
The world is big, you know. The world is big, you know.
There won't be any internet.
If you set off,
like,
hold on, Jefferson, 1 second. Jefferson, please, thank you.
No, 1 minute, please, 1 minute.
Go ahead,
Do you know why we have? Do you know why we have? Sorry about that. Do you know why we have the nuclear peace talks? That it IAEA and the nuclear peace talks. You want to know why that has been happening for close to 2 decades now?
Proliferation.
Yes, you want to know why?
But they're not part of it.
Wait. You want to know why they're having peace talks up and down? Because you see those weapons. You see when they had the Hiroshima and Nagasaki saga, right? It was so devastating. But don't forget that was atomic bomb that happened. It was not nuclear bomb. Atomic bomb has to do with the atom. The secret of the atom, atomized bomb.
Split an atom, yes. Split the nucleus in atom.
Nuclear bomb is different. Now,
What is that one? What is nuclear bomb? What is different between nuclear bomb and atomic bomb that you are describing?
It's a bomb made out of the nuclear reaction of an atom. So you have an atom, then the nucleus of the atom, the bomb is made out of that. The reaction from that, from subatomic, that's from within nucleus.
Both of them are subatomic.
So both of them are subatomic, yeah.
They are not the same.
So
the two that are not the
nuclear
same is hydrogen bomb and
Yeah.
uranium based, plutonium based.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, hydrogen and yeah.
I don't know which one you are referring to. The one you are referring to doesn't exist the way you are describing it.
Guy, calm down. Hydrogen bomb is hydrogen atom. Now, nuclear bomb is the neutron, is the bomb made out of the nucleus of the hydrogen. Let me make it simple.
Nucleus of an atom? Wait. How does that work? Like, what's the physics behind it? What would you do with the nucleus? Like, do you split it? Like, what do you do?
Wait, calm down. Let me explain it.
Go ahead.
So, we have what they call chain reaction, right? The sun that is shining on us, that is giving us all the energy, right? You want to exploit the principle of nuclear fusion. Now, what is nuclear fusion? Nuclear fusion means bringing two light nuclides to form a heavy nuclide. So, because of the activity, is some, so that's what's happening in the sun, nuclear fission. So it takes too small energy to build a big energy. Now, nuclear fission is breaking down of a heavy nuclide element, like the uranium we all know, the plutonium, breaking it down into tins and bits.
Yep.
Breaking it down, down. So now, let me tell you where the catch is. A nuclear bomb, if it starts now, a proper nuclear bomb with very high tonnage of energy, if that reaction starts today, it will never stop because the half-life of that bomb transcends close to 100 years. Do you
We're
get?
back in the Stone Age. If we
No, that is it. Go and find out. I'm not making it up. You can go and do your research and find out. So imagine now, US has these nuclear bombs in large coffers. Russia has it. Of course, China, all the other countries have it. And if you notice, every time there's anything that is getting heated up, either Russia, America, or they will say
they calm down.
Nuclear bomb, and everything will scatter. And if they go ahead and do that, so many contents will be blown off.
It's mutually assured destruction. Like the whole
Russia and the US can destroy the world and China, but I'm not sure the Israeli one can. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but we don't even know what they have. That's the problem.
Because they are going to be targeting mostly Middle Eastern countries. They're not targeting the entire world.
Oh, they are targeting the entire world. You gotta look at the ideology. You didn't look into the
If they target
ideology.
the entire world, then every single they are going to sentence every single Jew to death in the world.
The Gentiles, man.
In other words, they are going to target the US too. They're going to target the US too.
Yes.
They are not going to target the US. The US will not be supporting them if they are targeting the US. Come on.
Okay, so hold up. Have you ever heard of the USS Liberty?
I have heard of it.
What do you think happened with the USS Liberty?
USS Liberty.
Yeah.
No, I've heard of the name. I don't necessarily know
What do you
precisely
think
what it is.
happened when you heard about it? What do you remember happening in the USS Liberty?
In my mind, one, I don't even necessarily know what it is. I think it's between a aircraft carrier or
yes, it
submarine.
was a U.S. aircraft carrier. And who you think bombed it and killed all the freaking?
Oh, I heard about that one. Oh no, see, that's a different time now. Come on.
What is different?
It's a different time.
What do you think happened in the?
And that is not. That is not children and women and families in America getting destroyed.
Happened in the King David Hotel.
King David Hotel. Yeah, I know about that one with the.
What do you think happened in 9/11?
See, all this is you are saying, I know.
Oh, when they try to assassinate Churchill.
It doesn't mean you blow up Israel. This in US.
Yeah, you don't know these people, man.
They just found an Israeli spy that was listening in on the phone of the Italian Prime Minister. They have America's Congress in their pocket. America just passed a law yesterday, Friday, saying if you say anything about Israel, if you criticize Israel, you are liable to go to prison for 20 years or pay a $1 million fine.
Wow. That's like over the top. But I still think
almost
it's different.
Every state in the United States has some kind of law barring criticism of Israel.
Let me count how many cities there are in the world. Cities in the world, because they will have to hit all of them. 10,000. We have 10,000 cities. This is why I say the world is massive. We may not see it from our perspective. They will have to destroy all 10,000.
They don't have to. 4,000. Wait, Jefferson, let me just say something.
They will have to destroy 1,000.
If they drop a nuclear weapon, say these are nuclear weapons that are over 200,000-300,000 times more powerful than the atomic bombs that dropped in Hiroshima.
I'm not so sure that's the one Israel has.
So if they dropped a nuclear weapon in 5 major cities, even let's say they dropped it in just the United States, okay? That nuclear weapon, what goes in the atmosphere, like Jefferson.
I get a feeling that Saudi Arabia will be the first target. That's about they will send 5.
So what Jefferson was explaining, what goes in the atmosphere could potentially change how Earth's atmosphere is for the next 2-3 millennia. So we're used to the
I'm not so
sunny.
sure. No, no, no.
We're used to
I'm
the
not so sure it's going to
sunny.
be that long.
That disaster will spread. It's going to spread like wildfire. It's not going to just
Let me ask. Let me do some analysis on that. Let's see what ChatGPT thinks about it. But that said, though, I see the truth. I can assure you that when Israel wants to do that one, for Riyadh alone, they will have 10 nuclear warheads.
Well,
they will make sure nothing is remaining there by the time they are
not
done.
Riyadh. I don't think in that kind of
Where
situation.
Mecca
Because
is
listen,
this
you
Mecca
don't
they go
know
after?
if you. This is why when they kept mentioning tactical nukes, I said Russia is not using. If there's even anything called a tactical nuke, Russia is not going to use it. Why? You do not know which way a nuclear wind is going to go. So you drop it in Kiev and it blows back to Moscow. What happens? You're next door to each other. So you throw it in Riyadh and it blows back to Tel Aviv or Haifa and what happens? That is the danger of a nuclear weapon. You don't know where the winds are going to go. It blows it back in your atmosphere. You effed.
Okay, I'm asking now. Let this tell me. Say, the use of 200 nuclear warheads in a global conflict will have catastrophic and far-reaching consequences, not only for the targeted areas but for the entire planet. Here is a breakdown of likely effects: immediate human impact, casualties, tens to hundreds of millions will die, not billions. Will die depending on the targeted dislocation. Injuries, many will suffer severe burns, radiation, sickness, destruction of city infrastructure. Yeah, it's a given. And 200 cities at least will be gone. And climatic effect, that's the key one. That ecological effect, that's the one we are really concerned about. Like we are not concerned about hundreds of millions of lives. You see how we are getting corrupted here? It's all right. Studies suggest that smoke and soot from burning cities will rise into
the atmosphere.
stratosphere. Even a regional war involving 100 to 200 weapons, let's say between India and Pakistan, will drop global temperature by 1 to 2 degrees, disrupt rainfall and shorten growing seasons. Last for he said it will last for 5 to 10 years or more. Disruption. 5 to 10
That's
years.
what they think.
That's just a small.
What if it goes more than
Result.
that?
Let me read now. Result: global agricultural collapse and potential famine affecting 1 to 2 billion people. And I think that was fine. They will just throw some in Africa, but it's all right. We didn't do anything, but we always get bullets.
Can you just imagine the fallout of everything that happens? There's going to be famine because infrastructures are disrupted, distribution is disrupted, right? There's going to be famine, guaranteed. There's going to be civil strife all over. People are going to go back to cannibalism because there's hunger everywhere. There's going to be pockets of fighting everywhere. There's no law and order. It's going to be, listen, in that kind of situation, I guarantee you the people that are living will wish they were dead.
But look.
Yeah,
It was
but the
after.
disruption is not in the billions. They're talking about hundreds
So
of millions of people.
nuclear
Like I said, it's not the end of
proliferation, whatever.
humanity. But
So
I can assure you, if that happens, it's going to be the end of anybody that is going to claim to be Jewish. This is political correctness is going to go through the window. That will be the end.
Listen,
And
man.
I think that will be a deterrent factor from them going in that direction at all.
No, forefather.
They'll
Listen.
destroy the whole world.
Let's use past
Hitler didn't
events
kill
as
that many
precedent.
people. Would be so cross, eh? It's like somebody coming to say, I'm proudly Nazi.
No,
This one is going to be worse.
Say, listen, man. If there's a huge conflict like that, humanity will come together more. You know what I mean? Humanity will come together. I mean, look at what happened.
Humanity will come together. How you can't even call
apart.
someone on the phone next door.
Yeah, I mean, look at
I
first.
think you guys.
Dude, you gotta go watch Second World War devastations, man.
You guys are thinking there's gonna be a nuke, and then things are just gonna keep running smoothly. There's no electricity. There's no water. The waters are contaminated. You can't
Not
open the
everywhere though.
door to go out.
Not
What do you mean not
everywhere.
everywhere?
Not
You
everywhere.
can't open the doors to go out. Freaking hospitals are overwhelmed. Governments are broken down. There will be civil strife all over the world. Like,
Yeah,
I think you guys
you're
understand.
describing Second World War, dude. You're describing Second World War, and
No,
guess
that's
what?
not Second
Guess
World
what
War. That is
happened?
not.
Guess what came out
Most
of
of the
that?
world
It
is most
depends on
of the
how
world
human
is
beings
not
treated.
affected
You
by
know,
Second World War.
I speak the truth. It depends on how human beings treated. It could go either way. Actually, that phenomenon that I described, when nations go through hell, they come together and build something great. It could
That's right.
happen globally, whereby they will say never again. They come together and build something more
That's
permanent.
right. That's how we created penicillin.
How?
You know.
Yeah, I speak the truth. Loco, thank you for joining
Local
us,
people.
and well done. And he came and gave us trouble, and yeah, we appreciate it. It's all right.
Yeah. He's gonna go
Excentric will
finish
let
his.
you rest today.
He's gonna go finish his 40 loco. Bye.
What is 40 loco now?
How? For
You know, you know what's supposed to be your name? York Mouth. Supposed to be your name. York Mouth.
Yuck mouth.
Oh God!
Yuck mouth.
Why are you insulting each other now? You two need to stop this, man.
That's supposed to be your name.
Dude,
Just stop insulting
dude,
each
what?
other.
Yuck mouth. Okay, that's a dope name too. I like the Yuck mouth. What are you talking about, dude? Dude, I'm a rapper. I can rap. You know what I'm saying? When I was a kid, I could rap. You want to listen to my record? You talking to me? Call me Yuck mouth? That's a dope name, dog.
Yeah,
That's a dope name. What are you dissing me for? Yuck mouth. Come on, get out of here, man. Get out of here with that bullshit. Go home. Go home. Get out of here. It's time for you to sleep, old man. Go to sleep.
Come on, man. Excentric, stop. Why do you keep just annoying people? Excentric,
This guy's annoying. This guy's freaking annoying, dude.
Let's close it out anyway.
Yuck mouth is a dope name, dude. Stop. You're bugging out. It's a dope name. Get out of here.
At 4 hours, 30 minutes. Let's round up.
All right, let's round up.
Guys, going. Let's not insult each other.
Local P.
Local P. Thank you for joining us. Local P. He asked a lot of questions. And Syndicats, you like to make troubles. Take it easy.
I've not even been here for months.
They said Local P. They said
You just came out. He came today and started making trouble.
They said because you was trying to get soldiers for the about Bini to fight the Igbo people.
Oh God.
Yeah, this guy, man.
I saw your comment. I just laughed. I saw your comment. I just laughed. I saw your comment. I just laughed.
Local P from the minority, right?
Why are they fighting each other? What is going on with the Benin people out there? Because I saw it in the news.
Oh, he's from the Benin people.
I think it's your people. Is it your people?
What do you mean your people? I don't know what's going on.
No, I think it's just how I put it now. Yeah, you see this. The reason why I said the average brain of Nigerian mindset is damaged.
Mm-hmm.
You see, right now, the way it is right now, everybody wants to be recognized. Everybody wants to be a boss. Everybody wants to be on their own. Like, I don't care, even if at first I'm there for just 100 years.
Seconds, yeah.
Just to hair or 2 seconds. That is my place. I'm not from anybody anymore. I have my own kid. Don't tell me what to do anymore. And the stupid kind of constitution we operate gives you freedom to say whatever you want to say. As far as you are politically inclined with the powerful, can do your thing. Right now, anybody can come. It has been happening since the Jaws, the Diaz, the Manke, so many.
But this one is the IPOB people gassing it up. So what started it off was they keep saying they want a 6th state for the Southeast. So they've tried it by saying they want Anioma. Ned and Woko is gassing that up. And then all of a sudden you start seeing this IPOB people coming into Edo.
Hold
up, let me finish. And then they're saying the Igbakas are Igbos. Huh?
Hey, no. Not this night.
No. All right. So we can do it some other time.
Not tonight, man. Yeah. I agree with Jefferson, man. Not tonight.
Ideally, what I was thinking here, in as much as that might be another influence.
Yeah, we need Pansat, man, for that topic.
What's it called? Suspension of monarch. You understand? And some monarch not getting entitlement.
But that was what happened after they
Yeah.
started saying, well, we were never under the King of Benin and all
Yeah,
that. So the
because
King
of
of Benin
suspension.
said, listen, under the Constitution of Nigeria and under the authority invested in me by the Benin Empire, you are not even first class kings. You are
Yeah.
chiefs, enoges.
Yeah.
That's what you are. So in that Midwest area, there is 3 first class kings: the Oba of Benin, the Otara of Auchi, and the Olu of Ishikiri. And he said the rest of y'all are just kings.
Noblemen, yeah.
You're just noblemen, you know.
Bros, good night,
So
good night.
mhm.
I beg, you don't do. He don't do,
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Please, you don't do. I beg. I beg. You
I
don't do.
agree with Jefferson.
Yeah, I
Yeah, we
agree
don't
with
want to talk about
Jefferson.
that.
You're right.
I
Let's
beg, you
wait
don't do. Thank you. I don't want to say much about it, but a lot is going on.
Can I just say good night to all the people in the
No,
chat?
but Jefferson, no, in as much as you are trying to
Let
avoid
me
it,
say good night now so that I can tell you guys good night.
Good night.
Backbone,
in as much as you are trying to avoid it,
Machu, Ori, Aladdin K is there, Bohemian Malam Tattoo is there. Who is this one? Okay, yeah, the Bohemian Malam. That guy hates me. It's all right. So that is that. Okay, Kenreba is there, and obviously nobody donated. Today is supposed to be Sunday. Maybe we'll give to the Lord, but
Nah, they gave it to the pastor. They gave it to the preacher.
they didn't share anything
They
out
paid
today.
tithes.
Yeah, thank you for joining us today, Eccentricas, Loco P. I speak the truth, Jefferson,
Peace.
and we've done the subject matters quite into. It's a conceptual exercise. It's also always very good, and I think I've learned a few things out of it. I must say though, Jefferson came closest to explaining a scenario where there is no time. He came closest. I don't know why we didn't go back
Wow,
to it.
dude, I missed that, man. That was why I came. I missed it.
Yeah, I came closest. Hopefully, we are going to have chance to do something more again later on.
All
Thank
right,
you
all
for
right.
that. And obviously, I speak the truth. Spent a long time talking about the sword, but the sword,
Yeah, because
That's right.
that sword is
they
going
want
to
to talk
went
about
on
there's only one
forever.
sun. No. What the hell? What the hell, Yante?
Forward us. One question:
Yeah.
have you heard of Periscope?
Telescope,
Yeah,
yes.
No, not Telly. Periscope.
Yeah,
Periscope.
yeah.
I've heard of Periscope, but I can't remember what it means anymore.
Okay,
Now.
do you know how it functions?
Not necessarily. I can't remember.
Okay, you can use that, yeah, to as a source of light, but it doesn't generate light.
Hey God, this is what it talks about
Hold
mirror.
on,
He wants to
hold
start
on,
again now.
hold on.
We've ended the conversation. Let's
I just
cut
want to
that
know
one.
what it is. It serves as source of light, but
No.
it's not the origin of light.
No, Periscope is used by submarines. What are you talking about? That's what
Shut
comes out
up.
on top of the
Shut up.
submarine.
Shut up.
You-
Shut up.
A
It's
source of light is
when you
supposed to represent the origin
you
of
use it
light.
Periscope.
you also use it to transfer light or there. You can use it to transfer light.
Oh
You
God.
understand? You can use it to transfer light.
Okay, let's close out for today. Let's
Go finish your 40
let's
local, bro.
close out for today.
So you
This is too
understand
much,
what it
man.
is.
Let's close out for today. You guys don't want to. These guys don't want to do that. Let's end it for today. Enough of this. Bye, everyone. We'll catch you guys. Enough.
All right, man, Jefferson.
Yeah, I love it, man.